Chapter 201 Heavenly Court's Foundation, Attack of a Powerful Enemy. Han Ju couldn't help but look at the figure in front of Zhang Guxing. It was a silver shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. However, Han Ju was a reincarnation mystic immortal. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see this person's appearance. He was dressed in red and had a sword at his waist. He was handsome, with conceit between his eyebrows. He was also sizing up Han Ju, a late-stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm expert of merely 3,000 years old. His potential was indeed impressive. Han Ju praised him in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm Han Ju. Greetings, fellow Taoist." The silver figure cupped his hands. Divine Palace, Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian. What a good name. Han Ju didn't know what to say. The other party clearly had no feelings for him. Zhang Guxing asked with a smile, "The Heavenly Peach Banquet is about to begin. With your aptitude, won't the Heavenly Court invite you?" Han Ju said, "I'm afraid of trouble and can't be bothered to go. It's better to stay at home and cultivate." Zhu Jian smiled and said, "Indeed. In this Heavenly Peach Banquet, my Divine Palace's Sword God Emperor will definitely be in the limelight. No one from the Heavenly Court should be able to defeat him." Really, this Heavenly Peach Banquet looked like a grand event, but the Divine Palace wanted to take the opportunity to show off. Han Ju wasn't too worried. If the Heavenly Emperor dared to invite the Divine Palace, he definitely had the confidence. "Senior, I'll be leaving first." Zhu Jian bowed to Zhang Guxing and left. From this attitude, it seemed that Zhang Guxing's status in the Divine Palace was very high. Even if he left, he would still be respected by the geniuses of the palace. Han Ju thought. He didn't dislike Zhu Jian's attitude and felt that it was normal. Since he wasn't interested in making friends, so be it. He didn't offend Han Ju, anyway. After Zhu Jian disappeared, Zhang Guxing smiled and said, "The youngsters of the Divine Palace are like you. They cultivate all year round and are not good at socializing." Han Ju nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not that calculative." He changed the topic and asked, "Senior, do you know the relationship between Heavenly Emperor and the Divine General? You came into contact with them so quickly. There are indeed rumors that the Heavenly Emperor and the Divine General are not on good terms. The Divine General thinks highly of himself. After he grew up, he was dissatisfied with the many decisions made by the Heavenly Emperor. In addition, he achieved great feats and overshadowed his master, so that attracted the guesses of various factions. Of course, these are all rumors. The Divine General still belongs to the Heavenly Court. If you really join the Heavenly Court, don't try to guess their relationship. Only they know whether they are on good terms or not. The only thing that can be certain is that the Divine General only listens to the Heavenly Emperor." Han Ju nodded. He felt the same. The mind of an emperor could not be guessed. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Ju bid farewell and left. In the following year, he came several times. Zhang Guxing couldn't help but sigh. Who was the guardian of the Sword Dao River? Why did it feel like Han Ju already treated this place as his home? After spending a year raising his Sword Dao to the extreme, Han Ju was satisfied. He discovered that he couldn't make the Heavenly Sword Dao any stronger. This Sword Dao was already at the limit. Han Ju couldn't imagine how strong the person who created it was. Han Ju took out a heavenly peach and ate it. The fruit melted the moment it entered his mouth, turning into boundless immortal qi. Han Ju immediately circulated his energy to refine it. Several days later, the heavenly peach was digested. Han Ju's dharmic powers increased greatly, surpassing decades of bitter cultivation. His lifespan also increased by 10,000 years. However, he was still far from the mid-stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. The difficulty of breaking through in the mystic immortal realm was dozens of times higher than that of a true immortal. It seemed that the heavenly peaches weren't very helpful to mystic immortals. This was normal. If the power of the heavenly peach was limitless, the Heavenly Emperor would be able to produce immortal emperors or even zenith heavens with the peaches. Han Ju decided to keep the remaining 3 peaches for now. What if they had some use later? He picked up the remaining peach core and let Dao Comprehension Sword bury it under the fusang tree. What if he could plant a heavenly peach tree? One had to have dreams. It was fine even if it didn't succeed. Dao Comprehension Sword did as told. He continued to cultivate. 10 years later, Han Ju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse his enemies. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a mighty figure. He used a spatial mystical power to dodge and accidentally left the mortal world. Your grand disciple Marong Qi was attacked by demon beasts X289004. Your enemy Black Fox Demon Emperor was attacked by your grand disciple Marong Qi. He was severely injured and his life was hanging by a thread. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by your good friend the Sword God Emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend the Sword God Emperor was attacked by an immortal god X67. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by your good friend Sword God Emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by an immortal god and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Taoist Dan Qing's lifespan has decreased by 10,000 years. The chances of the Dragon Immortal Island encountering a heavenly tribulation have increased. Along the way, they were all severely injured. How dangerous! Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Sword God Emperor was severely injured. This meant that Heavenly Court wasn't suppressed by the Divine Palace. He didn't want the Heavenly Court to be crushed by the Divine Palace at this juncture. On second thought, Han Ju felt that his fear was ridiculous. This was the Heavenly Court. Before he joined, Heavenly Court was a huge mountain that made him feel suffocated. After joining, he was worried about it. This was a little like the logic in novels where enemies' factions always seemed overpowered but quickly weakened once they were on your side. Only by becoming an enemy could he understand how powerful the other party was. Who injured the Sword God Emperor? Han Ju was very curious. The email didn't indicate who it was, which meant that the person didn't have any contact with him. And it wasn't the Divine General. The Heavenly Court was truly filled with hidden talents. Han Ju continued cursing as he thought. 2 years later, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up and saw a figure appear in the void above the Scarlet Cloud world. This person was 1,000 feet tall, standing on a 1,000-foot-long flood dragon. He wore a black robe and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the Scarlet Cloud world. Han Ju frowned. Who was this person? The black-robed man slowly raised his right hand. A long sword wrapped in blood aura appeared in his palm. He held the hilt. Oh no! Han Ju immediately moved out of the Conate Cave abode and arrived above the Scarlet Cloud world. When the black-robed man waved his sword, Han Ju also drew his sword and slashed at the sky. Heavenly Sword Dao. Sword pierces heaven. The black sword Qi sword and collided with the black-robed man's sword Qi. Boom! The sword Qi exploded and swept in all directions. Han Ju and the black-robed man's robes fluttered from the wind. The black-robed man looked at him in surprise. A mere mortal world actually has a mystic immortal. The black-robed man thought to himself. His eyes turned ruthless as he brandished his sword again. Han Ju was annoyed. Courting death. Without another word, he raised the primordial judgment sword and executed 3 pure world cleansing. 9 sword Qi Cs appeared in front of him. They were all vertical, like 9 huge discs facing the black-robed man. Countless sword shadows condensed. The black-robed man was surprised and immediately used his mystical power. The flood dragon beneath his feet transformed into a sinister-looking pagoda that covered him. 3 pure world cleansing 9 heavens erupted again. Every sword Qi Si shot out 10 million sword shadows. Nearly 100 million sword shadows shot out. Han Ju didn't hold back as his 6 paths dharmic powers poured out. When the sword shadows grew larger and larger in the black-robed man's eyes, he screamed inside, "Oh no!" Chapter 202 Sacred Dynasty of the Immortal World, Flame Lord Emperor. The sword Qi formed by hundreds of millions of sword shadows was spectacular. It quickly drowned the black-robed man. Even the giant pagoda formed by the flood dragon was drowned. In the sword Qi, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He was terrified. Impossible. Such dharmic powers. This sword Qi. Was he really only a mystic immortal? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and blocked with his dharmic powers. Soon, the huge pagoda covering him shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, his dharma treasure would shatter in a few seconds. Damn it! The black-robed man shouted, "Let's talk nicely. There's no need to kill. Wanderer TNA has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 5 stars." When Han Ju saw the notification, his killing intent soared. He increased his dharmic powers and crushed Wanderer TNA with absolute power. His body and soul were destroyed. It was a complete obliteration. Han Ju stopped attacking when he couldn't sense Wanderer TNA's aura anymore. He then checked his interpersonal relationships and couldn't find Wanderer TNA. He should be dead. Han Ju was in a bad mood. What was going on? He was in seclusion when someone suddenly appeared to destroy his mortal world. He was simply unlucky. Han Ju returned to the cave abode. Just as he sat down, a line of words appeared in front of him. As this is your first time killing a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, you have the following choices. 1. Upgrade the simulation trial function. 2. Upgrade system concealment function. Hanju narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a while, he chose to upgrade the simulation trial function. This function was too powerful. It could figure out his and the enemy's strength. You chose to upgrade the simulation trial function. Detected that this mortal world belongs to you. The simulation trial's detection range has increased. With this mortal world as the center, the surrounding void is the simulation trial's detection range. This was good. Hanju was pleasantly surprised. He finally increased the detection range. With his current cultivation level, the area within 100 miles of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was really too small. Hanju immediately started to test the strongest person near the Scarlet Cloud world. Dong Fadian, early stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Manor's Elder. There was such an expert in the Heavenly Immortal Manor. No wonder the Heavenly Immortal Manor was still around after experiencing so many tribulations and being besieged. Back when Taoist Julian slaughtered his way into the manor, why didn't this person attack? Hanju continued reading and discovered that there were many experts hidden in the Scarlet Cloud world. There were several loose immortals alone. Could these people be the so-called land deities? There were more than 100 Mahayana cultivators. It was ridiculous. Hanju finally realized that he had underestimated the Scarlet Cloud world. Some people hid and couldn't even be detected by the Heavenly Tao token. No wonder the Scarlet Cloud world's ranking kept rising. Hanju watched for a while and then continued cultivating. 4 years later, Di Teibai came to visit. Hanju told Tao Comprehension Sword to go out and stayed alone with Di Teibai. The Heavenly Peach banquet has ended. The Divine Palace didn't gain any advantage, so it's a perfect conclusion. Di Teibai smiled, clearly in a good mood. Hanju asked curiously, the Sword God Emperor was defeated. By who? A prodigy. Although he's an immortal god of the Heavenly Court, he holds the inheritance of the Tao sect and rarely appears. You don't have to ask about his identity. You'll meet him sooner or later. Was the Heavenly Court related to the Tao sect? Hanju fell into deep thought. Di Teibai continued, recently, a force wants to destroy the mortal worlds under the Heavenly Court. You have to be careful. Hanju couldn't help but say, a few years ago, someone called Wanderer Tianei arrived. After killing Wanderer Tianei, Hanju didn't receive any hatred points from the other mighty figures. He couldn't help but suspect that Wanderer Tianei was an itinerant cultivator. How could lone cultivators provoke the Heavenly Court? Wanderer Tianei. Di Teibai's expression changed as he frowned. Thinking of something, he said, Wanderer Tian, he is a mystic immortal. You. Hanju smiled and didn't say anything. Di Teibai was shocked. This kid is already strong enough to kill a mystic immortal. This improvement speed is too ridiculous. Di Teibai took a deep breath and said, Wanderer Tian, he is a powerful itinerant cultivator from the sacred dynasty. It seems that the humans also have differing views about the Heavenly Court. Hanju asked in surprise, there are dynasties in the immortal world. Of course, there are also humans in the immortal world. Furthermore, there are many of them. They're the protagonists of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Court and the Divine Palace mostly use humans as the foundation when selecting immortals. Will they come again? I will let the immortal gods specially protect the Scarlet Cloud world. You don't have to worry. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief at Di Teibai's promise. As expected of Heavenly Court, they had ample resources. Hanju was also afraid of trouble. Di Teibai immediately stood up and said with a smile, since you know which faction they're from, it's easy to deal with. Wanderer Tianei is really stupid. He actually told you his identity. Hanju smiled. He stood up to send him away. After Di Teibai left, Hanju walked to the fusang tree and sized up the earth immortal gourd vine. The seeds of the 7 gourds had already grown into small gourds. The gourd spirits seemed to be about to take form. Hanju was looking forward to it. He probed the peach core buried in the soil with his divine sense. Nothing happened. It seemed that growing a heavenly peach tree was not that simple. This was normal. If it was so easy to do it, the heavenly peach tree would already be seen everywhere. Grandmaster. A voice interrupted Hanju's thoughts. Zhou Mingyu carefully walked over. He was very nervous. Hanju glanced at him and replied, yes. Zhou Mingyu mustered his courage and said, Grandmaster, I want to learn spells and mystical powers from you. What must I do to receive your guidance? Chu Shiren was very lazy when it came to cultivation. He had never learned any mystical powers. There were no mystical powers or spells that he could teach him. Hanju smiled and said, then, I'll teach you a move. Zhou Mingyu was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly knelt down. He was extremely excited. Not far away, Chu Shiren curled his lips. The black-held chicken teased, you're really casual as a master. Be careful not to be like your uncle Master Xuan Chang'an. Chu Shiren frowned. My master didn't teach me anything, either. Ever since Yang Tiandong knew that he didn't like to cultivate, he ignored him. He had been wandering outside all year round, causing them to have a distant relationship. The black hell chicken shook its head and laughed. Han Ju taught Zhou Mingyu the wind god technique in the major Chiliocosm thunderstorm. Zhou Mingyu's potential wasn't bad. Han Ju only had to teach him for a few days. 10 years passed in a flash. Han Ju opened his eyes and started to test the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Ever since he was attacked by Wanderer Tianhe, apart from cursing and reading emails every 10 years, Han Ju would also check the nearby mighty figures to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack. Flame Lord Emperor. Late Stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Heavenly Court's 3rd Grade Heavenly General. Han Ju subconsciously became nervous when he saw the person's cultivation. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that this person was from the Heavenly Court. Should I visit him? Han Ju thought silently. However, the other party didn't have a favorable impression of him. This meant that he didn't want to befriend him at all. Forget it, he was doing this for work, not to protect him. Han Ju started the simulation trial. He wondered if it would take a long time to defeat the Flame Lord Emperor. Chapter 203 10 Years of Fortuitous Encounters, Observing the Protagonists of the Heavenly Tao. 5 minutes later, Han Ju opened his eyes. This Flame Lord Emperor was something. At the beginning of the battle, Han Ju was completely suppressed. The burning power of the true sun flame was extremely terrifying. Even though Han Ju won, he still had a lingering fear. 2402-800-6118 AAA7 5034 A342 90 CB 86C8. Since he could not insta-kill Flame Lord Emperor, he couldn't provoke him. Han Ju thought to himself. After understanding the Flame Lord Emperor's strength, Han Ju was relieved. With the protection of such an expert, he didn't have to worry about anyone invading the Scarlet Cloud world. The Flame Lord Emperor meditated in the air and cultivated quietly. He was like a scorching sun that emitted light in the darkness. Han Ju played the simulation trial for several hours before continuing to cultivate. In the depths of the void, a man was meditating in a ball of raging flames. He wore a red robe and a golden crown on his head. He emitted the domineering aura of an emperor. He suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, the Flame Lord Emperor frowned. He felt that someone had been spying on him, but he couldn't sense their location. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor had sent him to protect this mortal world. It was indeed very troublesome. The Flame Lord Emperor didn't dare to lower his guard. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of true sun flame flew out. It quickly split into hundreds of small flames and flew in all directions. In a bustling city, the streets were filled with people. Xuan Chang'an stood at the corner of the street and looked over. He was dressed in black and wore a straw hat. Mirong Qi suddenly appeared behind him and said angrily, "Since you like her, then go see her." Xuan Chang'an was frightened by his disciple's voice. He turned around and complained, "Why are you always so elusive? HMPH, it's you who don't cultivate properly. My cultivation level is too high, so you can't sense it." Mirong Qi was truly helpless against this master. Those who didn't know would think that he was the master. Xuan Chang'an sighed, "She's so good looking, she definitely won't like me." Mirong Qi shook his head and said, "You're a great cultivator. She's only a Qi refinement realm cultivator. How can she reject you? Kyaner is not a woman who looks at cultivation level. Then, should she look at your face? It's better to look at cultivation level. You unfilial disciple." Xuan Chang'an trembled in anger. He wanted to slap Mirong Qi, but he could not. Mirong Qi said, "What are you afraid of? You've been looking for her for hundreds of years. Even if you fail, you have to give it a try. I'll help you." Xuan Chang'an took a deep breath when he heard this, then mustered his courage to walk over. Mirong Qi stayed where he was, watching the show. Soon, 10 years passed. Han Ju was already 1,400 years old. He habitually took out the Book of Misfortune and started to do his daily missions. Ever since Flame Lord Emperor came, no one had attacked the Scarlet Cloud world. Han Ju was still a distance away from the mid-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm, but he was not far. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck and caused Taoist Dan Qing to develop inner demons. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a sea calamity that was difficult to come by in tens of thousands of years and suffered heavy losses. Your good friend Zhou Fan was saved by a mighty figure and entered the immortal world. Your disciple Yang Tiandong left the mortal world. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun encountered an opportunity and accidentally entered an ancient grotto heaven-blessed land. Your good friend Huang Jihao has comprehended a grand unity sword Tao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by righteous cultivators x 80,393. Your grand disciple Fang Liang comprehended the great Tao during his cultivation. His essence soul has left his body and he has obtained the great Tao's favor. Han Ju continued reading. These 10 years could be considered full of fortuitous encounters. He used his interpersonal relationships to check Zan Qingjun's cultivation level. The perfected grand unity earth immortal realm. Although she couldn't compare to Han Ju, at least she was improving. Han Ju was still very concerned about his first Tao companion. Although Zan Qingjun had the intention to force him, she had always been the one offering things to him. Han Ju looked forward to the scene when they met again. What if Zan Qingjun knew his cultivation level? I can't think about it anymore. He couldn't help but want to come out of seclusion. The heavenly Tao is torturing me again. Han Ju cursed silently. Several months later, Han Ju cursed all his enemies and put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. Tao Comprehension Sword said, Master, the Nine Heavens Galaxy water has changed. Han Ju turned around. The Nine Heavens Galaxy water was in the corner of the cave abode. After hundreds of years, it had become a small pool. The water surface was glowing with silver light. Han Ju saw something, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up and walked over. An image of a city appeared in the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. People came and went, and many cultivators were flying above the city. It was like a water screen scene. Han Ju was shocked and couldn't understand what he was seeing. The Nine Heavens Galaxy water had such a function. Zens. He wondered where the city in the water came from. Han Ju was puzzled. Ask if you don't understand. Let's look for my good brother. Han Ju immediately returned to his bed and began to comprehend the Sword Tao. Soon, he arrived at the Sword Tao River and found Zhang Guxing. Brother, have you heard of the Nine Heavens Galaxy water? Han Ju asked. Zhang Guxing was cultivating when he was interrupted by him. A little puzzled, he said, I know. You encountered the legendary holy water. This kid's potential was terrifying, and his providence was enviable. Han Ju said, when I was training, I encountered a pool of water. It's the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. I saw a city on the water surface. Why is that? This good brother was amazing, he knew everything. The Nine Heavens Galaxy water is the heavenly water. It lets you see the myriad worlds in its reflection. The water surface shows the scene of the Son of Heaven and Earth in a certain world. The so-called Son of Heaven and Earth can be called the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. The human race is the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, so the human race can dominate the myriad worlds. In the mortal worlds, the heavenly Tao will also choose the Son of Heaven and Earth. In the immortal world, many large factions rely on the Nine Heavens Galaxy water to find new members with good potential, Zhang Guxing replied. Han Ju was enlightened. Would Fang Liang be targeted? It was really possible. This fellow had been taught by an immortal god in his dreams. He had even dreamed of entering the ancient era. Perhaps it was done by some mighty figure. Han Ju didn't chat with him anymore and quickly left. Zhang Guxing was depressed. What did this kid take him for? He came and left as he pleased. After returning to the Conate cave abode, Han Ju came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water again. He looked carefully, wanting to see who the Son of Heaven and Earth in this world was. The Nine Heavens Galaxy water seemed to sense Han Ju's thoughts. The scene changed and appeared in a courtyard. Under the willow tree, a woman in white was meditating. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. In her cultivation, she formed a beautiful painting with the willow tree behind her. This is the Son of Heaven and Earth. Curious, Han Ju probed with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could spy on this mortal world through the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Han Ju was afraid of provoking other great cultivators, so his divine sense stopped in this courtyard. This woman's cultivation was already at the Mahayana realm. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, check its origin. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He immediately chose to check. Chapter 204 Powerful Shenpeng, Li Yao's Predicament. Li Yao, 5th level of the Mahayana realm, son of heaven and earth, descendant of an immortal emperor. Born with an accompanying heavenly phoenix. Brings blessing to the mortal world she is in. Cultivated for 700 years and has reached the Mahayana realm. She is cautious by nature and hates fighting. She likes to cultivate. Han Ju looked at the message in front of him with a strange expression. This description, it was like a female version of him. Han Ju immediately had a good impression of Li Yao. They were like-minded. Han Ju found Li Yao more and more pleasing to the eye. Li Yao, who was quietly cultivating, was like a fairy. The scene was so harmonious. After watching for a while, Han Ju retracted his divine sense. He didn't disturb her. Who knew which mortal realm Li Yao was in? Master, what's going on? Is there a world hidden in the water? Dao Comprehension Sword asked. Han Ju didn't hide anything and explained Heavenly Water's ability. Dao Comprehension Sword was shocked. This water could actually spy on other worlds. It was truly impressive. Han Ju meditated again and continued cultivating. In a peach forest, a woman in a green dress stood under a tree, waiting shyly and expectantly. She had a beautiful face and looked around from time to time. In the distance, two people stood behind a tree. They were Marongqi and Xuan Chang'an. Marongqi urged, "Master, what are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for you." Xuan Chang'an wore a bamboo hat and a veil covered his face. He was extremely nervous. "Don't worry, you've protected her for 10 years. She already treats you as her sweetheart. Go." Marongqi pushed him out. Xuan Chang'an was almost pushed down by him. This brat didn't know his limits. Xuan Chang'an cursed silently before mustering his courage to walk towards the woman in the green dress. In next to no time, the woman in a green dress saw Xuan Chang'an walk over. Xuan Chang'an wore a bamboo hat and black clothes. His aura was extraordinary, and it conformed to the woman's expectations of mighty cultivators. "He has been secretly protecting me." The woman in the green dress had a dazed expression as she looked at Xuan Chang'an. Seeing her expression, Xuan Chang'an was excited. Kaianer was finally going to be his. Xuan Chang'an quickened his pace. When he arrived in front of the woman in the green dress, he fell silent again, not knowing what to say. For a moment, the peach blossom forest was silent. The woman in the green dress bit her lips and said, "Why have you always?" Xuan Chang'an suppressed his excitement and said, "I've been looking for you for hundreds of years. In my previous life, you grew up with me. You're the love of my life." His confession made the woman's neck and ears turn red. Several hundred years. The woman in the green dress was completely entranced. How many women in the world could withstand such confessions and devotion? The woman in the green dress asked nervously, "Can I see your face?" Xuan Chang'an hesitated. The woman in the green dress raised her hand and gently removed his veil. The next second, she shuddered and took a step back. This step was like a basin of cold water that extinguished the flames in Xuan Chang'an's heart. Xuan Chang'an smiled bitterly and asked, "Am I very ugly?" The woman in the green dress was silent. She wanted to say that it was fine, but he was really too ugly. She had never seen such an ugly person. He wasn't deformed or anything, but ugly in the truest sense. The woman in the green dress hesitated. Xuan Chang'an was furious, but he had long thought of such a possibility, so he did not despair. He had already experienced despair and was no longer afraid of it. Xuan Chang'an asked in pain, "Then I'll leave." Since they couldn't meet, he would continue to hide in the dark and protect her for life. "Sigh, don't go," the woman in the green dress sighed. Her words improved Xuan Chang'an's mood again. Could it be that Kaianer didn't mind his ugliness in this life? In the distance, Marongqi burst into maniacal laughter. He tried his best to suppress his voice and kept pounding the tree trunk. He was about to die of laughter. 30 years had passed since Han Ju discovered Li Yao. He had finally reached the mid-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Although the speed of breaking through was slower than before, it was still acceptable to Han Ju. In the past 30 years, whenever he cursed his enemies, he would also take a look at Li Yao. This woman really knew how to cultivate diligently. She sat under the willow tree for 30 years without moving. It was worth mentioning that no one came to disturb her. Logically speaking, being in a city would always cause one to be disturbed. It wasn't a paradise. Perhaps the mortal world Li Yao lived in was much more powerful than the Scarlet Cloud world. It was precisely because of this that people were used to cultivation. 30 years was not a long time for them. After breaking through, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune to celebrate. As he cursed, he checked the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Marshal Shenpeng, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, second grade Heavenly General of the Heavenly Court. Han Ju was puzzled. Why was Marshal Shenpeng here? He didn't extend his divine sense to avoid disturbing the two gods. Several months later, Han Ju checked again. Marshal Shenpeng was still there. Thus, Han Ju began to use the simulation trial to challenge him. An hour later, he opened his eyes with a strange expression. He had actually lost. They were both perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators. Even Di Tabai could not defeat him, but Marshal Shenpeng could. Moreover, Han Ju was suppressed the entire time. Wow, as expected of the Heavenly Court's marshal, his combat strength was quite impressive. Han Ju guessed that Marshal Shenpeng should be on the same level as the Divine Palace's Sword God Emperor. After about 3 years, Marshal Shenpeng left. Han Ju found it strange. What was there to talk about between these two? Couldn't they chat in Heavenly Court? Han Ju stood up and came to the 9 heavens galaxy water. He continued to look at Li Yao. Dao Comprehension Sword asked, Master, do you like her? Every 10 years, he would stare at Li Yao. Han Ju replied, a little. Dao Comprehension Sword was even more displeased. After so many years, Li Yao's cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. Not long later, she would probably be able to ascend. Han Ju hesitated to contact her. As a Providence bearer, she would definitely go far in the future. Han Ju could invite her to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain and discuss the Tao of Seclusion together. Cough cough. The Tao of Diligent Cultivation. Han Ju cursed silently. On this day, Li Yao was finally disturbed. It was her father, Li Tianxin. Yaoer, you're about to reach the Lu's immortal. You should also get married. What do you think of the young master of the Lu family? His master is a grand unity heaven immortal. Li Tianxin chuckled and asked. Li Yao frowned and said, Father, I don't want to get married. I only want to cultivate. Don't always think of relying on others. Give me time, I'll lead the Li family to unprecedented prosperity. Li Tianxin shook his head and laughed. Yaoer, cultivation is not so simple. You need opportunities. If you cultivate diligently all day, you will find it difficult to take a single step after reaching the immortal realm. That's because Father doesn't know my talent. Even if I'm in the immortal world, I can still surpass others with my own potential. Yaoer, this is a rare opportunity. You can't miss the fact that the young master of the Lu family likes you. Father, I really can't agree. This matter is settled. Start preparing. Why would I harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. With that, Li Tianxin left. Li Yao sat under the tree and frowned. Chapter 205 How Tian Reincarnates, Terrifying Talent. After Li Tianxin left, Li Yao quickly entered a cultivation state. Han Ju was speechless. This woman was really nonchalant. If it was anyone else, they would definitely cause a commotion now. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued to cultivate on the bed. As for Li Yao's calamity, he had no intention of interfering for the time being. From Li Yao's attitude, it was obvious that she was fearless. 2 years later, Di Teibai came to visit. His expression was solemn. It was obvious that something big had happened. Han Ju told Dao Comprehension Sword to leave the cave abode. After Di Teibai sat down, he was the first to sigh. Han Ju asked carefully, What? Did something happen to the heavenly court? Di Teibai said in a low voice, Something big has happened. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Crap, his backing was about to collapse. A heavenly concubine of the heavenly emperor has given birth to another son. He has a strong providence and is a natural-born supreme being. Dao Lord said that he can become the next heavenly emperor and is the hope of the heavenly court's rise. Di Teibai suddenly smiled. Han Ju was stunned. That's it, he acted as if the sky had collapsed. Han Ju almost cursed. He said perfunctorily, Congratulations. Di Teibai smiled and said, Since you asked if anything happened, I had to take the opportunity to scare you. Han Ju was helpless. You're the leader of the literature immortals, after all. Aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation? So, Han Ju continued to ask. So the heavenly court wants to hold a grand banquet. Are you going? Can I not go? Haha, I knew you didn't want to go. His Majesty also guessed it, so he didn't want to invite you at all. Hee. Han Ju's face twitched. He wanted to ask Di Teibai, do you think you're funny? Di Teibai said seriously, back to the topic. His Majesty wants to send His Little Highness to you. Are you willing to accept him? Han Ju was stunned. You want to take advantage of my spirit chi. However, upon thinking that the Heavenly Emperor treated him well, he had no reason to refuse. The Heavenly Emperor's intentions were obvious. He wanted to completely rope him in. Han Ju felt that the Heavenly Emperor had underestimated him. If he really encountered an irresistible danger, he would definitely leave his disciples behind. He would just do his best. There was no need to die on the same day, year, and month as them. Han Ju said, Is he just staying here temporarily or do you want me to take him in as my disciple? Di Teibai said meaningfully, Take him in as a disciple. To be honest, he couldn't understand why the Heavenly Emperor was doing this. He felt that the Heavenly Emperor thought too highly of Han Ju. Although his talent was comparable to the divine general, he didn't spend so much effort back then. Sure, Han Ju agreed. Taebai nodded and said, recently, the immortals and gods in the heavenly court are trying to rope in people. If anyone looks for you, you have to tell me immediately. This isn't a good thing. Upon hearing this, Han Ju thought of the previous Marshal Shenpeng and Flame Lord Emperor. He hesitated for a moment and said, previously, Marshal Shenpeng came to look for the Flame Lord Emperor. The two of them stayed together for many years. Don't say that I'm the one who told you. Taebai frowned and muttered, it's Marshal Shenpeng again. I understand. Continue cultivating. Taebai vanished into thin air. He was even more anxious than before. It seemed that Marshal Shenpeng had not only found the Flame Lord Emperor. Han Ju mocked secretly, I really think I'm a dog of the heavenly court now. It had to be said. This feeling was fantastic. Currently, the heavenly court didn't treat him like a dog. They supported him greatly, but he had never contributed anything significant. Since he was already tied to the Heavenly Emperor, Han Ju had to help stabilize the Heavenly Emperor's position. Even if he didn't, he had to provide information. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Konate cave abode. The son of the Heavenly Emperor will come. You have to cultivate well. Don't be an embarrassment when the time comes, Han Ju said to the people cultivating. Everyone stood up. Fang Liang said in surprise, son of the Heavenly Emperor. We can't compare at all. The battle in the heavenly court hundreds of years ago was still fresh in his mind. Long Shan's power left all mortals in the dust. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, you fool, how can the heavenly emperor only have one son? The others couldn't help but look at Han Ju. That's right, he's the youngest son of the heavenly emperor. He's newly born and will become my new disciple. Han Ju smiled teasingly. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Mingyu asked nervously, Heavenly Emperor. Is that the lord of the heavenly court? The three-headed worm king chuckled. That's right, it's that person. If our master becomes the master of the son of the heavenly emperor, it shows how high master's cultivation level is. Tulinger and Dao Comprehension Sword looked at Han Ju in admiration. Han Ju had always been in the cave abode, but he could attract immortals to him. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. Chu Shiren asked curiously, Grand Master, is the heavenly emperor the strongest person at the peak of cultivation? Han Ju understood what he was thinking and smiled. That's not the case. Otherwise, the devil race would have long ceased to exist. There would be no need for the heavenly emperor to send his precious youngest son here. Chu Shiren was deep in thought. All right, you can continue cultivating. I've informed you in advance. Don't be shocked when the time comes. Han Ju walked to the fusang tree after saying this. He began to stretch his muscles and observe the divine tree. The fusang tree was the main pillar of his cultivation. He couldn't afford to lose it. Fortunately, the fusang tree had always been healthy. With so many disciples and divine pets protecting it, at least no power in the mortal world could destroy it. 7 years later, the son of the heavenly emperor had been sent by Taebai. He was only 7 years old and wore a golden robe. He was very cute as his watery eyes looked around curiously. Taebai put him down and pointed at Han Ju. From now on, he's your master. You must listen to him and cultivate well. Don't cause trouble. The son of the heavenly emperor stared at Han Ju, not nervous at all. After all, he was the son of the heavenly emperor. He had seen various immortal gods already, how could he be afraid now? Detected bearer of Konate Providence, check its origin. Han Ju looked at the line of words that had suddenly appeared in front of him and silently chose to check. Long Hao, 9th level of the loose immortal realm. Son of the heavenly emperor. Born as an emperor, the reincarnation of Hao Tian. He was the 2nd generation lord of the heavenly court, the strongest heavenly emperor ever. He died in the immeasurable calamity. In order to take revenge, he killed his way back to the great Tao. His soul entered the womb of the heavenly concubine and became the son of the heavenly emperor. When he becomes an immortal emperor, Hao Tian will awaken and possess the body. Hao Tian, the strongest heavenly emperor. Han Ju was secretly shocked. There was more than one heavenly emperor. Wait, did the heavenly emperor know about this? Han Ju didn't expect the son of the heavenly emperor to have such a powerful background. Could it be that the heavenly emperor had sent him to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to let him cultivate to the immortal emperor realm in peace? But what was with possessing the body? Could it be that Long Hao has 2 souls? This was not Hao Tian's soul now. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Long Hao knelt in front of Han Ju and began to kowtow. He was very cute. Dao Comprehension Sword and Tulinger's hearts almost melted. Han Ju waved his hand and used his dharmic powers to raise him. From now on, you're my 5th disciple. Hanju smiled and looked at the others. In the future, he will also cultivate under the fusang tree. All of you must take care of him. Also, don't fight with him. Although he's 7 years old, his cultivation is already beyond the Mahayana realm. Everyone was shocked, surpassing the Mahayana realm at the age of 7. The 2 golden crows looked at Long Hao with jealousy. If they had such talent, they wouldn't have been expelled from the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Chapter 206 3 Factions of the Tao Sect, Dragon Subduing Buddha. With the addition of Long Hao, the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became lively. At first, Chu Shiren was the most interested in Long Hao and chased him all day. It was only when he came to the Conate Cave abode and complained that Hanju let the 3-headed Worm King take care of Long Hao and forbade people from approaching him. Chu Shiren actually urged Long Hao not to cultivate. This made him extremely disgusted. Hanju didn't pay too much attention to Long Hao. He would leave the matter of raising the child to the others. In Hanju's opinion, Long Hao was only a guest. He couldn't stay by his side forever and wouldn't treat him like an elder in the future. In Long Hao's heart, the most important person was definitely the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju didn't try to teach Long Hao anything. If he really changed, the Heavenly Emperor would definitely notice. Cultivation was the most important. Long Hao's appearance made Hanju think of many things. The position of Heavenly Emperor could actually be changed. If Hao Tian awakened, he might covet the Heavenly Emperor position again. What Hanju wanted to do was to become stronger before the Heavenly Emperor's fall. By then, even if he didn't rely on the Heavenly Court, no one would dare to provoke him. Another 10 years passed. Hanju woke up from his cultivation. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a mighty figure of the immortal world and was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by demon beasts X270321. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a demon race's immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your disciple Xuan Chang'an's Tao heart has transformed and awakened a relic. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, chanced upon an opportunity and obtained an ancient demon king's golden core. Your good friend Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by heavenly troops X103872. Your good friend Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by your good friend, the divine general. He was severely injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained a fortuitous encounter. His domination physique has transformed. The heavenly court was in chaos. Ji Shanshan got injured. Hanju noticed Marshal Shenpeng's miserable situation and couldn't help but blame himself. It was definitely related to him complaining earlier. Although he blamed himself, Hanju didn't regret it. If Marshal Shenpeng really destroyed the heavenly court, he would lose his backing. Moreover, the heavenly court definitely had its own considerations. They couldn't kill a god just because of a word from him. However, Zhou Fan impressed him. This fellow directly skipped the heavenly tribulation and went to the immortal world to play. Amazing. Without Zhou Fan's company, would Mo Fucho be lonely? Hanju thought. Several months later, he put down the Book of Misfortune and took out the Heavenly Tao token to check the rankings on the Heavenly Tao tablet. Hanju felt depressed. The ranking rose again. No, 1997. It rose another few hundred places. How ridiculous. Hanju felt that the Scarlet Cloud world was stirring up trouble. If this continued, it would attract attention sooner or later. Not only Heavenly Court, but there were also other large forces. Previously, a mysterious sacred dynasty had come to destroy the Heavenly Court's mortal world. Hanju could only pray that the mortal worlds higher in the ranking were powerful and difficult to surpass. Then, Hanju stood up and came to the 9 heavens galaxy water. Li Yao was still cultivating. Hanju found it strange. Li Tianxin arranged a marriage for her, but why was she so indifferent? Wait, this fellow had actually broken through to the loose immortal realm. Interesting, no wonder she was so fearless. Hanju watched for a while before returning to cultivate. Li Yao's appearance was just like entertainment to him. It was like watching a drama. He didn't want to participate and only wanted to watch. She has already broken through to the loose immortal realm. You have to hurry, Hanju said to Tao Comprehension Sword. Tao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and said, the heavenly sword Tao is too difficult to cultivate. It's delaying my cultivation realm. Then increase your cultivation level first and cultivate later. Then, I can definitely break through to the loose immortal realm. I don't want to hear, but, soon. Fine. Tao Comprehension Sword was agitated. She couldn't lose to that woman. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. Tao Comprehension Sword's potential was still very strong. In addition to the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, her cultivation speed was naturally not slow. However, she had been comprehending the heavenly sword Tao. Numinous Palace. The heavenly emperor sat on the emperor's throne. There were only two immortals in the hall, Di Teibai and the divine general. Di Teibai asked, "Divine general, has Marshal Shen Peng confessed?" The divine general replied, "No. He doesn't want to talk about the faction behind him, but I'm guessing it's related to the Buddhists. His master should be one of the great Buddhas. He's very likely the Supreme Buddha who has disappeared for a long time." Supreme Buddha. Di Teibai's expression changed slightly. The heavenly emperor said slowly, "If it's the Supreme Buddha, it might not be related to the Buddhists. I'm thinking that other than the Divine Palace, Buddhist sect, and Demon Court, there might be another behemoth hiding in the dark, such as the three factions of the Tao sect who were desolate during the divine investiture calamity." His tone was calm, but it moved Di Teibai and the divine general. The divine investiture calamity was a legendary calamity. It had occurred deep in the long river of history. The divine general frowned. Didn't the Tao ancestor order the Tao sect to no longer participate in the battle of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly emperor replied, "That was in the past. Now that the Tao ancestor has been in seclusion for countless years, if the ancient existences of the Tao sect want to break through to become stronger, they have to fight for the providence of the heavenly Tao." The Tao Lord's arrival was a sign. Di Teibai frowned and asked, "Then, what should we do about the heavenly court? There are too many immortal gods of the Tao sect mixed into the heavenly court." During the ancient divine investiture battle, the Tao ancestor forced the cultivators of the three factions of the Tao sect to become gods of the heavenly court. If the Tao sect makes a comeback, they will definitely defect. What's there to be afraid of? The heavenly court has the four extreme emperors, 3 divine generals, and 36 immortal monarchs, and prodigies like Hanju are still growing. I have long prepared for such concerns. The heavenly emperor said domineeringly, not afraid of the three factions of the Tao sect at all. The divine general asked, "How's Hanju's cultivation?" Di Teibai stroked his beard and smiled. "He killed a mystic immortal not long ago." "That's not bad. This child's personality is the opposite of yours. He's suitable to guard the heavenly court in the future." "Yes, I also think highly of him. Although he likes to cultivate diligently, he's definitely not afraid of trouble when it comes." The divine general smiled and looked forward to Hanju's future. The heavenly emperor said, "Continue the investigation. All the immortals and gods colluding with Marshal Shen Peng have to be investigated clearly. If they resist, kill them directly. It's time for the parasites to be purged. In addition, investigate some of Jade Emperor Hao Tian's old accomplices. If there are still ancient gods who believe in him, record them down. I'll remove their divine positions." Di Teibai hurriedly replied, "Yes." The divine general added, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as I'm here, I will ensure that Your Majesty's position will last forever." His expression was solemn and his eyes were determined. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 20 years passed. Hanju had yet to break through, but his dharmic powers were constantly increasing. The time needed to defeat Di Teibai was also decreasing. On this day, Hanju was cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure envelop the Scarlet Cloud world. This pressure was only directed at the immortals, so mortals couldn't sense it. Hanju hurriedly checked the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Dragon Subduing Buddha. Late Stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Divine Buddha of the Buddhist Sect. Hanju frowned. Divine Buddha of the Buddhist Sect. He immediately thought of Xuan Chang'an. Was he here to find him? Hanju searched for the other party's location and found that the Dragon Subduing Buddha was in the void, stopped by the Flame Lord Emperor. The two of them were both at the late stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm and were at odds. Chapter 207 Ancient Spiritual Ginseng Awakens. Above Scarlet Cloud World, in the void. Flame Lord Emperor was expressionless as he stared at an imposing monk emitting a Buddhist light. This dignified monk was the Dragon Subduing Buddha. He was wrapped in a golden dragon and had strong muscles. He was very domineering. "Amitabha, fellow Taoist, are you really not letting me pass?" The Dragon Subduing Buddha said coldly, his tone filled with threat. Flame Lord Emperor smiled disdainfully. "This is our heavenly court's mortal world. How can you enter as you wish? Even if we fight today, the gods of the heavenly court will definitely arrive soon. The heavenly court has yet to settle scores with the Buddhist sect after the calamity hundreds of years ago. You came knocking on our door. Make your move, let me experience the power of the divine Buddha." Facing the fearless Flame Lord Emperor, Dragon Subduing Buddha frowned. He didn't expect him to be so rash. In the current immortal world, who did not give the Buddhist sect face. The eyes of the dragon-subduing Buddha turned cold. He snorted, "Flame Lord Emperor, this karma is not resolved." The Flame Lord Emperor smiled disdainfully. On the other hand, Hanju was in the simulation trial. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed. The Divine Buddha is quite impressive. The late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm Dragon-subduing Buddha was actually stronger than the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm Ditabai. In the end, Hanju barely managed to kill the dragon-subduing Buddha, but only his soul remained. The outcome was tragic. I can't provoke the dragon-subduing Buddha easily. Hanju thought silently. He checked the location of the dragon-subduing Buddha again and discovered that he had already left. Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and searched for Xuan Chang'an. He found him in no time. Hanju's expression became strange. Xuan Chang'an was sitting by the sea, facing it. His body emitted a Buddhist glow and his temperament had changed. Although he was still ugly, under the sacred aura, he was no longer so disgusting. Xuan Chang'an's cultivation level had actually soared to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. What happened? Hanju immediately used his divine sense to probe Xuan Chang'an. He wasn't possessed, but there was a golden pearl hidden in his body. Could it be a Buddhist relic? At this moment, Mirongchi flew over from afar. He landed in front of Xuan Chang'an and said, "Master, her corpse has been buried." Xuan Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Mirongchi consoled, "Master, this calamity is already over. You don't have to think about her anymore. You didn't owe her anything, it was her who wanted too much." Xuan Chang'an said faintly, "Why can't reincarnation change human nature?" Mirongchi didn't answer. If reincarnation could transform a person's personality, would it still be the same person? "Master, what do you plan to do next?" Mirongchi asked. Xuan Chang'an said, "Let's go home." Mirongchi smiled. He had always wanted to go home. Where was home? Cultivate diligently, become a mortal mountain. Hanju heard their conversation and couldn't help but become even more curious. Xuan Chang'an's love tribulation had been broken. Forget it. He would ask when this guy returned. Hanju put down the Heavenly Tao token and sighed. My disciples and grand disciples are all old enough. They all have their own lives. Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing?" Hanju smiled and asked, "Nothing. When you attain the Tao, will you leave the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain?" Tao Comprehension Sword said in surprise, "Leave the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain? Where will I go? I was born here. I won't go anywhere unless you leave, Master." Ever since she awakened, Tao Comprehension Sword had never thought of leaving. Her world was very simple, cultivation. Hanju shook his head and laughed. This question was too early for Tao Comprehension Sword. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing the enemy. A year later, Xuan Chang'an and Mirongchi returned. Long Hao, who had already grown up, and Zhou Mingyu were very curious about them. They sat under a tree and chatted happily. Xuan Chang'an had changed too much. The Buddhist light on his body kept spreading out like he was an immortal. The black hell chicken snorted. Kaianer died again. Xuan Chang'an glanced at it and didn't speak. Mirongchi sized up Long Hao and asked curiously, "What realm are you at?" They already knew each other. Mirongchi was very curious about this little uncle master. For some reason, as soon as he saw Long Hao, he felt his blood boil, as if he had encountered a lifelong enemy. Long Hao said proudly, "I'm already a loose immortal." Mirongchi was silent, a loose immortal in his 40s. Fang Liang consoled, "Senior, don't compare yourself with him. We can't compare." Long Hao smiled proudly, "If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me. I'm your uncle master." Everyone continued chatting and listened to Mirongchi talk about his experiences over the years. The two golden crows also listened intently. After chatting for several hours, the sky turned dark. Tulinger asked curiously, "What do you think our lineage should be called?" "We're not disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect." Among everyone, only Mirongchi and Fang Liang took up the positions in the sect. The others only followed Hanju. "Indeed, we have already grown stronger and can be completely independent." Fang Liang nodded. Not to mention Hanju, just Fang Liang and Mirongchi were enough to look down on the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The Black Hell Chicken chuckled. "How about Chicken Sect?" Everyone turned around and glared at it. Ada flapped his golden crow wings to the ground. "Master, what do you think?" Fang Liang asked. Xuan Chang'an didn't speak the entire time. He felt extremely uncomfortable because Chu Shiren had been staring at him, causing him to shiver. He said, "We can only listen to Master." At this moment, the cave abode door opened and Han Ju and Dao Comprehension Sword walked out. Long Hao immediately came over and said excitedly, "Master, you're finally out. When are you going to teach me your mystical power?" Han Ju sized him up and sighed. "In the blink of an eye, you're already so big. I'll teach you my mystical power tomorrow." Long Hao was handsome and looked like the son of the Heavenly Emperor. They looked very similar. Long Hao had the best relationship with the three-headed worm king on the mountain. The others were busy cultivating, and only the black hell chicken and the three-headed worm king had the time to play with him. The three-headed worm king had already reached the peak of the Mahayana realm and could transcend the tribulation at any time. Han Ju came in front of Xuan Chang'an and asked, "How have you been?" The moment he saw Han Ju, Xuan Chang'an's suppressed emotions finally erupted. His eyes instantly turned red. He lowered his head and choked. "Master, I feel bitter." In front of Murong Qi, he had to maintain his role as the master. Only when facing Han Ju could he let go of the burden in his heart. Xuan Chang'an began to wail, no longer as imposing as before. Han Ju felt a little sad seeing this. This was still his disciple, after all. In the cultivation world, master and disciple were like father and son. Han Ju helped Xuan Chang'an to the edge of the cliff and sat down. Murong Qi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, cultivate separately. Stop looking." Everyone nodded, but during the cultivation process, they listened intently. Long Hao was the most curious. Why was this senior brother crying so sadly? He sat beside the three-headed worm king and asked with a voice transmission. The three-headed worm king replied in a meaningful tone, "He has encountered the most difficult trial in the world. Love." Long Hao was even more puzzled. Love? Why? At the edge of the cliff, Xuan Chang'an began to complain to Han Ju, who listened patiently. Detected that the ancient spiritual ginseng is awakening. You have the following choices. 1. Stop Xuan Chang'an from awakening and let him continue to fall into the love tribulation. You can obtain a supreme treasure. 2. Help Xuan Chang'an awaken and escape the love tribulation. It will attract the Buddhist sect's attention. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Chapter 208 Emperor Dao's Supreme Treasure, Zhou Fan's Hope. Looking at the choices in front of him, Han Ju didn't make a decision immediately but continued to listen to Xuan Chang'an's complaints. The story was that simple. Under Xuan Chang'an's protection, the reincarnated Kaianer successfully joined a sect but fell in love with another man. After Xuan Chang'an learned of this, he was in extreme pain. But for the sake of true love, he could only give her his blessing and continue to protect her. Later, Kaianer's husband discovered this and wanted to make use of him, so he asked Kaianer to ask him for all sorts of things. Xuan Chang'an didn't notice it at first. It was Murong Qi who discovered this. Xuan Chang'an was not angry but heartbroken. Murong Qi couldn't take it anymore and taught Kaianer's husband a lesson. Who knew that he would die the moment he touched that fellow? Murong Qi was stunned on the spot. He swore that he really didn't use much strength. After that, Kaianer hated Murong Qi and Xuan Chang'an to the core. She married a fiendish cultivator and wanted to seek revenge. But in the current world, which fiendish cultivator was Murong Qi's match? Murong Qi would kill any fiendish cultivator who came. Kaianer kept remarrying, and her hatred for Xuan Chang'an continued to deepen. It was only later that she was plotted against by the fiendish cultivators and got her life force stolen. She aged overnight and lost all her cultivation. After Han Ju heard that, he was secretly shocked. This was too ridiculous. On second thought, Han Ju felt that something was wrong. Did Kaianer lose her brain? She would rather marry various fiendish cultivators and become immoral than follow Xuan Chang'an. Also, Murong Qi had merely touched Kaianer's husband and he had died. Could it be that there was a Buddha secretly manipulating it? Master, I really don't want to love anymore. I don't want to miss Kaianer anymore. I really don't want. But why do I feel like there's a mental demon in my heart? Why do I always see her smile and frown? I'm already at the tribulation transcendence realm. How can I be more stubborn than mortals? Xuan Chang'an said in despair. His pupils had already turned golden. He had already begun to suspect that he didn't really like Kaianer. It was just a curse and a calamity. Han Ju hesitated. Seeing Xuan Chang'an in so much pain, he couldn't choose the first option. Choosing to stop Xuan Chang'an could save him some trouble, but he would continue to suffer endlessly. What am I afraid of? The dragon subduing Buddha can't defeat me. Even if the Buddhists have stronger gods and Buddhas, I still have the heavenly court behind me. They're enemies, to begin with. Han Ju's eyes flickered as he made a decision. He slowly raised his right hand and placed his index finger on Xuan Chang'an's forehead. Xuan Chang'an was stunned, not understanding what Han Ju wanted to do. Han Ju said calmly, "It's really not your fault. You were actually struck by a love tribulation." Love tribulation? Xuan Chang'an was shocked. Before he could think further, Han Ju's domineering dharmic powers rushed into his body. His divine sense directly probed into the depths of Xuan Chang'an's soul. In the depths of his soul, the relic was trembling violently. It emitted a mysterious power that constantly attacked his soul. The relic was resisting the love tribulation. Han Ju used his divine sense to help. After a long while, Han Ju retracted his hand. Xuan Chang'an closed his eyes and began to meditate. The memories of his previous life began to awaken. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. "You chose to help Xuan Chang'an escape the love tribulation. You obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure Diamond 5 Elements Bracelet." Diamond 5 Elements Bracelet. Defensive Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure. It can withstand a blow from an immortal emperor and absorb 5 elements immortal chi. Defensive Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure. It could withstand a blow from an immortal emperor. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. What a treasure! He had made a killing. Han Ju stood up and walked to Long Hao. "What mystical power do you want to learn?" Long Hao said excitedly, "Of course, the strongest mystical power." Han Ju couldn't help but smile. "In that case, I'll teach you the heartless flying sword." Cough cough. Han Ju could only think about it and didn't dare to really do it. He decided to impart the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to him. Several days later, Han Ju's teaching was over, and Xuan Chang'an woke up. His entire body transformed, and his face started to peel off. His ugly face actually became extremely handsome, second only to Han Ju. This shocked everyone. "What's happening? Master is possessed. Senior brother, are you all right? The ugly monk has become handsome. Master, what happened to him?" Everyone surrounded Xuan Chang'an. Han Ju didn't answer but turned around and returned to his cave abode. Xuan Chang'an opened his eyes. His pupils had turned golden, and his skin was fair. He was handsome and looked like a beautiful monk. Murong Qi was the most shocked. The only one who frowned was Chu Shiren. Seeing Xuan Chang'an's transformation, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Xuan Chang'an stood up and knelt down to Han Ju. This was a sincere action. Even if he regained his memories of his previous life, he was willing to acknowledge this master. "From now on, I have nothing to do with the Buddhist sect. I will only follow you, my master." Xuan Chang'an thought firmly. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. "Xuan Chang'an's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Ju was relieved. This was a good disciple who knew how to repay kindness. Han Ju didn't believe in promises. He only believed in favorability. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju took out the Diamond 5 Elements bracelet and started to make it recognize him as its owner. Dragon Subduing Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Heavenly Rage Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4.5 stars. Finally, Han Ju immediately checked the information of the Heavenly Rage Buddha. Heavenly Rage Buddha, cultivation unknown. Divine Buddha of the Buddhist sect. The previous owner of the ancient spiritual ginseng. He deduced that you helped the ancient spiritual ginseng resolve the love tribulation and developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4.5 stars. Unknown cultivation level, that was an immortal emperor. No wonder the love tribulation was so difficult to resolve. Han Ju thought silently. After the Diamond 5 Elements bracelet successfully recognized him as its owner, he immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Heavenly Rage Buddha. From then on, the curse list had 2 more names. After cursing all the enemies, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Tabai, pretending to ask who the Heavenly Rage Buddha was. "One of the divine Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, he's an immortal emperor." "How do you know him?" Di Tabai asked in surprise. Han Ju replied, "I was threatened by him in my dreams. He said that he wanted to kill me. Since they were enemies, it didn't matter how he fabricated it." Di Tabai said in a low voice, "I will report this to the Heavenly Emperor. You don't have to worry." After severing the connection with the Heavenly Dao token, Han Ju continued cultivating. The most important thing now was to break through to the late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm. In a golden hall stood a huge cauldron. A figure floated above it. The figure had disheveled hair and a naked body. It was muscular and looked like a human-shaped ferocious beast. It was Zhou Fan. An old Taoist stood in front of the cauldron. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. To be able to endure such pain, in a sense, you can be considered a genius. Zhou Fan's face distorted as he gritted his teeth. How much longer? It's still early. Hold on. As long as you can endure it, you will reach the immortal realm. How is the immortal realm compared to the heavenly troops? Of course, you will surpass the heavenly soldiers. As for the heavenly generals, they are different. It's impossible to say. Zhou Fan was pleasantly surprised. Ever since Han Ju had fought against the heavenly troops, he had always targeted them. He could finally catch up to Han Ju. Chapter 209 Late Stage Reincarnation Mystic Immortal Realm, Suppressing an Immortal Emperor. Mortals have limited vision. They only know about the heavenly troops, but the immortal world doesn't just have the heavenly court. The old Taoist shook his head and smiled. His tone was filled with disdain. Zhou Fan jolted when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "I'm only an elder of a sect." "Your sect is stronger than the heavenly court. We're a sect under the heavenly court." Zhou Fan almost cursed. "Then what are you bragging about?" The old Taoist snorted. "Focus on cultivation and don't think too much." Zhou Fan could only suppress his anger and stop thinking about it. Ever since Xuan Chang'an's love tribulation was removed, he began to focus on cultivation. His talent had been completely stimulated. To be able to make the Buddhist sect so concerned, the ancient spiritual ginseng was naturally not simple. Its cultivation speed increased exponentially. It could be said to be traveling at a tremendous pace. Of course, the most talented person under Han Ju was still Long Hao. Next were Chu Shiren and Murong Qi. Chu Shiren was still very resistant to cultivation and was often distracted. Murong Qi's talent was getting stronger. It seemed that the divine palace war god was about to awaken. After Han Ju imparted the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to Long Hao, he quickly grasped it. Such potential was simply ridiculous. Han Ju entered cultivation again. As time passed, Xing Hongxuan, Chang Yue, and Fairy Shizan occasionally went out to train. Their cultivation levels also increased. With the heavenly puppet, the mortal world was like a garden to them. They wouldn't encounter any danger. It was even harder to break through to the late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm than Han Ju imagined. After 40 years, he finally broke through. Late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Han Ju's dharmic powers soared. He only needed 5 minutes to defeat Dite by now. As for Marshal Shenpeng, Han Ju wouldn't win with just his soul left. Against the dragon subduing Buddha, his killing time was also greatly reduced. Although Han Ju cultivated diligently, his combat strength was also increasing. The three of them became Han Ju's sparring partners. Fighting with the three of them would increase his experience in dealing with the immortal gods and Buddhas. Unlike cultivators in the mortal world, immortals had many Dharma treasures. In the mortal world, Dharma spells and mystical powers were more useful than Dharma artifacts. However, in the immortal world, Dharma treasures were sometimes stronger than mystical powers. For example, dragon subduing Buddha. His Buddhist staff was very terrifying. Han Ju felt that it was not difficult for it to turn the Scarlet Cloud world into ashes. After the simulation trial, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. As usual, he began checking his emails at the same time. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a sea calamity that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your enemy Heavenly Rage Buddha was attacked by your good friend, the Divine General. He was severely injured. Your enemy Dragon Subduing Buddha was attacked by your good friend, the Divine General. He was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a Divine Buddha X18. Your good friend Divine General was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Huang Jihao has ascended. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has left the mortal world. Your disciple Tulinger has awakened a grand magus mystical power. Han Ju's favorability towards the Divine General increased rapidly. As expected of the #1 fighter of the heavenly court. He even dared to attack the Heavenly Rage Buddha and the Dragon Subduing Buddha. It seemed that the Divine General was also an extremely powerful existence among immortal emperors. The Heavenly Emperor was really going all out to offend the Buddhist sect for his sake. Han Ju thought about it and guessed that the Heavenly Emperor was also holding his breath and wanted to vent. He truly loved such a powerful heavenly court. Wasn't joining a major faction to pursue protection. Han Ju was in a good mood. As for what had happened to the others in the emails, he didn't care much, including the chaotic heavenly dog's departure. It was very difficult for this divine beast of Providence to die. Even if it encountered a mighty figure, it would at most be captured. Several months later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. He discovered that Li Yao had already left the city and was hiding in a forest to cultivate. She was isolated from the world. In the mountains and rivers, she wore white. A cool breeze blew past, making her look as beautiful as a painting. She had also been breaking through. Not bad. At this rate, she would become an Earth immortal in 50 years. Hanju became interested. Was this a mortal world or part of the immortal world? He sent his divine sense into the Nine Heavens Galaxy water and probed in all directions. Most of the living beings were below the Mahayana realm, and there was no lack of chi refinement realm cultivators. She should be in the mortal world. No matter how weak the immortal world was, it was impossible for there to be chi refinement realm existences. Not long after, Hanju caught sight of a grand unity Earth immortal. This mortal world was very powerful. The heavenly Tao could actually allow a grand unity Earth immortal to exist. However, this grand unity Earth immortal had an extremely high status. He was a grand elder of a large sect. This large sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples. The overall cultivation level of the disciples was countless times stronger than the Jade Pure Sacred sect. Hanju looked at it for a while before retracting his divine sense. He stared at Li Yao and fell into deep thought. Tao Comprehension Sword's voice floated over, "Master, why are you looking at her again? What do you think of her? Do you want to bring her here?" She sounded jealous. Hanju replied, "She's not simple. I just want to see how high her achievements will be." There was a strange power in Li Yao's body. It was not simple. Although this force was not enough to threaten Hanju, it could let Li Yao cross realms to kill the enemy. Tao Comprehension Sword snorted, feeling that he was lying. 5 minutes later, Hanju returned to the bed and took out the Heavenly Tao token to check. Recently, Scarlet Cloud World's ranking didn't increase. It remained around 1,800, making Hanju heave a sigh of relief. Hanju was surprised to find that there were more mortal worlds under the Heavenly Court now. The lowest ranking was 10,078. Were these mortal worlds created by the immortal gods, or were they plundered? Hanju didn't understand. "Hanju, come out." A voice entered his ears. It was Di Tabai. The voice came from the void above the Scarlet Cloud World. Why didn't Di Tabai come to find him? Puzzled, Hanju hurriedly used the simulation trial and discovered that Flame Lord Emperor was gone. What happened? After confirming that he was the real Di Tabai, Hanju went to see him. The two met in the void. Di Tabai's expression was very ugly and dark. Hanju asked, "Where's the Flame Lord Emperor?" Di Tabai replied, "He betrayed the Heavenly Court. It might be related to Marshal Shenpeng." Betrayed? Hanju frowned. If the Flame Lord Emperor was a spy, why did he work so hard and still dare to resist the dragon subduing Buddha? Marshal Shenpeng became an immortal emperor in the heavenly prison not long ago. While the divine general was not around, he wanted to wreak havoc in the heavenly court. Many immortals and gods helped him. Hanju asked nervously, "Where's His Majesty?" Why was it that after only a few hundred years, someone stirred up trouble in the heavenly court again? Was the heavenly court an express dungeon? Di Tabai smiled and said, "His Majesty naturally took action. He suppressed Marshal Shenpeng with a single hand and imprisoned his body in the heavenly hall. His soul was sent down to the mortal world. Suppressing an immortal emperor with one hand. The heavenly emperor was a little powerful." Hanju hurriedly said, "Don't let him be reincarnated into the Scarlet Cloud World." He wanted to stay away from potential enemies. Of course. Di Tabai rolled his eyes at him. Di Tabai asked, "Do you remember Ji Shanshan?" When Hanju heard that, his anxiety rose again. He asked, "What's wrong with him? If he committed a crime, it has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't order him to do it." Chapter 210 Chaos in the Heavenly Court, Grand Disciples Ascension. "I didn't say that I doubted you. Why are you feeling guilty?" Di Tabai retorted angrily. After getting closer to Hanju, he no longer put on airs. Hanju asked, "What's wrong with him?" Di Tabai said, "This child often fights with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Occasionally, he injures people too severely and offends many immortals and gods. Someone reported that he was once very close to Marshal Shenpeng." Hanju said in surprise, "He has only ascended for a few years. There's no need for him to betray us, right? As for fighting, he looked for me in the past but didn't dare to anymore. Ji Shanshan was really courting death. His Majesty only promoted him to a heavenly general because of you." Now that the heavenly court is in turmoil, His Majesty intends to eliminate the lingering forces of the former heavenly emperor, Hao Tian. Now that all the gods of the heavenly court are taking sides, Ji Shanshan might be used to distract others, Di Teibai said solemnly. Cleaning up Hao Tian's old forces. Wait, wasn't Hao Tian reincarnated as Long Hao? The heavenly emperor doesn't know about this. Han Ju frowned and hesitated to mention it. If this was revealed, would it offend Hao Tian? The fact that the heavenly emperor was so wary of Hao Tian meant that he was stronger than him. He was only temporarily weakened. The more Han Ju thought about it, the more conflicted he was. Di Teibai asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Could it be that you're also?" Han Ju snorted. "Yes, I'm a spy who hides in the mortal world and cultivates. I don't bother getting close to the people in the heavenly court, either." Di Teibai shook his head and laughed. He was naturally joking. However, he didn't expect Han Ju to realize how abnormal he was. Han Ju continued to ask, "Can the heavenly emperor stabilize the situation? There's been a lot of unrest recently. If this time, several hundred years ago, he had just undergone the demon saint tribulation. Now, he had also undergone the tribulation of Marshal Shen Peng. If he were to clean up Hao Tian's old accomplices, wouldn't he immediately collapse?" Being quick was not always a bad thing. Di Teibai smiled and said, "Don't worry, the heavenly court is still in His Majesty's control. Hao Tian's old friends are still in the minority. His Majesty has more than just the divine generals under him." His tone was full of confidence. In that case, Han Ju had nothing to say. After the Flame Lord Emperor left, will a new guardian come? Han Ju asked. Without the Flame Lord Emperor around, he felt insecure, even though that guy was not as strong as him anyway. Di Teibai said, "I'm here to talk about this. How's your strength? If it's not bad, you'll have to rely on yourself during this period of time. I'll cast a barrier around you. If an enemy comes, it'll inform me immediately. I'll come as quickly as possible to provide assistance. The heavenly court will be very busy during this period of time." As the leader of the literature immortals, Di Teibai had many things to do. He could even be said to be the busiest immortal of the heavenly court. Hearing this, Han Ju felt a little pity, but he could only accept it. "It's fine, I can do it," Han Ju replied. As long as no immortal emperor came, he could withstand it. Di Teibai nodded and quickly left. Han Ju turned around and looked at the scarlet cloud world. It was surrounded by countless stars and looked so tiny. "I hope the Buddhists won't find trouble with me during this period of time." Han Ju thought silently. The heavenly river was located above the 9 heavens. It surrounded the heavenly court's halls and pierced through the 4 heavenly gates. Ji Shanshan sat by the river and cultivated. A hint of killing intent lingered between his brows. His expression kept changing. Sometimes it was ecstasy, sometimes pain, sometimes anger, sometimes sorrow. At this moment, a voice kept bewitching him. "You have an invincible heart. You're the only immortal god in the world. Why are you serving these fake immortal gods? Why can't you become a heavenly emperor yourself? Why can't you become the strongest in the immortal world?" Ji Shanshan suddenly opened his eyes and raised his arms. Terrifying dharmic powers shook the heavenly river in front of him, causing water to splatter everywhere. He breathed heavily, his face ashen. "Damn it, did I encounter a mental demon? Is this mystical power a trap?" Ji Shanshan gritted his teeth as he thought. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered a mental demon, so he was a little flustered. He didn't know who to ask for help in the huge heavenly court. If the words of his mental demon spread, how could the heavenly emperor tolerate him? For some reason, Ji Shanshan suddenly thought of Han Ju. "No, I have to descend into the mortal world." After the Flame Lord Emperor disappeared, Han Ju didn't dare to focus too much during his cultivation. To prevent any accidents, he created a heavenly puppet and sent it to guard the void. 2 years later, Xuan Chang'an came to visit him, wanting to learn a mystical power. Han Ju didn't refuse. He went out to teach the mystical power. The others wanted to learn it too, so they watched from the side. Xuan Chang'an's cultivation level increased very quickly. He was about to break through to the Mahayana realm. Before breaking through the love tribulation, he had already relied on the relic to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. After Han Ju finished teaching him the mystical power, Fang Liang suddenly said, "Grand Master, I want to ascend." "Can I?" Han Ju looked at him deeply and said, "If you want to, then go." The others didn't follow suit. They felt that it was good to cultivate on the immortal mountain. "So fast, be careful not to get beaten up." Murong Qi frowned. He had the best relationship with him. They were like brothers, so he naturally didn't want to see Fang Liang in trouble. Fang Liang said, I thought for a long time before deciding to head to the upper world. Murong Qi asked, then, do you want me to accompany you? You can't, Han Ju suddenly interrupted. The two of them couldn't help but look at him with puzzled expressions. Han Ju said, you can't leave the mortal world unless you surpass me. Surpass Grand Master? Murong Qi was shocked, and the others had strange expressions. Although they were amazed by each other's talent, it was not worth mentioning compared to Han Ju. Han Ju was the most talented among them. Grand Master, why? Murong Qi asked. Han Ju waved his hand and said, for your own good. With that, he stood up and left. It wasn't to return to the cave abode, but to the void outside the Scarlet Cloud world. Murong Qi fell into deep thought. He didn't dislike Han Ju's overbearingness. He felt that he must have his reasons for saying that. Recently, he had been seeing some images during his cultivation. Could it be related to his previous life? Everyone had their own past lives. Kaianer had one, Xuan Chang'an had one, and so did he. Grand Master must know something. In the void, Ji Shanshan carefully advanced. This was the first time he had left the immortal world. The void was vast and boundless, making it difficult for him to determine his direction. Han Ju suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him so much that he stepped back. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was him. Why are you here? Ji Shanshan asked nervously. Han Ju raised his hand expressionlessly. 6-path soul absorption technique. The terrifying wind pressure sucked at Ji Shanshan, but an invisible force pressed down on him, preventing him from flying towards Han Ju. The feeling of being squeezed was extremely uncomfortable. Ji Shanshan was about to curse when a black shadow was sucked out of his body and quickly landed in Han Ju's hand. Han Ju stopped and frowned. Ji Shanshan was shocked. Could this be his mental demon? A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Marshal Shenpeng has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 2 stars. Chapter 211 Cursing the Enemy to Death, Powerful Protagonist. Marshal Shenpeng. Han Ju frowned. Could it be that Ji Shanshan was really related to Marshal Shenpeng? The black shadow in his palm condensed into a face that could not be seen clearly. A cold voice sounded, Kid. Don't interfere in the Buddhist sect's matters. The Buddhist sect? Marshal Shenpeng was a spy of the Buddhist sect. Han Ju asked, who are you? Why are you hiding in my good friend's body? HMPH, I'm the Buddhist sect's Bodhisattva Wufa. He obtained my inheritance. I want to nurture him. Bodhisattva Wufa. Han Ju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Marshal Shenpeng. His cultivation is unknown. As a disciple of the Tao sect's Jia school, his identity has been exposed. His physical body has been suppressed and his main soul has been forced to reincarnate. However, he has a backup plan. He wants to use his soul fragment to nurture a successor before saving himself. He also wants to sow discord between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Because you obstructed him, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 2 stars. Disciple of the Tao sect's Jia school. A spy disguised as a spy. Han Ju was speechless. However, the Jia school aroused Han Ju's vigilance. Didn't the Tao sect decline? Could it be that the divine investiture calamity in the myths really existed? Did the author receive a revelation in his dreams that allowed him to write the story? Was it an actual part of history? Han Ju thought further. Let me give you a piece of advice. Mind your own business. Marshal Shenpeng's voice sounded again. He deliberately disguised himself as another voice, afraid that Han Ju would notice. If the Heavenly Emperor knew that he still had a backup plan, he would really be finished. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, go find the others. He let go, and the black aura immediately fled. Marshal Shenpeng has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju's face twitched. What a fickle man. Ji Shanshan asked nervously, what does the Buddhist sect want? Why are they targeting me? Han Ju stared at him and said seriously, maybe it's because you're weak. If it were me, it's impossible for him to succeed. Ji Shanshan, why are you back? I thought I had a mental demon, so I came to find you. Now that it's settled, why don't we fight? You'll die. Are you serious? Forget it, then. Ji Shanshan was frightened and decided not to take the risk. He really missed Han Ju after not seeing him for hundreds of years. He asked curiously, Cao Cao, what realm are you at now? Han Ju said, almost the same as the heavenly general. Ji Shanshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was also a heavenly general. Perhaps the difference in strength was great, but their cultivation realms shouldn't be too far apart. The heavenly court is taking sides recently. Be careful, Han Ju reminded. Ji Shanshan was from the same mortal world as him. He didn't want him to die. Of course, if Ji Shanshan insisted on courting death, there was nothing he could do. Ji Shanshan nodded. The two of them chatted for a while before Ji Shanshan returned. Once the mental demon was resolved, he had nothing to worry about. He only wanted to go back and cultivate. Han Ju also returned. 4 years later, Han Ju took out the heavenly Tao token and told Di Tabai about Marshal Shen Peng pretending to be Bodhisattva Wufa. He also asked him not to spread the news. After a few years, Marshal Shen Peng should not suspect him. How do you know about this? Di Tabai asked suspiciously. Han Ju said, as long as you get the information, why do you have to ask this? Just investigate if it's true. He couldn't be bothered to fabricate a lie in case he had to make more in the future. Di Tabai fell silent and then cut off the connection. Han Ju continued to cultivate. Although the cultivation world was in turmoil and fighting was endless, from the overall perspective of the Scarlet Cloud world, it was considered calm and there were no calamities. During Han Ju's cultivation, Fang Liang ascended. Han Ju recommended Fang Liang to Di Tabai and asked the heavenly court to take care of him. Di Tabai agreed with a smile. He could also tell that Fang Liang was the son of heaven and earth of the Scarlet Cloud world. Even if Han Ju didn't say anything, the heavenly court would accept him. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. While cultivating, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang received guidance from an immortal god. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun was attacked by demons x 7940. Your good friend Marshal Shen Peng was attacked by your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor. His soul fragment has dissipated and his body has been dealt with by the heavenly punishment. Your good friend Di Tabai was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Because of your curse and the bad luck of your grand disciple Su Qi, your enemy Taoist Dan Qing's cultivation was crippled and fell to the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Your enemy Vermilion Bird suffered from Qi deviation due to your curse and turned into a ferocious beast. Your enemy Vermilion Bird was killed by the Vermilion Bird Divine Clan because he harmed an area. He died and his Tao dissipated. Your good friend Mo Fucho cultivated the Devil Race's cultivation technique and summoned the true Devil servants of the Devil Race. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. Vermilion Bird was finally cursed to death by him. As for Taoist Dan Qing, his cultivation level had declined. That was good. Han Ju's goal was to kill Taoist Dan Qing before he could settle scores with him. Even if Han Ju's cultivation was stronger, he still had to be cautious. Since ancient times, there had been many cases of the weak defeating the strong. He couldn't be careless on the path of cultivation. If he was careless, he would lose and die. Han Ju also noticed Marshal Shen Peng's situation. He could only silently sympathize. It couldn't be helped. The factions were different. Han Ju had to make the heavenly court stronger. There was no reason to help the enemy. The stronger the heavenly court was, the more stable Han Ju's cultivation would be. Han Ju looked down and became happier. Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly said, Master, the woman you're paying attention to is in danger. Han Ju was busy cursing and said, it's fine. She can survive. She's surrounded. There are more than 1,000 enemies. Believe her. She's severely injured. Oh, Han Ju frowned. Should he put down the Book of Misfortune and save Li Yao? He had quite a good impression of her. Tao Comprehension Sword cried out, there's no need. She killed all the enemies with one strike. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Not bad. Those who could gain an illogical burst of strength were all model protagonists. Another enemy is here. It's very similar to when the heavenly court cleaned up the mortal world, Tao Comprehension Sword exclaimed again. Han Ju's hand holding the Book of Misfortune trembled. He was in a dilemma. Did he have to put down the Book of Misfortune and save her? Impressive. She actually killed the enemy again. Impressive. Tao Comprehension Sword's tone actually carried a hint of admiration. It could be seen how strong Li Yao was. She could make Tao Comprehension Sword change from jealousy to admiration. Han Ju forced himself not to extend his divine sense to watch the battle, lest it affected him from cursing the enemy. Tao Comprehension Sword fell silent and began to watch seriously. Han Ju didn't say anything. After a while, Tao Comprehension Sword sighed. This person is so powerful. I feel that no one can defeat her. Han Ju asked, how's the situation? Tao Comprehension Sword said, she killed all the enemies. She's probably on the run now. Han Ju was even more curious about Li Yao now. She could even kill enemies from the upper world. She was worth roping in. Several months later, Han Ju finally cursed all his enemies. He put down the Book of Misfortune and went to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Li Yao was cultivating in a cave. She was still dressed in white, and her expression was calm. It was difficult to imagine that she had experienced a fierce battle a few months ago. Chapter 212 Hidden Sect, Thinking of Becoming the Heavenly Emperor. Hanju looked at Li Yao for a while and probed with his divine sense into the nine heavens galaxy water, secretly giving Li Yao a six paths insignia. He hesitated to befriend her. In the cave, Li Yao seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned and looked around the cave. Strange. Li Yao muttered to herself. She raised her right hand, placed her index and middle fingers together, and swiped them in front of her. Her eyes turned purple. Hanju was amused. What was this? Yin-yang eye. Hanju immediately sent her a voice transmission. Your perception is really good. You can actually sense my existence. He deliberately acted mysterious. Li Yao frowned even more and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Ever since she had betrayed her family, her heart had been frozen. She didn't believe anyone. Hanju's voice made her think that an expert from the Liu family had come. After all, she had killed many of their experts half a year ago. Hanju asked, Are you in a mortal world? Li Yao was even more confused. From the other party's question, he shouldn't be from the Liu family. It's a mortal world. Senior, are you from the immortal world? Li Yao asked. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to be honest with her. He couldn't be bothered to be mysterious. Hanju smiled and said, We're actually fated to meet. Li Yao was silent, feeling inexplicably terrified. There was actually such a divine object in this world. If Hanju could see her, what about the other mighty figures? There should be more than one pool of nine heavens galaxy water. Countless eyes were probably staring at her. Hanju saw her horror and said, The nine heavens galaxy water can only show a son of heaven and earth that is not already projected. In other words, other than me, no one is watching you. I don't spy on you every day and night. I cultivate most of the time. Your personality suits me very well. If you want to cultivate diligently and not be disturbed, you can seek refuge with me. Li Yao felt better, but she still asked warily, What do I have to do in return? Hanju said, We will be bound together for good or bad. As people of the same lineage, we will help each other when in need. Li Yao asked, I only need to help when the sect is in danger, right? Where is Senior? Scarlet Cloud World. Oh, not the immortal world, it's also a mortal world. Li Yao was silent. Someone from the mortal world was spying on her. Li Yao said, My enemies are Grand Unity Heaven Immortals. I killed a Heaven Immortal like crushing an ant. Li Yao was finally moved. Was he really an expert? This matter cannot be made public. If you want to find me, come quietly. Hanju was very satisfied with Li Yao's talent. On the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, she would also be in the top 3. Most importantly, Li Yao wasn't reckless. Once she arrived at the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, she would definitely cultivate in seclusion. Li Yao took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll try to find the Scarlet Cloud World. At this moment, she had nowhere to go. It was naturally a good thing that a senior was willing to take her in. Hanju responded and then severed the divine sense. This was also a test. If Li Yao could find the Scarlet Cloud World, Hanju would accept her. If not, it would mean that Li Yao's luck wasn't that good. Li Yao fell into deep thought and hesitated to trust Hanju. On second thought, what did he want from her? Beauty. Impossible. Although Li Yao was confident in her looks, she wasn't the number one in the world in that department. With his ability, if he wanted someone beautiful, he only needed to wave his hand. Perhaps this was really her fortuitous encounter. Li Yao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju looked at the notification and couldn't help but smile. Only 1 star. What a vigilant woman. He continued to cultivate. He had a feeling that if Li Yao wanted to come, she would definitely be able to rush over. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but rejoice after hearing Hanju and Li Yao's conversation. Fortunately, she had met her master early. If she had to cross worlds like Li Yao, she might have died on the way. Time passed. To some, it was very slow, but to others, it was very fast. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect had developed very smoothly over the years. Taoist 9 Cauldrons hardly disturbed Hanju. If he encountered trouble, Mirongchi would take action. At this point, Hanju no longer needed to personally resolve the problem for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju was already a legend in the hearts of the disciples of the sect. Even many new elders and deacons had never seen him before. It had been more than 400 years since the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Even in the cultivation world, it had been a long time. Zhou Mingyu also began to rise. She often followed Murong Qi to do missions for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and gain combat experience. Yang Tiandong and the Chaotic Heavenly Dog returned from time to time. The Chaotic Heavenly Dog had previously left the mortal world and gone to another world. It had obtained quite a fortuitous encounter, and its cultivation level had directly reached the 8th level of the body integration realm. It was already on par with the Black Hell Chicken. The Black Hell Chicken was finally stimulated and began to cultivate diligently. As the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain became stronger, the Black Hell Chicken felt that it didn't matter if it cultivated or not. In any case, if the sky collapsed, there would be others to hold it up. Chu Shiren's cultivation had always been stronger than Zhou Mingyu's despite not cultivating diligently. Tu Ling'er was already a Mahayana realm cultivator. She was talented and willing to cultivate diligently, so her cultivation level naturally increased quickly. The three-headed Worm King had transcended the tribulation not long ago and successfully became a loose immortal. Apart from Han Ju, there were 4 other immortals on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. They were the 2 golden crows, Long Hao, and the three-headed Worm King. The three-headed Worm King had more than 3 heads already, but he liked this name mainly because he was used to it. About 26 years passed. Han Ju walked out of the cave abode and called his disciples to the Fuzang tree. From now on, our lineage will be called the Hidden Sect. What do you think? Han Ju asked with a smile. Since he asked, everyone naturally had no objections and started to flatter him. The Hidden Sect is good, we're a sect hidden from the world. This name is better than the rest. Haha, it's better than the Hidden School. That sounds awkward. We finally have a name. From now on, I'm a 2nd-generation disciple of the Hidden Sect. Why not a 1st-generation disciple? Grand Master isn't a disciple. According to the legacy, Master is the 1st generation no matter what. Everyone was really happy. With a name, everyone had a stronger sense of belonging and cohesion. Long Hao chuckled and said, in the future, I'll be the war god of the Hidden Sect. If anyone dares to provoke our Hidden Sect, I won't let them off. When I become the Heavenly Emperor, the immortal position of the Heavenly Court will be chosen by his Hidden Sect disciples. Han Ju glared at him and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? How can the matter of the immortal god be taken lightly? As for the Heavenly Emperor position, don't even think about it. He's asking to get killed. The Heavenly Emperor had yet to die, but he was already thinking of snatching his position. The others scolded Long Hao as well. Usually, they didn't dare to provoke him. Now that there was a chance, they naturally had to follow suit. Murong Qi snorted, I'm the war god of the Hidden Sect. He had never been convinced by this little Uncle Master. He believed that he would surpass Long Hao one day. Long Hao didn't agree, but facing his master, he could only smile and did not dare to refute. He had always been in awe of Han Ju. The reason was that no matter how strong he became, Han Ju still made him feel unfathomable. He had heard that Han Ju had once fought an immortal god alone and forced the Heavenly Court to give up clearing the world. His father had definitely sent him to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain because of Han Ju's strength. Chapter 213 Heavenly Court's Plan, Captured Good Brother. After having a name, there must be rules. Hidden Sect disciples are not to cause trouble or bully the innocent. Of course, if anyone bullies a disciple of the Hidden Sect, as fellow disciples, you must retaliate. When you take in disciples in the future, don't make abrupt decisions. Every new disciple has to be accepted by me. Most importantly, you are not allowed to kill your fellow disciples. Han Ju said seriously. There were not many rules in the sect. After all, there were not many disciples. The disciples promised that they would remember this. Han Ju stood up and waved his right hand, bringing Long Hao to the void above the Scarlet Cloud world. This was the first time Long Hao came to the void. He was brought here by Di Teibai when he was young, but he didn't see the void along the way. He was shocked and nervous. Master, why did you bring me here? Long Hao asked. He thought that he had said something wrong and angered Han Ju. Han Ju said, I want to see your current strength. Boom, Han Ju directly unleashed the reincarnation sword intent and suppressed him. In an instant, Long Hao's face turned pale and his body trembled. Ever since he was born, this was the first time he felt like he was facing death. An unprecedented fear enveloped his heart. At this moment, his mind went blank. After 10 breaths of time, Han Ju finally retracted his reincarnation sword intent. Han Ju said expressionlessly, do you understand? Long Hao was stunned and sweating profusely. He carefully asked, understand what? Han Ju said, there's always someone stronger than you. After staying on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain for so long, do you feel that you're already very powerful? Little do you know that the world outside is even more dangerous than you think. Your senior and junior disciples are mortals, but they've been cultivating diligently. Do you think you've really left them behind? You're the son of the Heavenly Emperor. You should be far ahead of them, but you aren't. The Heavenly Emperor is not the strongest, either. Why did he send you here? It's because this place is safe. If you were in the Heavenly Court, you would have died long ago. There has been internal strife there. They have many enemies. If you go to the immortal world, you might die at any time. Han Ju's words were like sharp blades piercing into Long Hao's heart. He was really afraid. He also realized that he was too arrogant. Before today, he had always felt that he was already very strong. His divine sense covered the mortal world. Other than Han Ju, no one could compare to him. In such an environment, he would inevitably be arrogant. Han Ju continued, "However, I don't expect you to do anything for the hidden sect. I don't need it, either. We share a master-disciple relationship and I watched you grow up. I naturally hope that you can live well forever." Long Hao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Long Hao's eyes were red. His heart was filled with excitement and guilt. He clenched his fists and said, "Master, I was wrong." Han Ju smiled and said, "You're my disciple. You have also grown up. Don't always bully juniors in the future. You have to be an example, understand?" Long Hao nodded. Then, Han Ju brought him back to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. After this day, Long Hao changed. He was no longer as outspoken, but he didn't lose his confidence. He only became more restrained and no longer bullied Murong Qi, Zhou Mingyu, and Chu Shiren. Long Hao cultivated diligently, which really stimulated the others. After all, Long Hao had the greatest background. If he cultivated diligently, who could catch up? Inside the Conate cave abode, Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask, "Did you scare Hauer?" She had watched Long Hao grow up, so she was naturally concerned. "What are you saying? Why would I scare him? I'm educating him," Han Ju said angrily. Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips, thinking, "Come on. You used to scare me like this." She could only hold it in and not say it out loud. Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat at the bottom and looked at the mirror floating in the hall with a satisfied smile. Di Teibai smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this Han Ju is quite capable in educating his disciples. His little highness has also taken in some of his temperament." The Heavenly Emperor said, "How old is this brat? He's already after my throne." Di Teibai's expression changed slightly. "Your Majesty, little highness didn't say it on purpose. He doesn't know what the Heavenly Emperor entails. He only thinks that you are powerful," Di Teibai explained with a smile. The position of the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court wasn't so simple. The position of the Heavenly Emperor was never based on an inheritance system. Moreover, there were so many sons. If news of this spread, how many siblings would he offend? "Have you investigated the disciples of the Heavenly Court?" the Heavenly Emperor asked. Di Teibai nodded and said, "It's already recorded." "Where's the Divine General? Have his injuries recovered?" "He's recovered. He's cultivating at the 4 extreme emperors' place. The 4 emperors are very satisfied with him. The Divine General might learn a mystical power from them. Let him cultivate. It will also give the other heavenly generals a chance. Then, what should we do next?" "I want to go to Kunlun personally." Di Teibai frowned and asked hesitantly, "If we go to Kunlun at this time?" The Heavenly Emperor snorted. "All along, it has been others who found trouble with the Heavenly Court. I've already had enough. The Heavenly Court has to display the temperament of the Lord of all worlds." Di Teibai had a headache, but he did not dare to refute. He understood one thing. The peace of the immortal world was about to be stirred. 20 years later, Han Ju was still a distance away from the perfected reincarnation mystic immortal realm. It wasn't that easy to become a golden immortal. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. "Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by an immortal god X2. Your grand disciple Fang Liang gained an epiphany beside the heavenly river and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons X1987. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a heavenly tribulation that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. More than half of them died. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by the true dragon race X10228. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by a divine palace immortal emperor and was severely injured." Han Ju suddenly frowned. He noticed that Zhang Guxing was severely injured and was even harmed by a divine palace immortal emperor. What happened? Han Ju immediately comprehended the sword Dao and quickly entered the sword Dao river. However, he didn't see Zhang Guxing. Han Ju had a bad feeling. Did something happen to him? You're finally here. A voice entered Han Ju's ears, startling him so much that he turned to look in its direction. A figure stood not far away, staring at him. Zhang Guxing asked me to tell you something, the figure continued. Han Ju asked in surprise, what happened to my good brother? The figure replied, he was taken away by the divine palace and won't return here anymore. From now on, you will guard the sword Dao river. I will pass the divine seal to you. Han Ju asked in a low voice, is he alright? The shadow sighed. His enemy took up a higher position and imprisoned him. Back to the topic, he asked me to tell you this, perhaps you're right. I hope you can follow your Dao heart. Follow his Dao heart. Keep hiding. Han Ju's heart sank. He was about to speak when the shadow suddenly raised his hand. Then, a beam of light shot out from his index finger and hit him. Chapter 214 Guarding the Sword Dao River, Reincarnation Avatar. After a while, Han Ju regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw the sword Dao river again. The figure from before had already disappeared. Han Ju felt that everything had changed. The sword Dao river actually felt extremely familiar to him. He could even spread his divine sense. This feeling, it was as if he was observing his storage ring. From now on, he was the guardian of the sword Dao river. He could see the true appearance of the various figures. He could control the mysterious power of the sword Dao river and expel people. He could also enter and leave the sword Dao river at will. From now on, the sword Dao river would really become his home. However, Han Ju wasn't surprised. Instead, his heart was heavy. Zhang Guxing treated him quite well. When he was young and ignorant, he had even saved him. Otherwise, he would have long been crushed to death by the heavenly Dao of the sword Dao river. Moreover, whenever Han Ju was puzzled, he would ask Zhang Guxing. The two of them were master and friend. Han Ju said, Senior, who captured my good brother? He believed that the person had yet to leave. Indeed. Divine Palace's immortal emperor, Yu Tianbao. What, you want to save him? Alone, the figure's voice sounded again. Han Ju replied, I'm not an immortal emperor's match. I just wanted to know. Sword God Emperor's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 2 stars. This was the Sword God Emperor. Reduced favorability just like that. Something was wrong. Could it be that the Sword God Emperor still hoped that he would avenge Zhang Guxing? How dare he think of that? Wait, could it be that the Sword God Emperor wanted him to ask the Heavenly Court for help? Han Ju fell into deep thought. The Sword God Emperor's cold snort sounded again, let me remind you one last time. You're guarding the Sword Dao River now, so there's only one authority. You can't do whatever you want. If someone whose cultivation realm far exceeds yours enters the Sword Dao River, you won't be able to control them. Don't offend a mighty figure because of this. Han Ju understood this logic. If he could rely on the Sword Dao River to act fearlessly, Zhang Guxing wouldn't have been caught. In his opinion, the Sword Dao River was like a company. He was a security guard. He could expel people in certain situations, but he wasn't the owner of the company. He had only obtained a key. Han Ju bowed and returned to the Conate Cave abode. He took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Teibai. Senior, do you know the Divine Palace's immortal emperor, Yu Tianbao? Han Ju asked with a voice transmission. Di Teibai replied, I know. The newly appointed Divine Punishment Elder of the Divine Palace is an immortal emperor existence. He has great authority in the Divine Palace. What, he has his eyes on you? He sounded nervous. Han Ju said, he caught a good brother of mine. Is there a way to save him? Brother, where did you get this brother from? The one guarding the Sword Dao River. His name is Zhang Guxing. What, Zhang Guxing is your good brother? That's right, your aptitude in the Sword Dao is so terrifying, you'll naturally encounter him. Immediately after, Di Teibai fell into deep thought. Han Ju showed a frown. It seemed that things were very difficult. If it was in the past, Di Teibai would have agreed immediately. After a long while, Di Teibai finally spoke. Zhang Guxing was once the #1 sword cultivator in the Divine Palace. He was unparalleled in his generation but only had the sword in his heart. The palace master of the Divine Palace once wanted to betroth his daughter to him, but he rejected it. The daughter was disheartened and married Yu Tianbao instead. Although he married her, Yu Tianbao has always felt that he's inferior to Zhang Guxing. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Zhang Guxing went out to train, he was surrounded and attacked by immortal emperors. For some reason, he abandoned his body and his soul left the divine palace. He has guarded the Sword Dao River since. It's almost impossible to save Zhang Guxing. Recently, the Heavenly Court developed a good relationship with the divine palace. At most, we can help you ensure he's alive. Di Taibai's promise made Han Ju heave a sigh of relief. Being alive was better than nothing. That's fine, too. Han Ju replied as Di Taibai agreed to the matter. Di Taibai continued, leave this to the Heavenly Court. Don't rashly stand out. Your talent is terrifying, but your strength is not high enough. You're not an immortal emperor's match. Han Ju replied, I understand. After severing the connection with his divine sense, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Yu Tianbao. There could be many Yu Tianbaos in the myriad worlds, but there was only one in the divine palace. By cursing Yu Tianbao of the divine palace, Han Ju would definitely not curse wrongly. 10 years later, Han Ju cursed the divine palace's Yu Tianbao again and checked his emails at the same time. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor discussed the Tao with a mighty figure and benefited greatly. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Di Hongye was attacked by the divine palace's immortal emperor X4. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X120. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has comprehended the true meaning of the Sword Dao and comprehended a heavenly Dao mystical power. Your grand disciple Fang Liang encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained the supreme cultivation technique of the Dao sect. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a demon saint. The entire sect was slaughtered. Han Ju was a little disappointed that he didn't see Yu Tianbao being affected by the curse. However, seeing that Zhang Guxing could still comprehend a mystical power meant that he was doing well. He checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Zhang Guxing's cultivation level had become unknown. In other words, Zhang Guxing was an immortal emperor now. Brother is so cool, he escaped danger. Han Ju also noticed the Heavenly Emperor's recent situation. To be able to discuss the Tao with the Heavenly Emperor and increase his cultivation, the mighty figure was definitely not an ordinary person. Who could it be? Han Ju was curious. In addition, why were the Golden Crow Divine Clan and Divine Palace fighting? The mothers of the two Golden Crows were very fierce as they fought against the four immortal emperors. The immortal world was truly interesting. Even a mighty immortal emperor would make a move, let alone ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, he did not ascend. Otherwise, there would be many problems. Look at Zhou Fan. He had just joined a sect, but it got slaughtered. Han Ju was glad. Several months later, Han Ju cursed all the enemies. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the Heavenly Court was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and help the Heavenly Court. You can obtain a Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Continue cultivating and you can obtain a mystical power inheritance. Han Ju cursed silently. You want me to ascend? Impossible. He silently chose the second option. You choose not to ascend for the time being. You obtained a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, Reincarnation Avatar. Reincarnation Avatar. You can create an avatar with independent thoughts, and it will never betray its master. It can freely travel through the worlds and be unaffected by karma. This mystical power wasn't bad. He could create a clone to guard the Sword Dao River. That was all. Han Ju didn't want his clone to cause trouble for him. After some thinking, Han Ju began to inherit the reincarnation avatar. Another year passed. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected bearer of Connate Providence, check its origin. Han Ju frowned and immediately chose to check. Crown Prince Tion's. Mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, son of the Demon Court's Demon Emperor. He has inherited the soul of the ancient demon race's demon saint and is extremely talented. This time, he followed the Demon Court to attack the Heavenly Court. His mission is to clean up the Heavenly Court's mortal worlds. Chapter 215 Di Taibai's shock. Clean up the mortal worlds again. Are you guys serious? Han Ju cursed in his heart, feeling that these so-called immortals were crazy. If you want to fight, so be it. But don't keep involving mortals. However, Crown Prince Tion's was at the mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. It was a little troublesome. He wondered if he could kill him instantly. Moreover, this fellow had a powerful background. He was the son of the Demon Emperor. Wasn't he equivalent to Long Hao and Long Shan? Han Ju was worried. In the distant void, the heavenly puppet opened its eyes and saw a figure staring at the scarlet cloud world. It was Crown Prince Tion's. Crown Prince Tion's wore black scales, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. On careful look, he was actually a group of venomous snakes with their tongues out. His face was cold and his eyes were dark red. It was obvious that he was a vicious person. He didn't immediately attack but observed the scarlet cloud world. This world's Providence is rising the fastest in the heavenly court, but the mortals in this world are not strong. It's a little strange. Crown Prince Tions pondered silently. At this moment, the heavenly puppet asked, "What do you mean?" Crown Prince Tions knew at a glance that he was a puppet. He said calmly, "Come out and fight me." How arrogant. Hanju silently entered the simulation trial and asked the heavenly puppet to stall for time. "Why must you do this? Did our mortal world offend you?" the heavenly puppet asked. Without another word, Crown Prince Tions raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Boundless dharmic powers bombarded the heavenly puppet. The heavenly puppet instinctively used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to block. This heavenly puppet also had the cultivation of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Although it didn't have Hanju's combat experience, it still relied on its own dharmic powers to successfully block Crown Prince Tions's attack. Crown Prince Tions's eyes narrowed. Even the puppet could stop him. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Crown Prince Tions. He glanced over and saw Hanju. What a handsome man, a thought appeared in Crown Prince Tions's mind. He immediately raised his palm and struck. His palm transformed into a ferocious beast claw, and wisps of black aura emerged from his palm. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded like thunder. Hanju held the primordial judgment sword in his hand and slashed with it. Countless sword shadows erupted like a torrent that drowned the Crown Prince. In the torrent of sword shadows, the expression of Crown Prince Tions changed drastically. "Oh no, how can this fellow's sword chi be so powerful?" Crown Prince Tions screamed in his heart as he immediately moved and jumped out. As soon as he appeared, he felt a terrifying sword chi behind him. He immediately took out an iron halberd and was about to swing it when he was drowned by countless sword shadows. Crap! Crown Prince Tions was horrified as his body was quickly destroyed. His essence soul was protected by a mysterious force and did not suffer the destruction of the sword chi. Hanju attacked again. He raised his left hand and used six-path soul absorption to pull Crown Prince Tions in front of him. "Wait, I'm the son of the Demon Court's Demon Emperor. You can't kill me," Crown Prince Tions shouted in horror. "Crown Prince Tions has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Hanju frowned. Without another word, he used 3 pure world cleansing again to kill Crown Prince Tions's essence soul. Since they had already become enemies, he had to kill. "If you didn't develop hatred, we could still sit down and chat." Crown Prince Tions was dead. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the Konate cave abode. The void returned to silence as the sword chi dissipated like mist. After returning to the Konate cave abode, Hanju's heart pounded. Would the old one come after he killed the young? Hanju was already prepared to face an endless wave of enemies. 2 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours, 2 days passed. Seeing that he didn't receive any hatred notifications, Hanju was puzzled. Could it be that this Crown Prince Tions was not highly regarded by the Demon Emperor? He was the Crown Prince. Wait, the introduction was about the son of a Demon Emperor, not the Demon Court's Crown Prince. If he was really the Demon Court's Crown Prince, why would the Demon Emperor send him to the enemy's lair? The more Hanju thought about it, the more he felt that it was so. Time passed. After Crown Prince Tions died, the Scarlet Cloud world was not attacked again. 10 years later, Hanju was cursing the enemies when Di Taebai suddenly contacted him through the Heavenly Dao token. Hanju multitasked and contacted him with his divine sense. Recently, the Heavenly Court was attacked by the Demon Court. Many mortal worlds were devastated. "Did anything happen to you?" Di Taebai asked. Hanju replied, "I met a Grand Unity Golden Immortal." Di Taebai immediately became nervous and asked, "How's the situation? Has he already left?" "He's dead." Huh. Di Taebai was shocked. Hanju could already kill Golden Immortals. Wasn't that even more ridiculous than the reincarnated Immortal Emperor of the Divine Palace? Hanju was only 1,000 years old. Although the person from the Divine Palace could kill a Golden Immortal when he was a true Immortal, he was far older. Di Taebai was shocked. He suddenly realized that he and His Majesty might have underestimated Hanju. Di Taebai asked anxiously, "Who came looking for trouble?" Hanju didn't hide anything. He also needed the Heavenly Court to help him. Son of the demon emperor Crown Prince Tian, since you knew his identity, you still dared to kill him? Di Taebai asked with a strange tone. Han Ju asked, I have the backing of the heavenly court. Could it be that the heavenly court is afraid of the demon court? Impossible. Our heavenly court is the number one in the myriad worlds. Di Taebai was silent. He couldn't refute that. Don't tell anyone about this. I'll tell the heavenly emperor first. Don't worry, the heavenly court will always be your most reliable background. Di Taebai cut off the connection after saying this. Han Ju didn't mind and continued cursing the enemy while reading his emails. Several months later, Han Ju began to create his clone. This reincarnation avatar was going to be used to guard the Sword Dao River. 3 years later, Han Ju finally created a clone that looked exactly like himself. Dao Comprehension Sword was dumbfounded. Han Ju took out a mask and let the reincarnation avatar wear it. From now on, you're Liu Bei. Han Ju smiled and waved his hand to send the reincarnation avatar into the Sword Dao River. The reincarnation avatar's cultivation level was about the same as his, but it didn't inherit his cultivation technique memories. Although Han Ju could send his divine sense into the reincarnation avatar and control its body, he was also afraid of potential issues. Therefore, he couldn't let the reincarnation avatar be the exact same as him. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, Master, Liu Bei is your... Han Ju replied, it's just a clone. Didn't you go to the Sword Dao River before? He will guard it in the future. Dao Comprehension Sword's talent in the Sword Dao was also very strong. She had gone to the Sword Dao River before. Where's that senior? Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously. Han Ju said, he left because he had something to do. Dao Comprehension Sword clicked her tongue in wonder. Master, how did you manage to get this position? With your talent, you won't understand. Han Ju rolled his eyes at her and went to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. He discovered that Li Yao didn't try to find the Scarlet Cloud world. Instead, she hid in a valley and cultivated. She was quite cautious and knew how to hide elsewhere. She was probably afraid that Han Ju was tricking her. Master, something happened to Marong Qi. Tu Ling'er's voice came from outside the cave abode, her tone urgent. Han Ju immediately walked out of the cave abode. Marong Qi twitched under the fusang tree. His face was sinister and his body twitched violently. No one dared to approach him. Chapter 216 Awakening of the War God, Nine-Tailed Demon Empress. Han Ju quickly came to Marong Qi and squatted down. He first used his divine sense to check his body. He wasn't injured. There was a problem with his essence soul. He probed Marong Qi's mind with his divine sense, and soon, he saw a shocking scene. Blood rained down as the world darkened. Dozens of terrifying figures fought in the sky. The terrifying aura caused the ground to collapse continuously. Countless bolts of lightning connected the sky and the ground as if the chaos had just begun. It was terrifying. Han Ju saw a figure emitting divine light with the strongest aura. He held 2 halberds of light in his hand and stepped on the fire of the earth. His body was surrounded by lightning, and there was a huge cauldron above his head. It absorbed the spirit chi in the surroundings and formed a world-destroying wind. War God. The moment Han Ju saw him, he thought of this title. No matter how many enemies surrounded him, he remained still and suppressed them. With my command, the heavenly Tao will listen and slay the enemy. A domineering voice sounded, shocking as if it came from the ancient gods at the beginning of the flood of history. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck down, illuminating the world. It shook until Han Ju's divine sense was severed and his consciousness returned to reality. Han Ju frowned and fell into deep thought. Master, how is he? Tu Ling'er asked. The others also looked at Han Ju nervously. Even Long Hao was very nervous. He liked Marong Qi a lot. Ever since Fang Liang left, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Although there was a difference in seniority, they felt like brothers. Xuan Chang'an suddenly said, he might have awakened his memories from his previous life and is fusing with them. This feeling was too familiar to him. However, he wasn't as miserable as Marong Qi when he awakened. Oh, Marong Qi has a previous life? The 3-headed Worm King asked in surprise. The Black Hell Chicken cried out, no wonder. I've always felt that this kid's talent is ridiculous. No matter how I chase him, I can't catch up. So, Marong Qi also had a powerful background. Han Ju said, he's fine for the time being. Let's wait for him to recover. The others began to discuss, curious about Marong Qi's identity in his previous life. There were many legends of reincarnations of immortals in the mortal world. Han Ju didn't return to his cave abode. He sat in front of Marong Qi and waited patiently. 4 days passed before Marong Qi recovered. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Han Ju. With a complicated expression, he slowly said, "Grandmaster." Han Ju said, "No matter what, this will always be your home. Here, you don't have to worry about anything. Just say whatever you want. You don't have to worry about whether I can accept it or not. Actually, I know everything about you." Marongchi's pupils constricted as his emotions became even more complicated. Han Ju teased, "Do you know where your master came from? He's an ancient spiritual ginseng from the Buddhist sect. He was once cursed by the gods and Buddhas and went through a love tribulation in the cycle of reincarnation. He suffered terribly." These words attracted the attention of the others. Xuan Chang'an had such an identity. No wonder he was so obsessed with Kyaner. Xuan Chang'an's expression was calm and indifferent. The black hell chicken was pleasantly surprised. "Looks like I'm really a phoenix. Master didn't lie to me." Since Marongchi and Xuan Chang'an both had powerful backgrounds, so did it. The others couldn't help but let their imagination run wild. Who didn't want to have a prominent identity in their previous life? Marongchi said, "Grandmaster, since you know, why did you still accept me?" He was no longer in high spirits. He looked very down and out. "Didn't you kneel for so many years to become my disciple?" Han Ju asked with a smile. Marongchi was stunned before he smiled bitterly. "I implicated Grandmaster." Han Ju snorted. "Don't you understand what I said just now? If you acknowledge me as your Grandmaster, I'll protect you. Even if it's the Divine Palace, I won't be afraid. Just stay on the cultivate diligently, become a mortal mountain and cultivate well. When you have the capital to take revenge, you'll kill your way back." But what? Do you think I'm an ant in front of the Divine Palace? I cultivate in peace. If the Divine Palace had discovered you, they would have come long ago." Marongchi was silent. Han Ju said meaningfully, "You might have been very powerful in your previous life, but here, your previous life's identity is not considered outstanding. Some people are more ridiculous than you." Marongchi was shocked and looked at the others. The others looked at each other. The black hell chicken said smugly, "Of course. I'm a phoenix. Do you know the origins of a phoenix?" Long Hao said proudly, "Disciple nephew, what are you afraid of? Is the Divine Palace very strong? I'm the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Wait for me to take in any case, I'll avenge you in the future." Marongchi smiled and said proudly, "I'm not afraid of the Divine Palace. I'm just afraid of implicating you guys. There's no need for you to do anything. In the future, I'll challenge the Divine Palace alone and let all their immortal emperors perish." Han Ju sized him up carefully and felt that he didn't change much. He hadn't completely transformed into a stranger. Perhaps Marongchi had only obtained his memories, and his personality was still the same. "Master, what's your relationship with the Heavenly Court?" Marongchi suddenly asked. Han Ju said, "You can go to the Heavenly Court if you want in the future. I can help you." Marongchi understood what he meant. Then, Han Ju stood up and returned to the Conate Cave abode. Everyone surrounded Marongchi and asked about his past. Marongchi didn't reveal anything, just as Xuan Chang'an wouldn't mention his previous life. Dao Comprehension Sword followed Han Ju into the cave abode and asked curiously, "Master, what's his identity? Tell me, I definitely won't tell anyone." Han Ju sat on the bed and told her what he knew about Marongchi. Dao Comprehension Sword was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Marongchi to have such a high status. It was too terrifying. Han Ju said seriously, "This matter cannot be revealed, including the other disciples of the hidden sect." Dao Comprehension Sword nodded heavily. She also knew that this was not a joke. "The nine-tailed demon empress has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He couldn't help but frown and immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Nine-tailed demon empress. Late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, one of the demon empresses of the demon court, the mother of Crown Prince Tian's. When she learned that you killed him, she developed hatred towards you. She won't rest until you're dead. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Ju frowned even more. This still happened, after all. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the nine-tailed demon empress. After cursing for 5 days, he continued cursing the other enemies. "You guys, if you want to blame someone, blame the nine-tailed demon empress." Han Ju thought silently. Several months later, before he finished cursing, Di Taibai's divine sense fluctuation came from the heavenly Dao token. Han Ju established a connection with him. "Don't leave the territory under the heavenly court in the future." Di Taibai's tone was solemn. Han Ju responded positively, "You must be joking. I've no intention of going out, anyway." Taebai asked, aren't you curious about why I said this? Need you ask? It must be because of Crown Prince Tion's, Hanju said helplessly. He felt that Taebai was too busy recently. Taebai sighed. That's not the case. Something even more terrifying has happened. Chapter 217 Reincarnation Golden Immortal Realm. What's wrong? The heavenly court is about to collapse. Hanju asked nervously. Just because he killed the son of the demon emperor. Taebai said, how is that possible? Hanju waited for him to continue. However, he suddenly fell silent. Hanju frowned. What was wrong with Taebai? Did he disconnect? The heavenly court's network is so poor. After a long while, Taebai sighed again and said, I don't know why, but the Divine Palace actually started a war with the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The Demon Court and the Buddhist sect have formed an alliance again. The Heavenly Court is going to be in a passive state. In the following period of time, the Heavenly Court will be in a tough spot. But it's fine, this is not the first time this has happened. Hanju couldn't help but mourn for them. They had finally allied with the Divine Palace, but they had actually provoked the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Perhaps it was related to the Demon Court. But no matter what, Hanju couldn't care less. The Demon Emperor won't find trouble with me, right? Hanju asked. Taebai said, the Demon Emperor has many sons. Crown Prince Tion's is not outstanding. The Demon Emperor is quite annoyed with him, in fact. He won't act recklessly. The Demon Court and the Buddhist sect can't trust each other forever. As long as you don't leave the Scarlet Cloud world or the Heavenly Court's territory, that's fine. Hanju couldn't help but ridicule, it's only been a few hundred years, but there's already a second person who wants to clean up the Scarlet Cloud world. Does the Heavenly Court not have any patrols? Yes, we will send stronger heavenly generals. Next. Where's the Flame Lord Emperor? Have you found him? We found him. He's recuperating. That's good. Hanju didn't ask what happened to the Flame Lord Emperor. He was just a nobody and didn't want to be involved too much. Taebai didn't continue chatting. After severing the divine sense connection, Hanju began to meditate and cultivate. No matter what, increasing his strength was the key. Hanju thought, life was like this. Hanju felt that he was already low profile enough, but he would still encounter trouble occasionally. If he ascended, there might be more trouble. No one could leave the mortal world completely, much less live a peaceful life. He had to persist on his Tao heart. He would cultivate on the same path as before. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 40 years passed. Hanju finally reached the perfected reincarnation mystic immortal realm. The golden immortal realm was right in front of him. Hanju was excited. He had waited a long time for this breakthrough. It was longer than any previous breakthrough. After breaking through, Hanju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started celebrating. At the same time, he opened his emails to check on his friends. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan x 12098. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons x 16782. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by demons x 237644. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island has encountered an extremely cold calamity that is rare in tens of thousands of years. Your good friend Zhou Fan has gone through an ordeal to reach the Penglai Immortal Island. Your grand disciple Marong Qi has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and awakened his innate great Tao. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a group of demon immortal emperors x15. Your good friend Divine General has killed an immortal emperor. His providence has increased greatly. Hanju continued reading. The cultivation mortal world was still considered calm. The immortal world was really in chaos. The heavenly court and the demon court had truly started a war. This was even more exaggerated than when great sage equaling heaven had wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. The Divine General was as ferocious as ever. He was surrounded by 15 immortal emperors and was not severely injured. He even counterattacked. Hanju persisted in cursing. Several months later, the curse finally ended. He continued to consolidate his cultivation and prepared to break through. It was said that once one reached the golden immortal realm, one could comprehend karma and deduce fate. They would almost gain immortality. Hanju was looking forward to it. After reaching the golden immortal realm, he wouldn't be far from becoming an immortal emperor. Of course, the immortal emperor realm wasn't Hanju's target. He wanted to surpass the deity realm and the zenith heaven realm. Only by becoming the strongest could he continue living. About 7 years passed. Hanju finally started to break through. He chased Tao Comprehension Sword out. Tao Comprehension Sword knew that he was about to break through and did not show any emotions. The disciples under the fusang tree saw her coming out and didn't care at first. But when the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain began to shake violently, they realized that Hanju was breaking through. Murong Chi sighed. Grandmaster's talent is truly ridiculous. In both my previous and current lives, I've never seen anyone with greater talent than him. This was the truth. In this life, when he got to know Hanju, the latter had yet to reach the immortal realm. Xuan Chang'an smiled and said, "Actually, Master's identity has always been very mysterious. He might be the reincarnation of an expert from the immortal world." The black-haired chicken laughed. "Ha ha ha, of course, my master is definitely powerful." The golden crow, "Ah-da," said, "I've always felt that master is extraordinary." Xiao nodded. They couldn't forget the terror of being suppressed by Hanju. While everyone was discussing, Hanju had already entered the important moment of breaking through. In the numinous palace, immortal gods gathered. The heavenly emperor sat at the head of the table with an expressionless face. The atmosphere in the hall was very poor. Even the divine general's expression was dark. "No one can kill that immortal emperor of the demon court?" the heavenly emperor asked. The immortals looked at each other. 2402-800-6118 AAA7 E5CE EB97 E203 6B0C. Giant spiritual martial god said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, can't we invite those gods?" The heavenly emperor said calmly, "The 24-star emperors are already on their way back. They suppressed the edge of the chaos previously, so it will take them some time to return." The immortals were pleasantly surprised. "In that case, I'll fight him again. Although I can't kill him, he can forget about killing me," the divine general said. The other immortals urged, "No, once you attack, the dozens of immortal emperors of the demon court will come out in full force. They want to kill you too much. Yes, the demon court views you as a thorn in their flesh. Divine General, you just fought a huge battle. Don't act recklessly. The heavenly court cannot lose a divine general." Hearing the immortals' words, the divine general frowned. He understood the logic, but the heavenly court needed someone to stand up for them. Otherwise, they would lose all their reputation. Ji Shanshan stood at the bottom of the heavenly generals. His blood surged. He wanted to stand out, but his cultivation was too weak. If he was strong enough, this would be his chance to become famous. The heavenly emperor glanced at Di Tabai and said, "In that case, let's ask the crown prince." Crown prince. The immortals were in an uproar. The divine general narrowed his eyes. Di Tabai was relieved. He smiled and said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting for a long time. He's just waiting for His Majesty to speak." An old immortal hurriedly asked, "Isn't His Highness the Crown Prince in Kunlun?" The heavenly emperor said calmly, "I brought him along when I returned from Kunlun. He should be unrivaled in the emperor realm now." The immortals were even more excited. The heavenly emperor had many sons, but one of them was a legend of the heavenly court. Before the rise of the divine general, he was the court's signature combatant. Ji Shanshan was secretly curious. How strong was that crown prince to actually make the immortals so excited? 10 years later, Hanju finally broke through. Early stage reincarnation golden immortal realm. Just as he broke through, Hanju's dharmic powers began to increase, and his soul also sublimated. His consciousness jumped out of the 5 elements and arrived in a gray space. Chapter 218 Zhang Yi, Emperor Realm Mystical Power. This is, Hanju looked around curiously. As he spread his divine sense, he seemed to sense a mysterious power hidden in the dark fog. Somehow, Hanju saw a river that concentrated all the myriad worlds in the universe and had no origin or end. In this river, Hanju saw all living beings and the vicissitudes of life. He even saw his past and some unfamiliar scenes. Perhaps it was the future. Hanju had a thought. Could this be the river of destiny? Hanju flew towards the river of destiny. When he wanted to see his future, the future self in the river of destiny suddenly turned to look at him. Hanju felt like he was looking in a mirror. Don't pry into the future. The change in karma is the greatest variable, the other Hanju said from within the river of destiny. Hanju immediately retracted his gaze and stopped prying into the future. He turned around and saw another river. It was mysterious and beautiful, like a dream. A beam of light suddenly swept over at an extremely fast speed. Even Hanju, who had broken through to the reincarnation golden immortal realm, couldn't react in time. His essence soul was struck. In an instant, he felt a powerful and vast power enter his body. This power was different from dharmic powers. It was even more unfathomable. Hanju quickly entered a mysterious and profound state. Epiphany. His essence soul burst forth with a dark light that was close to black. It looked very similar to the surrounding darkness, but it also looked out of place. Some time passed. Hanju finally regained his consciousness. He had grasped a new power. Congratulations on comprehending the great Tao of life and death. As this is your first time comprehending the great Tao, you have the following choices. 1. Obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Obtain a mystical power inheritance. Hanju silently chose the first option and began to carefully comprehend the great Tao of life and death. He guessed that the reason why he could comprehend the great Tao of life and death was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation technique he had been cultivating. The power of the great Tao was far stronger than dharmic powers. Hanju couldn't completely control this power. He only obtained it. You actually comprehended the great Tao of life and death at the golden immortal realm. Kid, you cultivate my cultivation technique. A cold snort sounded, scaring Hanju. He turned around but couldn't see anyone else. Hanju was nervous and didn't know how to leave and return to his body. Could the providence of an immortal emperor's descendant be real? Hanju had a strange expression and was a little flustered. How did the system arrange my identity? Hanju asked carefully, Senior. He didn't receive a reply. The voice stopped speaking. After a while, Hanju suddenly felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out of the dark space. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his body. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 1681 12,399,999,999. Race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Great Tao of life and death. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major chiliocosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud grand unity 10,000 sword sect, Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi grand unity heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger grand unity universe in the sleeves, door of reincarnation, invocation technique, 3 heads 6 arms, destiny sword chi great wheel karma divine eye of reincarnation, reincarnation avatar. Equipment, 0.3 billion years of lifespan. This was longer than the life of Earth in his previous life. Hanju was in a good mood. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. After 3 years, his cultivation finally stabilized. He called Tao Comprehension Sword back in and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemies. Several months later, Hanju began to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. When he came to the Sword Tao River again, he felt very close to it. Hanju first improved the 3 pure world cleansing. When he passed Liu Bei, the latter nodded at him. Hanju continued forward. This time, he wanted to see if his mystical power could surpass Grand Unity. As he advanced, Hanju didn't feel any pressure. When he exceeded his previous limits, he still didn't feel any pressure. After reaching the golden immortal realm, he had indeed become different. The figures advancing along the way decreased. After a while, Hanju finally felt the pressure, but he could still endure it. He continued forward. Suddenly, he saw a purple figure walking beside him. This fellow's pace was still increasing, wanting to surpass him. Hanju quickened his pace. After 100 steps, both of them slowed down. HMPH. A cold snort came from the purple figure. Hanju didn't reply and focused on advancing. Zhangyi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Hanju ignored the notification in front of him. He would check later. Continue forward. After an unknown period of time, there was no longer anyone around. There was only the purple figure ahead, Zhangyi. This Zhangyi was something. He walked even faster than Hanju. Hanju already felt overwhelmed and couldn't walk anymore. Somehow, he felt an invisible shackle on his body. He had to break free. Hanju gritted his teeth and persisted. Zhangyi suddenly stopped and turned around. The Emperor Realm is up ahead. Do you still want to continue? Emperor Realm. Hanju's eyes flashed with surprise. He was finally here. Although he felt great pressure, it wasn't to the extent of backlash. Of course, Hanju smiled and said casually. Zhangyi asked, who are you? Hanju replied, Heavenly Court, Sima Yi. Zhangyi noted down this name and did not say anything else. Hanju found it difficult to move, and his body began to tremble. He began to use all his strength to break free from the restraints on his body. Boom! Hanju felt everything in front of him explode. Immortal world, above the 9 heavens. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly intertwined, blocking the light of the heavenly court. In the numinous palace, the heavenly emperor suddenly frowned and muttered, "Emperor realm." He immediately observed heavenly court but did not find anyone undergoing tribulation. Not a breakthrough in the cultivation realm. Could it be an emperor realm mystical power? The heavenly emperor began to sweep his divine sense across the 10,000 mortal worlds below the heavenly court. With a thought, he saw all forms of life. Soon, his gaze locked onto the scarlet cloud world. This aura, it was Hanju. This kid has comprehended an emperor realm mystical power. A look of surprise flashed across the heavenly emperor's eyes. Hanju kept surprising him, making him even more satisfied. He immediately waved his sleeve and concealed the heavenly secrets to prevent anyone from deducing Hanju and bringing trouble to him. Several months later, in the cave abode, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Hanju. Your mystical power, 3 pure world cleansing, has reached the Emperor realm. As this is your first time comprehending an Emperor realm mystical power, you have obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure God Slayer Sword. Chapter 219 Increase in Strength, Difference in Realm. God Slayer Sword. Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, a fiendish treasure of the heavenly Tao. No karma is generated when killing enemies. It can absorb the heaven and earth fiendish aura for its own use. Hanju felt good when he saw the information about the God Slayer sword. He immediately took it out and started to make it recognize him as its master. The blade of the God Slayer sword was black and looked extremely evil. Especially the carving on the sword case, it looked like a sinister devil bearing its fangs. Hanju put it away and continued to comprehend the sword Tao. He wanted to raise all his sword Tao mystical powers to the Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Hanju had already raised his strength in all aspects to his current limit. He began the simulation trial. Tabai was insta-killed. Flame Lord Emperor was insta-killed. Against the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju was insta-killed. Marshal Shenpeng was insta-killed. Crown Prince Tian's was insta-killed. Dragon Subduing Buddha was insta-killed. Hanju opened his eyes. In short, he was still very satisfied. No one below the immortal Emperor realm could kill him now. However, when he thought of how he had offended the Demon Court's Empress, he became wary. No, if he couldn't defeat an immortal Emperor, how could he be considered strong? Hanju took a deep breath and restrained his pride. He took out the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started upgrading the Book of Misfortune. It wasn't suitable to upgrade the God Slayer sword. It was a fiendish treasure that could easily devour its owner. How good would it be to give the Book of Misfortune an upgrade? It could still continue to deal with enemies. Hanju liked to kill the enemy before they attacked. He would try not to fight if he could. Tao Comprehension Sword was curious about Hanju's actions. Wasn't that an ordinary book? Could it be that Master was lying to her? Hanju ignored Tao Comprehension Sword and spent a few days successfully upgrading the Book of Misfortune. Your Book of Misfortune has been upgraded to an Emperor Tao Numinous Treasure. Hanju was stunned when he saw it. It seemed that the Diamond 5 Elements bracelet was stronger because it was an Emperor Tao Supreme Treasure. Emperor Tao Numinous Treasures and Emperor Tao Supreme Treasures were above Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasures. Hanju didn't think too much and started cursing the enemy. His lifespan would decrease after more than 5 days of consecutive cursing. Hanju planned to curse every enemy for 5 days without decreasing his lifespan. While cursing, Hanju opened the emails. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a demon saint and was severely injured. Your good friend Di Tabai was attacked by demons X 5631, your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X 49323. Your grand disciple Fang Liang fought and devoured a demon soul. His bloodline has transformed. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Di Hongye and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Taoist Dan Qing's Tao heart has shattered and he's lost his sanity. The Heavenly Court and the Demon Court were still fighting, but from the looks of it, the Heavenly Court was beginning to gain the upper hand. They weren't attacked as many times as before. However, the Divine Palace was in a miserable state, especially the Sword God Emperor. It was unknown how the Divine Palace had offended the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Hanju suddenly felt that the Golden Crow Divine Clan was no weaker than the Divine Palace. It was even slightly stronger. Master, Li Yao is being hunted again, Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly said. She sat beside the nine heavens galaxy water and turned her head to see the water surface. Hanju cursed and asked, "How's the situation?" Dao Comprehension Sword replied, "It's all right. No one is her match." After so many years, Li Yao must still be growing stronger. Hanju didn't ask any more. Since Li Yao was fine, he couldn't be bothered to care. Dao Comprehension Sword watched with relish. 6 months later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. A few days later, Xing Hongshuan suddenly returned. Hanju told Dao Comprehension Sword to go out and stayed alone with Xing Hongshuan. "Husband, how's your cultivation recently?" Xing Hongshuan sat beside him and asked with a smile. Hanju said, "It's all right. What about you?" After not seeing her for so many years, Hanju really missed her. Xing Hongshuan chuckled, "I've also been well. Forget it, cut the crap. Let's get down to business." The two of them started messing around. A month later, they stopped. After Xing Hongshuan put on her clothes, she began to describe her experiences over the years. Although it was risky, it was still smooth sailing. Xing Hongshuan's cultivation level was already at the void amalgamation realm. She was very satisfied with her cultivation progress. "Husband, how many realms higher are you compared to me?" Xing Hongshuan asked curiously. Hanju muttered, "Let me count. About 9, Xing Hongshuan." Several days later, she left. Xing Hongshuan also offered a treasure to him this time. Unfortunately, Hanju didn't think much of it and instead taught her a mystical power. Life returned to normal. Hanju hoped that the days would be peaceful and that no one would disturb him. It wasn't boring to feel his cultivation level increase every day. The disciples of the hidden sect couldn't take it. After Zhou Mingyu obtained Hanju's agreement, he went down the mountain to train. Tu Linger also began to walk the world. Xuan Chang'an, Long Hao, the three-headed worm king, the black hell chicken, the two golden crows, Chu Shiren, and Merongqi were still cultivating. The three-headed worm king looked at the black hell chicken and asked, "You don't plan to go out for a walk in your life?" The black hell chicken said disdainfully, "What's there to do outside? The chaotic heavenly dog has already gone out. With your cultivation level, you shouldn't be in danger, right?" "No, that dog's son is probably dead. Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what? Are you afraid of the outside world?" The black hell chicken fell silent. The others couldn't help but open their eyes. They didn't expect that the usually annoying black hell chicken was actually afraid of the outside world. On careful thought, it made sense. It had never descended the mountain. The black hell chicken flew into a rage. "How can I be afraid? It's just not time yet." Unfortunately, no one believed it. Inside the Conate cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes and frowned slightly. The black hell chicken was having social anxiety. Could it be that he had scared it too much? The current black hell chicken was already at the body integration realm and was not far from the tribulation transcendence realm. With this cultivation level, it was very difficult to encounter danger in the mortal world. After all, it had obtained many inheritances from Hanju. It could easily defeat ordinary tribulation transcendence realm cultivators. I'll force it to go out when it reaches the Mahayana realm. Hanju thought silently. He now treated the entire Scarlet Cloud world as his home, so there was no big deal moving around in it. 13 years later, Di Teibai came to visit. This time, he came personally. Hanju had no choice but to tell Dao Comprehension Sword to go out again and talk to him alone. Di Teibai noticed the Nine Heavens Galaxy water and the Resurrection Lily beside it. The Resurrection Lily had already grown a lot and was beginning to produce immortal qi. This kid actually has quite a few treasures. Di Teibai thought silently. He didn't ask. Everyone had their secrets. The demon court has already begun to retreat. How's your cultivation level? Di Teibai asked. Hanju's cultivation level was still stagnant at the true immortal realm. In Di Teibai's opinion, this fellow had used some methods to deliberately conceal his cultivation level. It was definitely not his true cultivation level. Hanju hesitated and said, "It's all right. I'm almost at the golden immortal realm." Di Teibai sighed. "Your breakthrough speed is really fast. It won't be long before you can join the heavenly court." Hearing this, Hanju was even more conflicted. Chapter 220 Hanju's Nature, Golden Crow Prodigy. "Can I stay here and cultivate unless the heavenly court is in trouble?" "I don't want it to be too troublesome," Hanju said helplessly. He really didn't want to go to the heavenly court. Wherever there were people, there would be trouble. The world was a network of relationships. Hanju didn't want to waste his energy on managing it. Even if he chose to be alone, trouble would still come. It wasn't that staying away from trouble meant that there was no trouble. Di Taebai asked in confusion, why are you so afraid? You don't want to make a name for yourself, nor do you want to be a revered immortal. With the heavenly court and his majesty backing you, no one in the court will dare to provoke you, just like the divine general. It was fine if he didn't mention the divine general, but once he did, Hanju panicked. The divine general was a pitiful laborer. Although he was majestic, he would also be severely injured. Hanju didn't want to be a divine general. He shook his head and said, I don't want fame and fortune. I only want to live. The heavenly court has done me a favor, so I naturally have to repay it. I just hope that I can repay it at the critical moment. I'm willing to be the heavenly court's guardian and not a divine general who has to expand the territory. Di Taebai smiled helplessly. This kid really cowardly. This was the first time he had encountered such a prodigy. In all the worlds, which prodigy had such a temperament? Di Taebai shook his head and said, after the war between the heavenly court and the demon court ends, the heavenly court will choose 10 prodigies to go to the Tao sect to learn. There will be a supreme Taoist preaching. His Majesty has given you a spot. Do you want to go? Hanju frowned and said, forget it. Let others have it. My potential is already outstanding. If I give this opportunity to others, I can also help the heavenly court increase their combat strength. This is a rare opportunity. There's an immortal emperor's Tao attainment technique. To me, it's useful but not necessary. All right. Di Taebai frowned. He felt that Hanju was too conceited. But on second thought, his potential indeed made him qualified to be conceited. Di Taebai continued, His Highness the Crown Prince has returned and is about to visit the true dragon race. Are you willing to go? The true dragon race has many divine weapons. You can choose one that you like. Thank you for your kind intentions. I don't need it for the time being. Di Taebai was convinced. This kid didn't want to leave this mortal world. The two of them chatted for a while more before Di Taebai left. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. Don't disturb my Tao heart. Hanju thought silently. After Di Taebai left, Tao Comprehension Sword returned to the cave abode and asked curiously, why is that old man a little angry? Who knows? Hanju said perfunctorily. Tao Comprehension Sword Tao. Master, can you teach me the second level of the heavenly sword Tao? I can't defeat the golden crow. How infuriating. Hanju rolled his eyes at her and said, your realm is too low. But, when you reach the Mahayana realm, I'll teach you step by step. Really? Tao Comprehension Sword immediately smiled in pleasant surprise. Hanju ignored her and focused on cultivating. He had to become an immortal emperor as soon as possible. Only then could he protect himself. Heavenly court, in a courtyard, in a stone pavilion. The heavenly emperor was drinking tea as he asked casually, did he really say that? Di Taebai bowed at the side and said helplessly, that's right. He just wants to stay in the mortal world and cultivate in peace. The heavenly emperor shook his head and laughed. He's already a golden immortal. Ah, how is that possible? How can my words be fake? Di Taebai was shocked, and his imagination began to run wild. Hanju hid his cultivation and refused to come to the heavenly court. Could there be something else? The heavenly emperor said, don't think too much. This child is indeed too cautious. This is also good. The heavenly court doesn't lack a grand unity golden immortal for the time being. We lack an immortal emperor, an invincible immortal emperor, and even more so a deity realm cultivator. Di Taebai nodded and tried to calm down. How is Fang Liang? The heavenly emperor continued to ask. Fang Liang is indeed worthy of being the son of heaven and earth. He grows very quickly, even faster than the other sons of heaven and earth. He can join this Tao sect group. Yes, it seems that Hanju's luck is not bad. He can bless his grand disciples. The other disciples of the hidden sect of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain are all good. Hanju really knows how to choose disciples. Great Providence is attracted to each other. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many prodigies stepping on each other to ascend. True. The heavenly emperor didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and gestured for Di Taebai to leave. After a while, the heavenly emperor knocked on the table. The space beside him began to ripple like water. 27 years had passed in the mortal world. Hanju had completely learned the golden immortal chapter of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, but he hadn't comprehended any new mystical power. Instead, his control over the great Tao of life and death had increased. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique was an immortal emperor cultivation technique. It wasn't a problem for him to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm. However, he had to seek a higher cultivation technique at a higher level. To Hanju, the immortal emperor realm was still very far away. He didn't have to consider the reason for the cultivation technique for the time being. From his understanding, immortal emperors should be considered first-rate experts in the immortal world. On this day, a line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, check its origin. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Was it another enemy? He immediately checked. Zhang Yi, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, born with a chaotic skeleton. He is thought to be the reincarnation of a chaotic Fian Celestial. He is the invincible prodigy of the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Ever since he was born, he has been invincible among his peers. He has never been defeated. Because he knows that you are from the Heavenly Court, he specially came to find you. Isn't this Zhang Yi the one I met in the Sword Dao River? Han Ju frowned. Why was this fellow looking for him? His favorability was only 1 star. Han Ju immediately checked Zhang Yi's location and discovered that he was stopped in the void of the Scarlet Cloud world, as if waiting for him to appear. Han Ju used the simulation trial to see if he could defeat this fellow first. 5 minutes later, Han Ju opened his eyes with a solemn expression. He couldn't kill Zhang Yi. The two of them reached a draw. Han Ju was shocked. This was the first time he fought someone at the same cultivation level to a draw. This fellow was amazing. Han Ju thought for a moment and still went to see Zhang Yi in case he caused trouble. Arriving in the void, Zhang Yi smiled when he saw him. He wore a golden robe that was burning with true sun flame, and his white hair fluttered slightly. Sima Yi, I didn't expect you to be raising some members of our Golden Crow Divine Clan, Zhang Yi said. Han Ju asked warily, you know them? Zhang Yi said, their potential is poor and they are siblings. I already guessed their identities, but it's not important. I came to find you because I wanted to invite you to enter the Primordial Sword Domain together. What's the Primordial Sword Domain? The Primordial Sword Domain was a world created by the human school sect master of the Dao sect. It absorbed the souls of the dead who had undergone the immeasurable calamity. Those souls couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation and could only be suppressed in the Primordial Sword Domain. Ever since the sect master of the human school died, the Primordial Sword Domain has become an ownerless place. The inheritance of the human school sect master is inside, especially his sword Dao. Thank you for your invitation, but I think I should pass. I don't want to leave this place. I have to protect this world. With your potential, you only became a mortal world guardian. Is the Heavenly Court blind? No, I asked for this, Han Ju replied very politely. He was wary of Zhang Yi, afraid that he would suddenly attack. Zhang Yi stared at him and sized him up carefully. Han Ju felt very uncomfortable being stared at. Chapter 221 Discussing the Sword Dao, Blood Essence of the Ancestral Magus. I can't see through your cultivation level. Why don't we fight? Zhang Yi asked with a burning gaze. Han Ju shook his head and said, I'm not your match. I don't want to embarrass myself. Zhang Yi felt that it made sense. Then, let's discuss the Dao. Although I don't major in the Sword Dao, your potential in the Sword Dao is not bad. You can discuss the Dao with me. Damn it, how pretentious. Han Ju cursed silently. If not for the fact that he couldn't kill him instantly, he would have really fought with him. Han Ju said, all right. The two of them meditated on the ground and faced each other. Zhang Yi was the first to talk about his Sword Dao. His Sword Dao paid attention to the overbearing momentum. He used his dharmic powers to suppress others and erupted with power to kill enemies. He liked to gather the power of the world and borrow the power of the heavenly Dao. Han Ju listened carefully and benefited greatly. It had to be said that Zhang Yi was indeed powerful. In terms of talent, he was stronger than anyone else. Although Longhao's talent was terrifying, his comprehension seemed to be lacking. He didn't create his own Dao for the time being. Zhang Yi spoke for a total of 6 years. During this process, he was also sorting out his Sword Dao. Next, it was Han Ju's turn to talk about the Sword Dao. His Sword Dao also focused on explosive power, but it also focused on sustainability. It was more comprehensive than Zhang Yi's Sword Dao. Not long after, Zhang Yi's expression turned grave. He discovered that he had underestimated Han Ju's comprehension of the sword. This kid was extraordinary. Han Ju also talked for exactly 6 years. Zhang Yi praised, your potential in the Sword Dao is definitely top 3 in the world. Han Ju smiled and said, then, you're the number 1 in the world. Zhang Yi didn't refute. Instead, he smiled confidently. Zhang Yi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Han Ju almost vomited blood. You're really shameless. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Zhang Yi left. Han Ju returned to the cave abode. Master, you're finally back. You scared me. Dao Comprehension Sword hurriedly came over. This was the first time Hanju had left the cave abode for so much time. It frightened the disciples. If not for the golden crow saying that he was in the sky, they would have been in chaos. Hanju said, "What are you afraid of? If I run, I'll definitely bring you along." He rubbed Dao Comprehension Sword's head and discovered that her eyes were red. It seemed that she was really worried about him. Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and nodded. Hanju sat on the bed and started to recall Zhang Yi's sword Dao. Another 2 years passed before he started cultivating. It would probably take a long time for him to reach the mid-stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. He couldn't relax. If he cultivated 2 hours less every day, then in a year, he would have cultivated for 730 hours less. If that lasted for 100 years, he couldn't afford to waste time. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by demons X159221. Your good friend Huang Jihao encountered a mighty figure and obtained an opportunity. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Your enemy Taoist Dan Qing perished. His essence soul entered the cycle of reincarnation. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun has joined the Tao sect's Jia school. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan X54. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Di Hongye and Zhang Yi. Your good friend Sword God Emperor is severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. The war between the Demon Court and the Heavenly Court was about to end. It wasn't as intense as before. However, the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Divine Palace were still in a heated battle. The Sword God Emperor was truly miserable. He had been beaten up all these years. Hanju couldn't help but think of the 2 golden crows under him. It seemed that he had to nurture them. The combat strength of the Divine Golden Crow was truly terrifying. Several months later, Hanju's curse ended. He stood up and walked out of the Conate Cave abode. He came to the fusang tree and looked up at the 2 golden crows, smiled, and said, "Do you want to learn a mystical power?" Hearing this, the 2 golden crows were pleasantly surprised. They landed and transformed into human forms. Ada was a young man and Shower was a young girl. They looked to be 14 or 15 years old. To the Golden Crow race, they were still young. "Master, what mystical power are you teaching us?" Ada asked excitedly. Hanju thought for a moment and decided to teach them the somersault cloud first. However, this mystical power wasn't suitable for cultivating in the mortal world. "Let's go to the void," Hanju said in a low voice. Long Hao hurriedly said, "Master, I want to go, too." The 3-headed Worm King also stood up. "Me, too." Hanju smiled. "Then, let's go together. Let the others surpass the Mahayana realm first." He waved his right hand and disappeared with the 4 of them. Chu Shiren, Xuan Chang'an, Zhou Mingyu, Marong Qi, Tu the Black Hell Chicken, and Tao Comprehension Sword looked at each other. "Damn it, I have to hurry up and break through," the Black Hell Chicken shouted. Zhou Mingyu and Tu nodded. They decided not to go out anymore and instead focus on raising their cultivation levels. 3 years later, Hanju and the others returned. He went to visit Fairy Shizan, Chang Yue, and Xing Hongshuan and explained the Tao to them. Another half a year passed. Hanju returned to the cave abode and was about to continue cultivating when Meng Po's voice suddenly entered his ears. "Young friend, can you make a trip down?" Hanju hesitated for a moment before jumping into the netherworld. When he arrived at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, Hanju saw Meng Po still delivering soup. Meng Po sent a voice transmission. Tu might be in trouble. The Demon Court knows of her existence. "You guys have a grudge with the Demon Court?" Hanju asked with a voice transmission, feeling puzzled. "The demons and the magi are mortal enemies. One side won't rest until the other is dead. The Demon Court won't allow the Magus race to make a comeback. Next, they will think of all ways to get rid of Linger. I have a divine weapon here. You can pass it to her. I won't mistreat you. I have 2 things here. You can choose one. One is the body tempering technique of the Magus race. You can attain the Tao through strength. The second is the blood essence of a Magus. It can temper the body. Although you can't obtain the Magus bloodline, it can allow you to obtain the physique of a Grand Magus. Choose." Meng Po's words stunned Hanju. This was quite a move. Hanju thought for a moment. Body cultivation techniques would delay his cultivation. Dual cultivation in body and energy was too tiring. The blood essence of a Magus was fine, but would it be troublesome? Meng Po wasn't in a hurry. She waited for Hanju to make his choice. Attain the Tao through strength, but what Tao is it? He asked with a voice transmission. Meng Po said, actually, the two paths lead to the same goal. The body tempering technique can at most allow you to reach the ancestral magus realm. The blood essence of the ancestral magus can directly increase your cultivation. The Grand Magi are all created by the blood essence of the ancestral magus, and they later created the magus race. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, then, I want the ancestral magus blood essence. No matter which one he chose, he would be affected by karma. Han Ju wasn't afraid, since he had already hooked up with the heavenly court, so what if there was another magus race? The reason why he took the blood essence of the ancestral magus wasn't for himself to use. What a joke, he had the stellar primordial body. How could that be inferior to the ancestral magus? Meng Po waved her sleeve, and two beams of light flew into Han Ju's sleeve. He asked with a voice transmission, why didn't you give Ling Er the inheritance? Meng Po replied, her cultivation level is too low. It's not suitable for her right now. Han Ju nodded and stopped asking. He returned to the mortal world. He took out the divine weapon. It was a spear. The body of the spear was wrapped in a black dragon. The spearhead occupied a third of the spear. It was extremely mighty, not suitable for women at all. Take it to Ling Er, Han Ju instructed Tao Comprehension Sword. Chapter 222 Heavenly Tao Buddha, Increased Providence. All right, Tao Comprehension Sword picked up the spear and walked out of the cave abode, muttering to herself, Master wants to focus on nurturing Ling Er. The other disciples weren't given treasures. Han Ju didn't know what she was thinking and couldn't be bothered. He took out the ancestral magus blood essence. The blood essence was stored in a small green jade bottle. Han Ju felt a terrifying murderous aura the moment he opened it. Wow, if the blood was already so strong, how strong was the ancestral magus when he was at the peak? Han Ju's understanding of the ancestral magi came from some novels and myths in his previous life, but he couldn't take them seriously. This cultivation world seemed to be related to the investiture of the gods, journey to the west, and the primordial world, but it was also very different. Han Ju was thinking about how to use the ancestral magus blood essence. His first choice was the black hell chicken. He was afraid that the chicken would be devoured by the blood essence. Han Ju probed the ancestral magus blood essence with his divine sense. In an instant, he was repelled by a terrifying power. Han Ju was frightened and broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly kept the ancestral magus blood essence. He would use it in the future. If this thing was absorbed into his body, wouldn't he explode? After some thinking, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Another 10 years passed. As usual, Han Ju cursed and checked his emails. Your good friend Zhang Yi comprehended the Sword Dao and became an immortal emperor of the Sword Dao. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X1687. Your good friend Long Shan has obtained a true dragon race divine weapon. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of entering the Great Void. His divinity has increased. Your good friend Meng Po was attacked by the demon race's immortal emperor X9. Your good friend Meng Po was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure from the netherworld saved her. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren has awakened a Buddhist mystical power. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. The so-called mighty figure should be in existence above the immortal emperor. The system was also constantly upgrading. Anything it couldn't detect would be a mighty figure. There were really many mighty figures in the other worlds. Even the heavenly emperor would be attacked. This heavenly court was too dangerous, he couldn't go there. Han Ju noticed that Chu Shiren had actually awakened a Buddhist mystical power. Could this fellow have already become the Supreme Buddha? Several months later, Han Ju asked Tao Comprehension Sword to call Chu Shiren in. He wanted to talk to him alone. After Chu Shiren entered, he was a little nervous. Was Grandmaster going to teach him a mystical power? Please no. Chu Shiren knelt down in front of him. Han Ju asked, have you comprehended a mystical power recently? Chu Shiren looked up in shock. How did Grandmaster know? Chu Shiren said in shame, I didn't mean to, it was just a dream. I didn't expect. Han Ju, this guy was good at posturing. Han Ju said angrily, isn't it good to become stronger? You said that you don't want to cultivate, but haven't you already secretly cultivated to the Mahayana realm? That's right, Chu Shiren had already reached the Mahayana realm. Ever since Zhou Mingyu became his disciple, he had been secretly cultivating, afraid that he would be caught up. When Chu Shiren heard that, he immediately felt awkward. He didn't expect that he would still be seen through by his Grandmaster. Grandmaster, I keep feeling that if I continue to cultivate, I will become another person. There's a terrifying power hidden in my body, Chu Shiren said after mustering his courage. Han Ju said, everyone has their own past life. There's no need to resist. You're you. Everything in the past is like smoke and mist. This cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain not only cultivates cultivation, but also mental states. One day, you will be like me, seeing through everything and not thinking about anything. This is cultivation, letting go of everything is the great Tao. Chu Shiren was deep in thought. For some reason, he felt that Han Ju's words were filled with meaning. What did Grandmaster want him to let go of? Put down his ideals. Han Ju began to teach him the mystical power. Regardless of whether Chu Shiren would become the Supreme Buddha in the end, since there was an affinity between them, he had to teach him. Several days later, Chu Shiren left. Han Ju only taught him the cultivation mantra and related memories. The specific cultivation depended on him. When Zhou Mingyu saw Chu Shiren come out, he hurriedly went up and asked curiously, Master, did Grandmaster teach you a mystical power? Chu Shiren nodded. Master, teach me too. Zhou Mingyu said excitedly. Chu Shiren hesitated for a moment but still nodded. In a huge, bright hall, a huge golden Buddha sat on a lotus throne. His figure was like a mountain, and he had a dignified expression. 24 huge Buddha beads floated behind him emitting various lights. He was the only one in the hall. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, Supreme Buddha, are you coming back? He raised his right hand and waved it forward. A Buddhist seal shot out and quickly rushed out of the hall. Before long, a monk in white flew in. He had a handsome face and wore white clothes. Amitabha, greetings, Heavenly Tao Buddha. The white-robed monk pressed his palms together and bowed. Heavenly Tao Buddha said, the Supreme Buddha is about to awaken. Go invite him back. Upon hearing that, the white-robed monk frowned. He said, the Supreme Buddha is in a mortal world of the heavenly court. I'm afraid the heavenly emperor won't agree to this. Do it at all costs. Amitabha, the white-robed monk looked helpless but still agreed. Heavenly Tao Buddha raised his hand, and a golden Buddhist staff flew in front of the white-robed monk. The white-robed monk was pleasantly surprised. Tathagata Buddha's staff. Heavenly Tao Buddha closed his eyes and said, I want only success. The white-robed monk held the Buddha staff and nodded solemnly. Spring passed and autumn came. As time passed, the world became a whole new sight. 30 years went by. Han Ju was still cultivating. He was still a distance away from the mid-stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. It had already been 100 years, and he still couldn't break through a minor realm. It was really difficult to break through at the golden immortal realm. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. He believed that his speed was already fast. Long Shan was still stuck at the mid-stage grand unity true immortal realm and had already been left behind by Han Ju. On this day, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes with a strange expression. He sensed that the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world was increasing. In the past, it was difficult to sense it, but ever since he stepped into the golden immortal realm, Han Ju could detect it. As the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world soared, the spirit chi of heaven and earth also began to increase. Han Ju immediately took out the Heavenly Tao token and checked the ranking on the Heavenly Tao tablet. The Scarlet Cloud world's ranking was constantly rising. It was very fast. Han Ju panicked and hurriedly used the Heavenly Tao token to observe the Scarlet Cloud world. He discovered that the Mahayana cultivators hidden in the small world were all breaking through. Their providence was all gathered in the mortal world, causing the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world to constantly rise. There was something fishy. Han Ju suspected that these people had formed a group. It was impossible for them to break through together so coincidentally. Someone must be secretly organizing it. Han Ju held the Heavenly Tao token and started to deduce with his fingers. Soon, he realized it was the Heavenly Immortal Manner. The Heavenly Tao could reflect everything in the world. Han Ju could spy on the Heavenly Tao in the mortal world, so he naturally knew what the Heavenly Immortal Manner was plotting. So the Heavenly Court had a plan behind this. A former Heavenly Immortal Manor member from the Heavenly Court sent a dream to the Heavenly Immortal Manor and taught them the technique of providence, allowing the manor to collude with the mighty figures of the mortal world to strengthen the Scarlet Cloud world. If they succeeded, the upper limit of the mortal world would no longer be the Mahayana realm. Just like in Li Yao's mortal world, it would also be able to support immortals. Chapter 223 Divine Lord Wuda, Murong Chi's Ascension. After knowing the truth, Han Ju hurriedly used the Heavenly Tao token to contact Yi Teibai. Soon, the divine sense connection was successful. What's going on? Why did someone from the Heavenly Court deliberately increase the providence of our Scarlet Cloud world? Han Ju asked. He was really angry. Yi Teibai was speechless. Isn't it good to help you? Tabai said, the stronger the Scarlet Cloud world is, the greater the benefits to you. The stronger your providence is, the less likely you will encounter mental demons. In addition, your disciples and grand disciples can always accompany you. Isn't that a good thing? Hanju said, I'm afraid of trouble. The stronger the Scarlet Cloud world is, the more enemies there will be. That's true. So, you have to let your disciples become stronger quickly. You can recommend them to the heavenly court in the future. Good fellow, that's your plan all along. Don't mind it too much. If you want to become an immortal emperor, you need providence. No matter what cultivation technique it is, it's the same. You will soon understand that if you don't fight with others, you need a deity position. Really, would I lie to you? Hanju remained silent. He didn't give up. Then, you have to send experts to guard the void of the Scarlet Cloud world. Otherwise, I'm afraid of death. How many people can actually kill you now? Tabai said helplessly. After knowing that Hanju was a golden immortal, he knew that he might not be Hai's match anymore. The heavenly court was interested in Hanju because of his combat strength. He could fight above his realm. Hanju said, I can be at ease with just one more person. Alright, I'll ask His Majesty. How's the heavenly emperor recently? He just suppressed an immortal emperor not long ago. You don't have to worry about His Majesty. The strongest person in the heavenly court is His Majesty. Then, I'm relieved. After severing the connection with his divine sense, Hanju clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't expect the heavenly emperor to be the strongest in the heavenly court. Could it be that the heavenly emperor position was snatched by brute force? When he surpassed the heavenly emperor, could he also become a heavenly emperor? Forget it. Too troublesome. Besides, the heavenly emperor had done him a favor. He couldn't stab him in the back. Hanju no longer cared about the mortal world and continued cultivating. In the following period of time, the spirit chi in the entire mortal world increased, causing an uproar. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect was also very surprised. The cultivators thought that it was the deity slaying elders doing. On the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain, Chu Shiren was stimulated by something and began to cultivate diligently. His breakthrough speed also stimulated the others. Zhou Mingyu finally began to show his talent. 40 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm and almost cried in joy. After breaking through, he hurriedly raised his mystical powers. 3 years later, his strength had increased to its current limit. Hanju started the simulation trial and fought Zhang Yi. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Killing Zhang Yi took so long. This fellow was really ridiculously strong. After so many years, Zhang Yi's strength was definitely stronger than in the simulation trial. Sigh, there's always someone stronger. I still have to hurry up and cultivate. Hanju thought silently and felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't let Zhang Yi win. He had to have the strength to kill Zhang Yi the next time they met. Hanju's eyes were firm. Master, Li Yao left her mortal world, but she's lost. Should we guide her? Dao Comprehension Sword asked when she saw Hanju open his eyes. In the long years, watching Li Yao's life was already her greatest interest. When Li Yao was injured, her heart would ache. When Li Yao fought her way out, she would be pleasantly surprised. Hanju was glad that she wasn't in the modern world of Earth. Otherwise, she would definitely be useless and would stay at home to watch dramas every day. It's fine, you only know how precious life is after experiencing countless dangers, Hanju replied. With Li Yao's cautious personality, it was very difficult for her to die on the way. Dao Comprehension Sword sighed, I hope she can persist. After observing Li Yao for so long, Dao Comprehension Sword quite liked her. It was mainly because Li Yao didn't take the initiative to provoke others and did not cry. She always appeared very strong. Hanju walked to the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water, took out the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing the enemies. Li Yao was still the same as before even after so many years had passed. She was dressed in white as snow. As she walked in the void, she was elegant and mysterious, as if she was a god that walked in the chaos and had no destination. The only change was that her gaze became more determined. Several months later, Hanju's curse ended. He checked his emails and didn't see any enemy injured by his curse. Damn, Hanju continued cultivating, striving to reach the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm as soon as possible. 10 years later, Hanju opened his eyes and prepared to relax. He habitually tested the strongest person in the Scarlet Cloud world. Divine Lord Wuda, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, 3rd grade Heavenly General of the Heavenly Court. The expert of the Heavenly Court had arrived. Hanju smiled. The Heavenly Emperor was still reliable. Hanju immediately simulated the trial. There was no insta-kill. Divine Lord Wuda lasted for 10 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Hanju was very satisfied with Divine Lord Wuda's strength. After all, he could instantly kill Ditabai and dragon subduing Buddha. With Divine Lord Wuda around, Hanju would be more at ease cultivating. Master, Marongchi is looking for you. He wants to ascend. Dao Comprehension Sword saw that his eyes had opened and immediately said. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Let him in, Hanju muttered. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and went out to call Marongchi in. Marongchi entered and knelt in front of him. Grand Master, can you let me enter the heavenly court? I cultivate the Tao of battle. I can only become stronger quickly in battle. Hanju said, no problem, but you have to be careful. Always be vigilant when outside. The Divine Palace has already discovered you. Marongchi nodded. He had thought about many things and about all the possible dangers. Hanju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted Ditabai in front of Marongchi. I have a grand disciple who wants to enter the heavenly court. He wants to fight. Can you help me arrange it? Hanju asked. Ditabai smiled. No problem. Is it Marongchi? Looks like you've been thinking about it for a long time. We've long heard of the Divine Palace's profound truth Divine Emperor. When the time comes, I'll try my best to let him avoid the Divine Palace and fight with the Demon Court first. Alright, Hanju cut off the connection and looked at Marongchi. It's settled. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor, an old fox, had figured out all the disciples of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? Even the reincarnation of profound truth Divine Emperor was exposed. Marongchi asked curiously, Grand Master, what's your relationship with the Heavenly Court? This wasn't like a mortal world guardian at all. Marongchi felt that Hanju might be a second-grade immortal or even higher. Hanju smiled and said, anyway, the Heavenly Court treats me well. You can stay there in peace. The Heavenly Court had already offended many experts for him. At this point, Hanju already trusted the Heavenly Emperor. Marongchi nodded and said, Grand Master, I've left a cave abode in the upper world. When I find it, I'll send some treasures back to help the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain increase its spirit chi. I also have a group of subordinates who can also guard the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Subordinates? Hanju asked, how strong are they? There are a total of 72 Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators. Marongchi's answer caused Hanju to raise his eyebrows. So many. There were as many Golden Immortals as dogs. Chapter 224 Attack of the Demon Saint, Heavenly Emperor's Ambition. You've been reincarnated for so long, but they still acknowledge you. Hanju asked curiously. How many years had the profound truth Divine Emperor been reincarnated? Tens of thousands of years had already passed. Marongchi replied, I'm close to them. We once survived the immeasurable calamity together. Even if the world changes, our relationship will not change. Hanju thought for a moment and said, it's better to be cautious. I don't expect you to repay me. Survival is the most important. Marongchi smiled. What he respected the most about Hanju was that he didn't fight for benefits. Even if he wanted to become a disciple in the Divine Palace, he had to serve his master. However, after being under Hanju for so long, their greatest request was to stay on the mountain and cultivate diligently. Such high morals were rare in the immortal world. The two of them chatted for a long time before Hanju let Marongchi leave. After so many years, the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world had already increased. The peak of the mortal world was no longer the Mahayana realm, but the loose immortal realm. However, after reaching the Tribulation Transcendence realm, one could still ascend as long as one could successfully transcend the tribulation. With Marongchi's potential, it wasn't difficult for him to ascend. In less than half a year, he successfully ascended. His departure didn't cause the others of the hidden sect to waver. After all, the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain wasn't inferior to the immortal world. There was also immortal chi. He had only ascended to seek opportunities. Cultivation was endless. Hanju continued to cultivate diligently. Occasionally, he would curse his enemies, check his emails, investigate the Scarlet Cloud world, and teach his disciples. The days were as usual. There were no accidents or changes. 20 years passed. Hanju was cursing the enemy. In the distant void, the heavenly puppet suddenly saw a ball of flames rapidly growing in size. To be precise, it was rapidly approaching him. Hanju immediately used the simulation trial to test the strongest person in the Scarlet Cloud world. Great Sage Heavenly Fox, Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Demon Court Demon Saint. Dream Demoness. Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Demon Court Demon Saintess. 2 Demon Saints. Han Ju frowned. He started the simulation trial and fought 1 against 2. In any case, with Divine Lord Wuda around, he could withstand it for a period of time. 3 breaths later, he opened his eyes. He frowned. He couldn't kill them instantly. He would try another battle method. Han Ju continued the simulation trials, determined to find a way to insta-kill the 2 demon saints. In the void, the 2 demon saints flew with torrential flames. A huge saber shadow slashed down and stopped them. How dare you, demons! How dare you barge into the heavenly court's mortal world! Divine Lord Wuda shouted as he appeared. He wore heavy silver blue armor and a tiger head with beads on it. He had 4 eyes and looked majestic. Without another word, he started fighting. He wielded his saber and slashed. The flames exploded and 2 demon saints appeared. Great Sage Heavenly Fox had a human head and wore black clothes, with 9 huge tails behind him. Dream Demoness had the body of a woman. She was graceful and graceful, but her body was covered in leaves. It was extremely terrifying. HMPH. So it's Divine Lord Wuda. No wonder you're so arrogant. Dream Demoness snorted coldly. She quickly cast a spell with both hands as her dharmic powers transformed into huge vines that were even larger than a mountain range and lashed out at Divine Lord Wuda. Great Sage Heavenly Fox raised his hand, and a black whip covered in spikes appeared out of thin air, also striking at Divine Lord Wuda. A huge battle erupted. Under the Fusang tree, the 2 golden crows and the 3-headed Worm King looked up. They had all surpassed the Mahayana realm and could feel a terrifying pressure in the sky. They immediately became nervous. What happened? Inside the Conate cave abode. Finally finding a way to insta-kill the 2 demon saints, Han Ju immediately headed into the void. The other party came menacingly and was obviously not passing by. They were either sent by the 9-tailed demon empress to take revenge or to deal with Tulinger. No matter what, they had to die. Han Ju appeared in the void and watched as Divine Lord Wuda was surrounded and beaten. It had to be said that the 2 demon saints were quite strong. They directly suppressed Divine Lord Wuda. Divine Lord Wuda grumbled. No wonder His Majesty sent me here. 2 demon saints came at once. Who can resist? Divine Lord Wuda cursed silently and could only continue. His body shook and he quickly grew taller, as if a giant was born in the void. The scene was shocking. He raised his saber with both hands and slashed down angrily. A long crack tore through the void as lightning interwove. Terrifying saber chi erupted and swept in all directions. The 2 demon saints were suppressed and forced to retreat. Han Ju didn't attack immediately but watched the battle with relish. He would first let Divine Lord Wuda exhaust himself. This way, it would be easier to instantly kill them. Divine Lord Wuda noticed Han Ju, but he didn't care. This fellow was only at the true immortal realm and couldn't interfere. Han Ju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Taebai as he watched the battle. Soon, the Divine Sense connection was successful. Hey, why did you let 2 demon saints in? Divine Lord Wuda can't hold on much longer, Han Ju said. Why could the enemy enter the Heavenly Court's mortal world whenever they wanted? Di Taebai said helplessly, the Heavenly Court is above the 9 heavens of the immortal world. The mortal world is below the immortal world. There are countless worlds in the universe. How can our Heavenly Court protect every mortal world? Go help Divine Lord Wuda. Their Great Sage Heavenly Fox and Dream Demoness, won't killing them attract even more trouble? It's actually them. Kill them, it's fine. We're irreconcilable with the Demon Court, anyway. His divine sense cut off the connection. Inside the numinous palace. Di Taebai looked up at the Heavenly Emperor and said, Great Sage Heavenly Fox and Dream Demoness have gone to the Scarlet Cloud world. The Heavenly Emperor said casually, I saw it. Since that kid dared to show up, it means that he's not afraid. Don't worry. These 2 demon saints rarely attack. Were they sent by the 9-tailed demon empress? I remember that they don't belong to her. They're under the demon emperor. They must be here for the Magus race. Di Taebai's expression changed slightly. Magus race. It was an ancient race, so ancient that he had almost forgotten about them. Di Taebai asked carefully, is Han Ju a descendant of the Magus race? He had always been curious about Han Ju's background. The Heavenly Emperor snorted. How is that possible? How can there be such a cowardly person in the Magus race? True, it's the work of that person from the underworld. Like the Heavenly Court, she wants to rope Han Ju in. I've always turned a blind eye to it. If the Magus race makes a comeback, will it affect the Heavenly Court? That's good. I can use Han Ju to win over the Magus race. Di Taebai came to a realization and looked at the Heavenly Emperor in admiration. His Majesty really thought far ahead. The current heavenly court needed more power, indeed. On the other side, Hanju took out the primordial judgment sword and walked towards the two demon saints. The two demon saints fighting didn't think much of him and focused on attacking Divine Lord Wuda. Hanju's eyes narrowed. He suddenly waved his sword and slashed out 9 layers of sword chi. They stood in front of the sword blade and formed billions of sword shadows. Almost instantly, the 3 pure world cleansing erupted. Millions of sword shadows shot out with a world-shattering momentum, sweeping through everything. Divine Lord Wuda, Great Sage Heavenly Fox, and Dream Demoness turned their heads in horror. This was, oh no, dodge. Great Sage Heavenly Fox shouted angrily and quickly jumped away. Dream Demoness' reaction was a little slow as billions of sword shadows appeared in front of her. Chapter 225 Hatred of the Demon Emperor, Friend of the War God. Dream Demoness was drowned by the 3 pure world cleansing and her body and soul were destroyed. Great Sage Heavenly Fox, who had dodged, showed a drastic change in expression. He could sense that the Dream Demoness' aura was instantly obliterated. Impossible. Before Great Sage Heavenly Fox could think further, the billions of sword shadows of the 3 pure world cleansing turned around and attacked him. They were like a torrent of the heavenly Tao that swept through the void, unstoppable. Great Sage Heavenly Fox turned around and fled in fear. Hanju raised his left hand and used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-piercing sword finger, shooting at Great Sage Heavenly Fox's head. Great Sage Heavenly Fox didn't die even after having lost his head. He was still fleeing. However, his speed was affected. 3 pure world cleansing quickly caught up and destroyed his body and soul. In the simulation trial, the reason he couldn't kill the 2 demon saints was that they were proficient in escaping. After being exhausted by Divine Lord Wuda, the 2 demon saints were caught off guard. How could they escape? The entire process took less than 2 breaths of time. The 2 perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators couldn't withstand Hanju's sword chi. He had used 2 Emperor Realm mystical powers. Not every Grand Unity Golden Immortal was like Zhongyi. Divine Lord Wuda was dumbfounded as he looked at Hanju in shock. Impossible. He directly killed 2 famous demon saints. How strong is this person? Hanju cupped his fists and said, "Thank you." With that, he turned around and left. Divine Lord Wuda was still stunned and couldn't recover from his shock. Inside the numinous palace, the Heavenly Emperor waved his sleeve and retracted the mirror. Tabai sighed. This child's strength is truly terrifying. His breakthrough speed is even faster than the one from the Divine Palace and the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The Heavenly Emperor said calmly, "This is why I treat him so well. He's worth it." Tabai nodded. Such talent was indeed worthy of being nurtured by the Heavenly Court at all costs. Has the war between the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Divine Palace ended? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Tabai replied, "It's over. The Divine Palace compromised and gave the 3-star domains to the Golden Crow Divine Clan." He couldn't help but sigh at the mention of this. The Divine Palace was so powerful, but it actually compromised. The Golden Crow Divine Clan cannot be underestimated. I have always felt that they're ambitious. In the past, they were the Emperor clan of the demon race. After the Magus demon calamity, the Golden Crow Divine Clan and the Magus race perished together. Now, both races might rise again. The Heavenly Court needs to weigh their relationships. An unprecedented immeasurable calamity might be coming. The Heavenly Emperor frowned slightly as worry appeared in his eyes. Tabai asked carefully, "Your Majesty, what do you see?" The Heavenly Emperor said, "I see an era filled with darkness and the immortal god's demise. It's very similar to that legend." "Which legend?" "The Tao Devil War," gasped Tabai was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Will the devils cause chaos in the worlds?" "Not the devil race, but an existence even more terrifying than the devils." The Heavenly Emperor's eyes darkened. Tabai wanted to ask more, but the Heavenly Emperor waved his hand, signaling him to leave. He could only bow and leave. After leaving the numinous palace, Tabai was still thinking about the Heavenly Emperor's words. What could make the Heavenly Emperor uneasy and fearful? The Demon Emperor has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Hanju looked at the line of words in front of him and fell silent. He silently checked his interpersonal relationships. Demon Emperor. Cultivation unknown. Lord of the Demon Court, immeasurable Emperor. He has unified the demon race for countless years. He is equivalent to the Lord of the Divine Palace, the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Tao Buddha of the Buddhist sect. They are collectively known as the 4 peaks of the Heavenly Tao. He is a peak existence on the path of cultivation. Because you killed his 2 demon saints, he has developed hatred towards you. Once you leave the Heavenly Court, he will definitely kill you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. It looked amazing. Hanju secretly felt disdain. So what if you're the Demon Emperor? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hanju picked up the Book of Misfortune with a trembling right hand and started cursing the enemy. He would first curse the other enemies before cursing the Demon Emperor. He took a deep breath and started checking his emails. Your good friend Longshan was attacked by a demon saint. His life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, your good friend Divine General helped him. Your good friend Zhou Fan has learned a Dao sect mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Di Hongye was attacked by the true dragon race X1863. Your disciple Su Qi has joined the divine palace. Your grand disciple Marong Qi obtained the heavenly court war god inheritance. Your enemy nine-tailed demon empress has developed a mental demon because of your curse. Your enemy heavenly rage Buddha has been injured by your curse. Your good friend Ji Shanshan accidentally entered the chaotic forbidden zone. Hanju was overjoyed when he saw that the nine-tailed demon empress and the heavenly rage Buddha had been successfully cursed by him. The pressure from the demon emperor immediately decreased. The Book of Misfortune was indeed reliable. Hanju noticed that Su Qi had joined the divine palace. Interesting. It seemed that he could ask him to help save Zhang Guxing in the future. But then again, if the heavenly court could see through Marong Qi and Fang Liang, why couldn't they see through Su Qi? Could it be that the heavenly court also rejected Su Qi, so they didn't recruit him? Was the jinx so scary? Perhaps Su Qi had a higher status, and the heavenly court did not dare to recruit him. Hanju thought silently. After cursing for a few months, he continued cultivating. Being targeted by the demon emperor, Hanju had to cultivate harder. He couldn't rely on the heavenly emperor for his entire life. In the end, he had to rely on himself. Heavenly court, beside the heavenly river, in a cloud stone pavilion. Marong Qi and the divine general sat opposite each other and drank. The divine general smiled and said, "How many years has it been? I can finally drink with you again. In the past, I invited you to join the heavenly court, but you refused. Now, you've come knocking on my door." After changing into the heavenly general's silver armor, Marong Qi looked even more handsome. He wasn't inferior to the divine general at all, but his dominance was inferior to the latter. Marong Qi chuckled. If not for Grandmaster joining the heavenly court, I wouldn't have come. I still don't approve of the heavenly court. The divine general asked suspiciously, you've already awakened your previous life's memories. Why do you still acknowledge him as your Grandmaster? Don't you think it's beneath you? Why would that be so? He's so weak. Do you actually know my Grandmaster's cultivation level? I see. I've only awakened the memories of my previous life. I'm no longer the same person. Marong Qi swirled his wine cup as his thoughts drifted. The divine general narrowed his eyes and asked, hurry up and recover your immortal emperor cultivation level. I can't wait to fight you. Marong Qi asked, the heavenly court wants to be tied to the divine palace. He frowned. He, who was once the war god of the divine palace, was determined to overturn it. It's just the current trend. Perhaps the situation will change tomorrow, the divine general said nonchalantly. I'm only a spear in the hands of the heavenly emperor. I don't care about the big picture. I will kill whoever the heavenly emperor wants me to kill. Marong Qi smiled mockingly. It was unknown if he was mocking himself or being disdainful of the divine general. The divine general continued, Zhang Yi of the Golden Crow divine clan has just become an immortal emperor. Do you remember him? He almost became your disciple. Marong Qi replied, I don't remember, it's no longer important. He changed the topic and said, I'm going to the Heaven Punishment Divine region. Can you accompany me? Chapter 226 Change in the Mortal World, Heartless Great Tao. With your cultivation level, aren't you courting death by going to the Heaven Punishment Divine region? The divine general teased. Marong Qi rolled his eyes and snorted. It's settled, then. The divine general shook his head and laughed, not refuting. Marong Qi's thoughts drifted out of the heavenly court and back to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. After getting used to cultivating diligently, he was really not used to life in the heavenly court. After killing great sage heavenly fox and dream demoness, 20 years had passed. The scarlet cloud world had completely changed. Many loose immortals appeared in the cultivation world. Mahayana was no longer a legend. Under the influence of the spirit chi of the cultivation immortal mountain, the cultivation of all the cultivators in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect also increased steadily. Not long ago, they had attracted a Mahayana realm guest. Although Hanju had fewer connections with the Jade Pure Sacred Sect now, no one in the cultivation world dared to provoke them. The heavenly immortal manor had even established a friendly relationship with them to help each other. However, there were still disciples kneeling below the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Although the chance of being chosen by Hanju was very low, many people wanted to try. On this day, Hanju had just finished cursing the enemy when he came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water to watch. Li Yao was still traveling through the void. The worlds were endless, and it was very difficult to find the Scarlet Cloud world. Hanju had established a connection with her and could let her sense the direction. As for the exact location, she would only know after she got close. Hanju deduced. She was very far away. It was so far that even the reincarnation golden immortal couldn't tell how far it was. After so many years, Li Yao's cultivation level had been increasing. Now, she was already at the late-stage Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Not bad. Hanju was very satisfied with Li Yao's talent. If she could join the hidden sect, it would also help increase the average combat strength of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Dao Comprehension Sword asked, Master, when are you accepting new disciples? She had always wanted to take in a female disciple. Hanju said, it's not time yet. He had yet to encounter anyone with connate Providence. It was indeed strange. Now that the system's detection range had already covered the entire Scarlet Cloud world, why was there none in the mortal world? Could it be that as he grew stronger, the requirements of detecting connate Providence also began to increase? Very likely, someone with Yang Tiandong's amount of connate Providence wasn't worth mentioning now. If it was like before, Hanju would probably be frequently reminded. Thinking of Yang Tiandong, he wondered how this kid was doing recently. Ever since Fang Liang and Marongqi ascended, the Fuzang tree has become much quieter. Howard is no longer as lively as before. Dao Comprehension Sword sighed. Tulinger also often went out to train, so Dao Comprehension Sword's usual joy was to watch Li Yao's adventures. However, Li Yao spent most of her time cultivating or traveling. There were too few exciting segments. Hanju said calmly, this is the loneliness on the path of cultivation. If you can't suppress your loneliness, how can you surpass all living beings? Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and said, I don't want to surpass all living beings. Just follow Master. You don't want to, but I want to. But if your cultivation isn't enough, you won't be able to keep up with me and can't escape the cycle of reincarnation, just like the previous sect master of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Hanju's words caused Dao Comprehension Sword to frown. That was true. For some reason, Dao Comprehension Sword heard a hint of loneliness in Hanju's tone. Thinking about it carefully, she actually didn't understand him. She didn't know where Hanju came from, what he was thinking, or why he was so obsessed with longevity. Hanju was indeed in a low mood. Recently, there seemed to be fewer images in his interpersonal relationships. He couldn't even remember who they were. There were not many people in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect that he was familiar with. Other than Fairy Shizan and Chang Yuei, everything on Jade Serene Peak had changed. Even though Fairy Shizan and Chang Yuei were still alive, Hanju discovered that his feelings for them were also fading. Hanju's only obsession was longevity. Perhaps this is the heartlessness of the Great Tao. Hanju thought silently. No mighty figure could make every related person rise up alongside him. Experiencing life and death was normal in the mortal world. After thinking, Hanju shook his head and smiled. He turned around and returned to the bed to cultivate. Dao Comprehension Sword fell silent. She sat back on the mat and began cultivating. She felt something, but it was indescribable. She knew that only by cultivating persistently could she understand her master's heart. 7 years later, the first thing Xing Hongshuan did when she returned was to find Hanju. After Dao Comprehension Sword walked out of the cave abode, she began to talk about her experiences over the years. Hanju stared at her in a daze. Even after so many years, Xing Hongshuan seemed to have not changed. Perhaps she had changed, but her attitude towards him had not. As he listened, Hanju couldn't help but smile. Several hours later, Xing Hongshuan finally finished. Her mouth had also gone dry. She smiled and said, I really want to ascend as soon as possible. You no longer care about the treasures in the mortal world. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is insufficient. I still have to wait for a few thousand years before I can ascend. Hanju smiled and said, I don't need you to give me treasures every time. In the past, he needed them and even looked forward to receiving her gifts. Thinking about it now, Hanju also felt that he was a little ridiculous. Xing Hongshuan came to find him with joy, but he was thinking about treasures instead. Have you had any problems with your cultivation recently? Hanju asked. For some reason, Xing Hongshuan felt that Han Ju was exceptionally gentle today. He had never been so gentle. Xing Hongshuan's smile became even brighter. She started to pull Han Ju's clothes and smiled. Yes, but there's no hurry. Let's go first. You, don't talk, hurry up and. After several months, Han Ju began to guide Xing Hongshuan in cultivation and even taught her a mystical power. 2 years passed in a flash. Xing Hongshuan left in satisfaction. Dao Comprehension Sword looked at her back with a displeased expression. She walked into the Conate cave abode and was about to ask, but seeing that Han Ju had already entered a meditative state, she could only give up. In a bright hall, Su Qi and hundreds of people in similar robes knelt on the ground. Su Qi was very nervous. The Divine Palace was a top-notch power in the immortal world. It was on par with the heavenly court. He cherished the opportunity to enter it. A figure suddenly appeared in front of all the disciples. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression, with a sword at his waist. He was the Sword God Emperor. Sword God Emperor scanned everyone in the hall, and his gaze suddenly stopped on Su Qi. He frowned and pinched his fingers to deduce. What? Such overpowering bad luck. Where did this kid come from? He actually has a master-disciple relationship with that kid. Sword God Emperor thought doubtfully. Su Qi's bad luck made him instinctively want to expel him. However, he was related to Han Ju. He thought for a moment and decided to turn a blind eye. Although you have passed the palace assessment, you're still far from being able to gain a foothold in the Divine Palace. If you cannot become a true immortal within 1,000 years, all of you will have to leave, Sword God Emperor said coldly. The disciples nodded in agreement. They weren't afraid. Instead, they were confident. Those who could enter the Divine Palace were all talented people. Some were even the number one in immortal world. Sword God Emperor was about to leave when he suddenly sensed something. His expression instantly darkened as he cursed softly. Is there an end to this? How unlucky. He immediately vanished. Chapter 227 Ascension of the Mo family, White-Robed Buddha. Ever since Su Qi joined the Divine Palace, Han Ju had been looking forward to his performance. However, the Divine Palace wasn't the Dragon Immortal Island. It wasn't so easy for Su Qi to rely on his bad luck to harm them. It could even be said to be impossible. If Su Qi could even destroy the Divine Palace, he wouldn't be a jinx. He would be the immeasurable calamity itself, the tribulation that could let the heavenly Tao reshuffle its cards. Time passed. Han Ju approached 2,000 years of age. His cultivation level was also developing towards the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. 30 years later, Han Ju was awakened in the middle of cultivation by Dao Comprehension Sword. Master, 2 old friends are here to visit you. Han Ju opened his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. He discovered that Mo Zu and Mo Fucho had returned. The 2 of them were already at the Mahayana realm. A Mahayana realm cultivator around 2,000 years old was also considered a prodigy. Han Ju said, let them in. Wait outside. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and went to welcome them. Soon, Mo Fucho and Mo Zu entered the cave abode. It wasn't Mo Ju's first time here, but she still felt that things had changed. She looked at Han Ju with a complicated expression. Mo Fucho was the first to smile. Brother Han, long time no see. Seeing Han Ju again, Mo Fucho sighed with emotions. Han Ju smiled and nodded. Why are you willing to come back? Mo Fucho said, the 2 of us are preparing to ascend. The Mo family wants us to go to the upper world to find the seniors of the family who have ascended. The Mo family's reputation in the mortal world has already been tarnished, we can't stay any longer. Ever since the heavenly court attacked, the fiends had become hated by everyone in the Scarlet Cloud world. The number of fiendish cultivators had decreased greatly, and they did not dare to openly travel the world. Han Ju wasn't too surprised to know that the 2 of them were about to ascend. The 3 of them began to talk about the past and their experiences over the years. Han Ju had been cultivating diligently, so he had nothing to say and listened most of the time. Several hours later, Mo Fucho left and let Mo Zu and Han Ju be alone. I actually don't want to ascend, but the clan needs me and my brother to be revitalized. It's very difficult for him to do it alone. Mo Zu sighed. She had inherited the inheritance of Mo Yuling and the previous family heads. Mo Fucho had obtained the inheritance of the devil race. The one who had truly inherited the Mo family was actually her. Han Ju said, is the Mo family really that important to you? Mo Zu said, I've been bearing this hatred since I was young. This is already an obsession, just like how you want to live forever. Han Ju remained silent. This was also the reason why he did not forcefully dissuade Mo Zu. Not all men lived for women. It was the same for women. It was impossible for Hanju to let all the women stay by his side every single day for all eternity, just like in novels. Love was never meant to be pursued forever, regardless of gender. Especially for cultivators. If cultivators only lived for love, why would they cultivate? The immortal world is very dangerous. Be careful when the time comes, Hanju reminded. Mozu nodded. Her face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head. Hanju understood and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I don't want to have any regrets before leaving." "What regrets? You know what I'm talking about." Mozu rebuked as her ears turned red. Hanju said, "Fine, come. I'll do as you say." Several months later, Mozu left. She found Mo Fucho in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, then the two of them left. Hanju didn't send them off. There was no need for these superficial acts. Dao Comprehension Sword walked into the cave abode and curled her lips. "Master, why is that woman covered in your aura? Inside her body, too?" Hanju almost fell off the bed. This question, Hanju glared at her and said, "What are you thinking about all day?" "We were discussing the Dao. I taught her a cultivation technique and used my dharmic powers to circulate her spirit energy." "Really? Of course. Then why didn't you teach me this? Are you worthy?" HMPH. Dao Comprehension Sword sat down angrily. Hanju couldn't be bothered with her and continued cultivating. Sigh, this grass has grown up and is beginning to have improper thoughts about me. What should I do? Hanju thought silently. Give her to someone else. Impossible. Although cultivation was for longevity, there was no need to push aside women who had a favorable impression of him. It was best to live a comfortable life. Moreover, there was no monogamy in this world. For example, the Heavenly Emperor wasn't joking about having 3,000 concubines. Hanju knew very well what Dao Comprehension Sword was thinking about him, but he didn't want to advance their relationship too early. This girl was too weak. She had to cultivate diligently. 10 years passed. Hanju cursed his enemies as usual and started to check his emails. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has cultivated the slaughter god physique. Your Dao companion Zan Qingjun was attacked by demons x 10,223. Your grand disciple Marong Qi and your good friend Divine General have entered the heavenly punishment divine domain. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was captured by a mighty figure and was forcefully enlightened. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor of the true dragon race X14. Your good friend Zhang Yi was severely injured and managed to escape. Your good friend Zhou Fan has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Xuan Chang'an has comprehended the world. His providence has increased greatly. The number of battles in the past 10 years had decreased greatly. It seemed that peace had arrived in the immortal world. This was good. What was the point of fighting all day? Cultivation was already blocked by the heavenly tribulation. If they fought, wouldn't they be bewitched by the heavenly Tao? Hanju thought silently. At this moment, detected bearer of connate Providence, check its origin. Hanju raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. White-robed Buddha. Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. He obtained the inheritance of the Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha and has remarkable abilities. He was transformed into a Buddha by the heavenly Tao Buddha. On the surface, he is respectful to the Buddhist sect, but he is actually a disciple of the Tao sect's Chan school. He is secretly protected by a heavenly venerable and is not affected by the Buddha. The heavenly Tao Buddha sent him to find the Supreme Buddha. Find the Supreme Buddha. Hanju was vigilant and immediately started the simulation trial. 10 breaths later, he opened his eyes. What Buddhist staff is he using? It's a little strong. Hanju didn't give up and continued the fighting. This time, he unleashed his full strength. Too close. Still an instant kill. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that the white-robed Buddha would cause trouble. At the same time, in the void, Divine Lord Wuda stopped the white-robed Buddha and asked, "White-robed Buddha, why are you here?" "Amitabha, this world is fated with me. I'm here to impart the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist Tao." The white-robed Buddha smiled. He was handsome and smiled kindly. Divine Lord Wuda frowned. He was about to retort when he suddenly heard a voice, so he said, "If you dare to cause trouble, I will attack you immediately." With that, he turned around and made way. The white-robed Buddha smiled and nodded before flying towards the scarlet cloud world. Divine Lord Wuda vanished into the darkness soon after. Hanju's heavenly puppet witnessed this scene and couldn't help but curse. Why was he allowed in? Wasn't the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect enemies? Hanju hesitated. Should he kill the white-robed Buddha? However, the white-robed Buddha had only come to find the Supreme Buddha and not to find trouble with him. Wouldn't killing the white-robed Buddha cause trouble for him? Chapter 228 Eastern Wu Divine World, Sun Quan. The white-robed Buddha entered the scarlet cloud world. He didn't immediately head to the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain but wandered around the mortal world. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Hanju wasn't either. He could kill him instantly, anyway. He continued to cultivate. The white-robed Buddha really began to promote his cultivation technique. However, this fellow did not promote Buddhist techniques, but Tao techniques instead. Hanju saw his actions through the heavenly Tao token while cultivating and couldn't help but be speechless. What a traitor! Hanju found it funny. Could it be that he doesn't want to find the Supreme Buddha and is just delaying time? After all, he's a spy from the Tao sect's Chan school. Hanju was enlightened. This made sense. Was the white-robed Buddha not afraid of being deduced by the heavenly Tao Buddha? Hanju couldn't figure it out and could only continue to watch. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed. The Tao techniques of Chan school began to flourish in the Scarlet Cloud world. Many sects of the Chan school appeared in the various states. Although they didn't cause a stir in the cultivation world, Hanju could see the white-robed Buddha's arrangements through the heavenly Tao token. Hanju didn't mind. There were all sorts of sects in the cultivation world. So what if there was one more Chan school? It was fine as long as it didn't affect him. On this day, the white-robed Buddha came to the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain and wanted to visit the people on the mountain. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, no one responded. The white-robed Buddha frowned. A disciple of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect kneeling in front of the stone tablet said, "Stop shouting. This is an immortal mountain. How can you go up as you wish?" The other kneeling disciples mocked. The white-robed Buddha shook his head and laughed. A group of mortals was truly ridiculous. He flashed to the fusang tree. Everyone under the tree immediately opened their eyes. Long Hao stood up and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" The Black Hell Chicken, the Three-Headed Worm King, Tu Ling Zhou Mingyu, Xuan Chang'an, Chu Shiren, and the two Golden Crows opened their eyes. The white-robed Buddha scanned the area and was shocked. Golden Crow Ancient Spiritual Ginseng Supreme Buddha Heavenly Emperor Aura and that Demon Saint. He was truly shocked. What the hell was this place? Why were there so many Providence bearers gathered? He knew the ancient spiritual ginseng and had interacted with it before. Long Hao's Heavenly Emperor aura was too strong. He also looked like the Heavenly Emperor. White-robed Buddha's heart sank. No wonder the Heavenly Tao Buddha had given him the Tathagata Buddha staff. White-robed Buddha, why are you here? Xuan Chang'an asked solemnly. Back in the Buddhist sect, he was only a pet, or even a slave. In the past, he had to look up to the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha smiled. I'm here to fetch Buddha. Buddha. Xuan Chang'an's expression changed drastically. The others were also stunned. Who was the Buddha? They immediately thought of Hanju. He had always been very mysterious to them. Master is a Buddha, how is that possible? Xuan Chang'an was shocked. If Hanju was the Buddha, wouldn't he have been fooled by the Buddhists? At this moment, the white-robed Buddha looked at Chu Shiren and asked with a smile, Buddha, are you coming back? Swoosh. Everyone looked at Chu Shiren. Zhou Mingyu was pleasantly surprised. My master is a Buddha. Chu Shiren was stunned. How can I be Buddha? Don't slander me. Could it be that the one he encountered in his dream was Buddha? He can't go with you. Leave. Hanju's voice floated out of the cave abode. The white-robed Buddha couldn't help but turn to look at the conate cave abode. His divine sense couldn't enter it. The Tao field could block divine senses below the deity realm. The reason why the white-robed Buddha could enter was that Hanju didn't activate the defensive array formation of the Tao field because the disciples often went out. Who are you? You shouldn't be an ordinary mortal world immortal, right? The white-robed Buddha asked with a smile, full of curiosity about Hanju. Hanju's voice floated out. If not for the fact that you're not truly with the Buddhist sect, I wouldn't have let you into the mortal world and would have killed you already. With that said, the white-robed Buddha's expression changed drastically. What did he mean? The white-robed Buddha pretended to be calm and smiled. Amitabha, why would I not be with the Buddhist sect? Are you sure you want me to expose it? Remember, there's always someone listening. At this moment, the white-robed Buddha could no longer remain calm. He didn't dare to ask further. He asked in a low voice, Who are you? Eastern Wu Divine World, Sun Quan. The white-robed Buddha frowned. Where was the Eastern Wu Divine World? To be able to call itself a divine world, it must be extraordinary. If you don't leave in 3 breaths, you can stay here for good. Hanju's voice sounded. The white-robed Buddha instinctively sensed danger and hurriedly vanished. The others looked at each other. Zhou Mingyu muttered in surprise, Isn't Master called? The Black Hell Chicken glared and scolded him. Shut up. What do you know? Master is doing this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhou Mingyu was instantly enlightened. At the end of the world, the white-robed Buddha appeared in the forest, panting heavily. That feeling just now the other party is an immortal emperor. The white-robed Buddha was covered in a cold sweat. When Hanju's reincarnation sword intent locked onto him, he felt the aura of death. Sun Quan of Eastern Wu Divine World, there are indeed many hidden talents in the world. The white-robed Buddha sighed. He didn't have any hatred towards Hanju. It was obvious that the other party didn't want to cause trouble, so he didn't attack. He didn't want to invite the Supreme Buddha back and was only putting on a show, anyway. Now, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The white-robed Buddha was very interested in Sun Quan now. How many factions had the Heavenly Court befriended? Forget it, I'll hide here and cultivate. I'll become an immortal emperor first. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor knows my identity. The white-robed Buddha thought silently and walked in a direction. White-robed Buddha has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. When Hanju saw the line of words in front of him, a huge question mark appeared in his mind. Wait, so he's an ally? No wonder Divine Lord Wuda had let the white-robed Buddha in. The Heavenly Court and Chan School were colluding. Hanju wanted to take out the Heavenly Dao token and ask, but he was afraid that it would be disadvantageous to him if he knew too much. That's right, I'm on good terms with the Dao sect's Chan School. I've long known about the white-robed Buddha's identity, but this matter cannot be made public. Don't tell Teibai, either. As for the white-robed Buddha, let him stay in the Scarlet Cloud world. He can still help you. The Heavenly Emperor's voice entered his ears, just as he had guessed. Hanju took a deep breath and nodded. Wow, these big shots really knew how to play. They even hid it from their trusted aides. The Heavenly Court had spies from other factions, and the Buddhist sect also had spies from the Heavenly Court. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, Master, is Chu Shiren really a Buddha? She remembered that Hanju said that Long Hao didn't have the greatest background in her previous life. Hanju closed his eyes and said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Cultivate well. I hope that you can help me block the intruders one day. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but feel ashamed and didn't dare to ask further. From then on, the white-robed Buddha continued to walk the mortal world and impart his teachings. Hanju still paid attention to prevent the white-robed Buddha from causing trouble. 30 years later, Hanju sensed something and opened his eyes. He took out the Heavenly Dao token. It burned and shook in his hands. Chapter 229 Golden Age of the Mortal World, Delusional Evil Eye. What's happening? Hanju frowned and probed the Heavenly Dao token with his divine sense. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high enough. This heat did not affect him. Soon, Hanju's divine sense arrived in front of the Heavenly Dao tablet. He checked and was shocked. No, 763. The ranking was still rising. What happened? Hanju hurriedly observed the Scarlet Cloud world. The number of body integration and tribulation transcendence realm cultivators had increased exponentially over the years. Mahayana realm cultivators were also continuously emerging. Not long after, Hanju caught sight of the white-robed Buddha. This fellow was preaching to thousands of cultivators on a tall mountain. These cultivators were at least at the body integration realm, and some people broke through one after another. Not only that, but cultivators also rushed over to listen. No wonder the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world had increased so quickly. As the providence of the world continued to increase, Hanju clearly felt that his providence was also increasing. D. Teibai had said that to break through to the immortal emperor realm, one needed a powerful providence. Isn't providence here already? Hanju felt the distress of happiness. On one hand, he was afraid that the Scarlet Cloud world would attract attention, but on the other hand, he enjoyed the increase in providence. Forget it, he would cultivate first. Hanju put down the Heavenly Dao token and continued cultivating. He was getting closer and closer to the late stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm. After reaching the late stage, he would be closer to perfection. If he reached the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm, would the immortal emperor realm be far away? After reaching the immortal emperor realm, wouldn't he be close to the deity realm? Was reaching the deity realm still a dream? Hanju thought about it and became excited. He was full of fighting spirit. When Hanju was still cultivating, the heaven and earth spirit chi increased with the providence of the Heavenly Dao. Everyone was celebrating. This wasn't the first time the providence of the world had increased greatly. The mighty figures of the Holy Lands declared that this was the grace of the Heavenly Dao. An unprecedented golden age had arrived. Almost every few years, a prodigy would appear, each with their own style. The demonic path had declined, and the cultivation world welcomed an era where sects competed. There was no competition for morality, only strength. The Jade Pure Sacred sect was relatively peaceful. No sect dared to provoke them. The white-robed Buddha preached to the world and also gained a reputation. Many temples and statues of the white-robed Buddha even emerged among the people. By enjoying the offerings of the mortal world, the white-robed Buddha's providence was constantly increasing. 28 years later, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected that you are 2,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and become famous in the immortal world. You can obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a mystical power inheritance, and a supreme treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Follow your Tao heart. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. Han Ju opened his eyes and was curious. What was a great Tao fragment? He immediately chose not to ascend. You chose not to ascend for the time being. You obtained a mystical power inheritance and a great Tao fragment. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, 5 elements divine light. 5 elements divine light, ancient mystical power with extremely strong attack power. It can forcefully snatch the enemy's Dharma treasure and forcefully break through the array formation. Congratulations on obtaining the Great Tao Fragment. Great Tao Fragment. After gathering 9 Great Tao Fragments, you will sense the Great Tao and obtain a Supreme Tao Technique. Supreme Tao Technique. It sounded impressive, but it was useless now. The system was indeed modeled after a game as its foundation. It was quite grindy. Han Ju thought silently and chose to inherit the 5 elements divine light. The 5 elements divine light wasn't a sword Tao mystical power. Thus, it took Han Ju several days to master it. This mystical power was indeed powerful. Han Ju activated the simulation trial and used the 5 elements divine light to fight the white-robed Buddha. Although he couldn't kill the enemy instantly, with this mystical power, he could easily kill the white-robed Buddha. It's too powerful. Han Ju was very excited. He liked such straightforward mystical powers. Although his talent in the sword Tao was outstanding, he didn't love the sword. He had obtained that aptitude after re-rolling, but it wasn't the one he wanted. In order to celebrate obtaining this mystical power, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. He checked his emails. Nothing happened. After Mo Zhu and Mo Fucho ascended, everything went smoothly. They weren't attacked. Under the sea of clouds, a lone mountain peak floated in the sky. At the top of the mountain was a huge building without a ceiling. The walls were surrounded in a circle, like a beast fighting arena. Huge and sinister stone statues were erected on all sides. There was a huge stone tablet erected in the square, with a half-naked man tied to it. It was Fang Liang. Fang Liang's hair was disheveled and he was covered in injuries. On the steps at the edge of the square stood cultivators, all of them looking nervous and waiting. On the high wall to the east was a pavilion. In front of the balcony sat a middle-aged man dressed in expensive-looking clothes. His eyes were sharp. I wonder if he can succeed, a yellow-dressed girl beside the middle-aged man muttered, looking at Fang Liang with worry. The middle-aged man snorted. He was chosen by our ancestor. He naturally won't fail. However, we still have to spend the effort to make him submit to us. Exener, are you willing to marry him? Hearing this, the girl in yellow blushed and nodded shyly. The middle-aged man looked down at Fang Liang expressionlessly. Where did this kid come from? He can actually withstand our ancestors' divine power. The middle-aged man was secretly shocked. He looked at Fang Liang with jealousy. Although he was jealous, he knew that he had to please Fang Liang in the future. He would be the hope of their race's revival. Ah! Tied to the stone tablet, Fang Liang suddenly let out a shrill roar like a ferocious beast, scaring everyone on the steps. Fang Liang suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and a vertical eye appeared on his forehead. It was a strange dual-pupil eye. It had been 10 years since he had learned the 5 elements divine light. Han Ju suddenly felt Di Taibai's divine sense fluctuation from the heavenly Tao token and immediately took it out. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has gone missing, Di Taibai said. Han Ju frowned and asked, caught by the demon court. Wasn't Fang Liang enlightened by a mighty figure? He thought that a mighty figure of the heavenly court had taken him in. No, he went out to train. He has already left for decades. It has exceeded the time limit he promised to return. I asked the 2 clairvoyants to investigate, but they couldn't find his whereabouts, Di Taibai said helplessly. Han Ju's grand disciples were troublesome. Murong Qi also left with the divine general as soon as he entered the heavenly court. Han Ju asked, even the heavenly emperor can't find him. The world is vast, we can't tell unless the providence of the heavenly court is involved. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your trouble. He's the son of Providence. Even in the immortal world, his providence won't be bad. Perhaps the heavens will help him out. After ending the contact, Hanju started to check his interpersonal relationships. Fang Liang's portrait was still there. He continued to check his emails and quickly found Fang Liang's status. Your grand disciple Fang Liang inherited the delusional evil eye and successfully entered the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Tisk tisk, he was really fast. Hanju was relieved. It seemed that Fang Liang was fine and had obtained a huge opportunity. It was useless to worry. He couldn't go to the immortal world to find him. At the critical moment, Fang Liang could still use the invocation technique to invite him over. Chapter 230 Late Stage Reincarnation Golden Immortal Realm, Great Plan of Divine Investiture. Time passed like a white horse passing through a chasm, never to return again. 100 years passed in a flash. Hanju finally broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation Golden Immortal Realm. His dharmic powers surged and his divine sense increased. Hanju's comprehension of heaven and earth deepened. Even in the mortal world, there were many invisible powers. For example, providence, karma, fate, and so on. Compared to these, the power of the law of the 5 elements was considered low tier. After breaking through, Hanju spent nearly half a year raising his Sword Dao mystical powers. He began the simulation trial. He killed Zhang Yi instantly. The white-robed Buddha was also an instant kill. Against the Heavenly Emperor, Hanju was insta-killed. The other enemies he had encountered were almost all insta-killed. Awesome. For the time being, he didn't encounter any evenly matched enemies. Then, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X14002. Your grand disciple Marong Qi has obtained a divine armament of the war god. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Fucho has joined the Providence Holy Dynasty and his providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by the Asura race and was severely injured. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by a demon saint and fell into the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Kai Yunxian was attacked by a demon saint and died. Hanju frowned. Kai Yunxian was actually dead. Kai Yunxian had helped him greatly. Before the heavenly court cleaned up the mortal world, he had provided information many times and was even willing to rope him in. Although there was no substantial help, the favor was still there. Hanju noted this down. He planned on avenging him. Several months later, the curse ended. Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Teibai, asking who had killed Kai Yunxian. The evil worm king of the demon court. Not only is Kai Yunxian dead, but His Highness Longshan is also missing. The damned demon court really can't rest for a moment. Di Teibai replied through gritted teeth. Because of this matter, his head was about to explode. He had to deal with the Heavenly Emperor's anger and appease the gods of the Heavenly Court. Evil Worm King. Hanju remembered this name. Is the Heavenly Court going to be in chaos again? Hanju asked. Di Teibai replied, not really. There will always be friction. Hanju was relieved after hearing that. If the Heavenly Court wasn't in chaos, he could cultivate in peace. Has the Heavenly Court been cleaned up? Hanju asked curiously. He noticed that some icons in his interpersonal relationships had disappeared. They didn't appear in the emails because he didn't add any special attention to them. It's about time. His Majesty is swift and decisive. The current Heavenly Court has already formed an iron plate. His Majesty is still preparing to carry out the great divine investiture plan and select immortal gods from the myriad worlds. Di Teibai smiled. He was very excited at the mention of this. The Heavenly Court was about to rise. The great divine investiture plan. Hanju smelled the aura of the investiture of the gods. The Scarlet Cloud world will also participate. Hanju asked. That's right. You can also prepare and nurture some prodigies. The Scarlet Cloud world's current ranking is not bad. Forget it. I'm afraid of trouble. If they are fated, they can rely on themselves. Fine. The two of them stopped talking and ended the conversation. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the evil Worm King. On the other side, inside the numinous palace, Di Teibai looked at the high and mighty Heavenly Emperor. Beside him stood a handsome purple-robed man. Your Majesty, he really doesn't have any ambition at all. We helped the Scarlet Cloud world improve in rankings so much, but he still isn't willing to fight for it, Di Teibai said helplessly. The reason why he revealed the great divine investiture plan was because of the Heavenly Emperor's instructions. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. It's fine, he'll participate. The purple-robed man asked curiously, Father, is that the strongest genius in the Heavenly Court in the past 1,000 years? Yes, you can go visit Howard when you're free. The purple-robed man responded as if he didn't like Long Hao. Tabai asked, Your Majesty, there's something wrong with Marshal Shen Peng's body recently. You have to be careful. I understand. It looks like the Jia school really won't give up. More and more of their disciples have appeared in the immortal world. I guess it won't be long before they take action. The Jia school is the same as the Magus race. Their Providence has run out. It's impossible for them to kill their way back. Send some immortals to keep an eye on them. Yes. Hanju cursed the evil Worm King for 10 days in one go, causing his lifespan to decrease by hundreds of years. It was considered a huge loss. Hanju thought silently, Brother Kai Yunxian, I've tried my best. I'll try to deal with your enemy in the future. If we have the chance to meet, I'll definitely kill him. He only felt a little emotional about Kai Yunxian's death and was not that sad. He didn't have a close relationship with Kai Yunxian. Ever since he had been promoted, the two of them had not interacted. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune and looked at Dao Comprehension Sword. You've already learned the second level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded. She looked calm, but her eyes were smiling. Come here, I'll teach you the third level. Hanju patted the bed beside him. Dao Comprehension Sword immediately walked over. Several days later, Dao Comprehension Sword began to comprehend the third level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. Hanju came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Li Yao was still very far from the Scarlet Cloud world, but she had already reached the immortal world. After arriving in the immortal world, she found a place to hide and cultivate. However, not long after, she encountered an invasion by a demon king. She killed the demon king and was hunted down by the demon saint above the demon king. Thus, she left again. Li Yao's encounter made Hanju even more glad. The living beings in the immortal world were even more violent than those in the mortal world. They wanted to fight and kill at the slightest disagreement. They wanted to hunt her down to the ends of the world. It was too unsuitable for cultivation. Hanju sent her a voice transmission, Are you alright? It had been a long time since she heard Hanju's voice. Li Yao actually felt a little sad now. She suppressed her excitement and said, Senior, I'm fine. After experiencing countless tribulations, the Scarlet Cloud world had become her only hope. A place where she could stay away from trouble and cultivate in peace was the paradise she yearned for. Hanju said, You can join the Heavenly Court and find a way to meet Tabai. Let him send you to the Scarlet Cloud world. Tell him that I invited you. Li Yao was really too slow at the rate she was traveling. Li Yao asked, Senior, what's your name? Hanju. Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely join the Heavenly Court as soon as possible. After knowing that Hanju was related to the Heavenly Court, Li Yao was even more certain that he wasn't lying to her. In the eyes of mortals, immortals were still very trustworthy. Hanju didn't say anything else. He severed his divine sense and returned to the bed to cultivate. 7 years later, the white-robed Buddha came again. This time, he didn't barge in forcefully but sent a voice transmission to Hanju above the clouds. Fellow Taoist Sun Quan, would you like to come out for a chat? The white-robed Buddha asked respectfully. Hanju asked with a voice transmission, Why? Regarding the great divine investiture plan, I have already selected 100 prodigies. They're worth nurturing. You can take a look. Hanju felt a headache. It was definitely the Heavenly Emperor's arrangement. If the Heavenly Tao Buddha knew that his subordinate was working for the enemy, he would probably vomit blood. Chapter 231 Heaven Mending Stone, Nuwa Imperial Palace. Fellow Taoist, the white-robed Buddha's voice floated into Hanju's ears again. As he waited for his reply, he was a little puzzled. Was he not good enough? Hanju thought for a moment and still arrived in front of the white-robed Buddha. When the white-robed Buddha saw him come out, he couldn't help but smile and ask, Recently, many geniuses have appeared in the Scarlet Cloud world. Even in the immortal world, they're not mediocre. Hanju asked curiously, Why are you doing your best? Aren't you afraid of being questioned if you don't return to the Buddhist sect? The white-robed Buddha frowned. Fellow Taoist, don't you know the truth? The Heavenly Emperor asked me to help you. How can you not know? What I mean is, aren't you afraid that the Buddhists will take their anger out on you? It's fine. Finding the Supreme Buddha is already very difficult. It's very difficult to succeed without hundreds of years. I can delay for a longer time. The Buddha can't deduce matters about me. I have a supreme treasure on me. Then, aren't you afraid of being suspected? They already suspect me. What's there to be afraid of? He sent me here as a test, to begin with. Hanju looked at the white-robed Buddha's confident expression and couldn't help but be speechless. It was too ridiculous. If he were the heavenly Tao Buddha, he would definitely kill the white-robed Buddha. He had to be careful in the future. He had to prevent a traitor like the white-robed Buddha from appearing in his sect. Hanju thought silently and said, "You can arrange the matter of the prodigies." With the heavenly Tao token, he wasn't afraid of the white-robed Buddha's tricks. Under the heavenly Tao, he could monitor the white-robed Buddha at any time, even if he had a supreme treasure. If the white-robed Buddha acted recklessly, he could kill him immediately. "Aren't you going to thank me for helping you?" The white-robed Buddha smiled teasingly. Hanju said angrily, "You speak as if you didn't gain anything. I'm allowing you to preach in the mortal world and increase your providence. This is already the greatest favor I can do for you." The white-robed Buddha was speechless because Hanju was right. That's all. Hanju disappeared after saying this. The white-robed Buddha shook his head and laughed. He turned around and left. Hanju didn't return to the Konate cave abode directly. Instead, he came to the Fusang tree and lectured to the hidden sect disciples. After so many years, these disciples were at least at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The spirit chi of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain was still the richest in the world. At the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Zhou Mingyu had already made a name for himself. After Morong Chi, he became the new eldest disciple of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was too embarrassed to rope Hanju in and could only target his grand disciple. It was worth mentioning that Taoist Nine Cauldrons' cultivation level had already reached the second level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and would not face the pain of having no lifespan. Half a year later, Hanju ended the lecture. Long Hao said, "Master, I want to learn the heavenly sword Tao." Ever since Tao Comprehension Sword had reached the second level of the heavenly sword Tao, her strength had increased greatly. Long Hao coveted that gorgeous sword technique. The Black Hell Chicken added, "I want to learn it, too." Hanju said, "This sword Tao is very difficult to learn. The leader of the Heavenly Court's literature immortals, Di Tabai, took 1,000 years to master it. This is already an outstanding performance. My potential is not bad," Long Hao said seriously, while the Black Hell Chicken was silent. Hanju thought for a moment and said, "Who else wants to learn? I'll teach you all." Xuan Chang'an, Zhou Mingyu, and Golden Crow Ada raised their hands. Chu Shiren wasn't interested, Tulinger wasn't good at the sword Tao, and the aptitude of the Golden Crow Shower was limited. Hanju smiled and started to teach the first level of the heavenly sword Tao. Several days later, he came to the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. The 7 gourds had already grown to the size of a mortal gourd. Hanju took out a small green jade bottle that contained the ancestral Magus blood essence and injected it into the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. The Golden Crow Shower asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing?" Hanju smiled and said, "Giving it some fertilizer." The others were still comprehending the sword Tao and did not come over. Tulinger suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes to look at the green jade bottle in Hanju's hand. For some reason, her heart raced. What was that? Hanju stared at the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine and prayed silently, hoping that the fusion would succeed. This way, he could create 7 ancestral Magus Calabash brothers. Under his gaze, there was nothing unusual about the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. It was fine as long as there were no abnormalities, he was just afraid the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine would be ruined. As Hanju was thinking, he suddenly felt something. He raised his right hand, and a red stone appeared in his hand. This was a mysterious stone that Xing Hongshuan had given him a long time ago. It was said to have fallen from the sky, and there was a strange aura inside it. Until today, Hanju still couldn't see what this aura was. The red stone trembled violently, wanting to break free from his hand. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still chose to let go. The red stone quickly flew towards the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine and collided with it. Then, it condensed into a red gourd at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to the other Earth Immortal gourds, the red gourd was very small, but it was as red as blood and extremely eye-catching. "The stone has become a gourd," Shower exclaimed, attracting the attention of the others. Hanju ignored her and focused on the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. After a while, still nothing had happened to the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. Wow, 7 Calabash brothers became 8. Hanju found it strange. He turned to look at the disciples and said, "Pay more attention to these gourds. Let me know if there are any abnormalities." With that, he returned to the Konate cave abode to continue cultivating. The disciples came to the earth immortal gourd vine to watch. There's really another gourd. Can these gourds transform? They should. Otherwise, Master would have long refined them into Dharma treasures. Master is kind. Tao comprehension sword is formed from grass. The ugly monk was also an ancient spiritual ginseng in his previous life. It's going to be lively again in the future. 20 years later. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected bearer of connate Providence, check its origin. Han Ju frowned and prayed that it wasn't an enemy. Then, he chose to check. Earth Immortal Gourd Spirit. First level of the body integration realm, formed by the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine. Contains the blood essence of the legendary ancestral Magus Di Zhong. After being nurtured by the Fuzang tree for 1,000 years, it has given birth to consciousness. Its providence is extraordinary. X7 Chaotic Gourd Spirit, first level of the soul formation realm. It is formed by the heaven mending stone. Contains the essence of the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine and the blood essence of the ancestral Magus Di Zhong. It has a strong foundation and is an unprecedented race of living beings. It is said that the heaven mending stone is a chaotic spirit stone found from the depths of chaos. This heaven mending stone fell from Nuwa Imperial Palace and is controlled by a mysterious force to approach the target. However, the heaven mending stone has already become a spirit. The providence of the Magus, reincarnation, Fuzang, and other great providences have gathered and cut off the karma with the Nuwa Imperial Palace. Han Ju was stunned. The 8 gourds had gained sentience. Han Ju frowned. That red stone was actually a heaven-mending stone, and it came from the Nuwa Imperial Palace. The Nuwa Imperial Palace had targeted him. They deliberately threw the heaven-mending stone to Xing Hongshuan. Since she couldn't use it, she could only hand it to Han Ju. With Xing Hongshuan's help, Han Ju naturally didn't suspect that the heaven-mending stone was a conspiracy. Gasp. Not bad at all. Han Ju was shocked. Tai Sudian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Chapter 232 Tai Sudian, Jia School. Han Ju hurriedly checked his interpersonal relationships and found Tai Sudian. It was the portrait of a beautiful woman. Tai Sudian, cultivation unknown. A mysterious existence nurtured by the 33-layered heavens. Lives in Nuwa Imperial Palace all year round and listens to the sages preach. Under the orders of the sage, she threw the heaven-mending stone into the mortal world of the heavenly court to find a prodigy without a powerful background. Because you refined the heaven-mending stone into a living being and cancelled out its previous providence, Tai Sudian is interested in you. Current favorability, 1 star. Her cultivation level was unknown, so she was an immortal emperor at least. Han Ju frowned. Sage. Wasn't Nuwa the sage of the Nuwa Imperial Palace? It seemed that the Chinese myths were all true. Perhaps Earth was just a corner of the universe. Han Ju was a little nervous. The name, Tai Sudian, sounded very impressive. He wondered if the Heavenly Emperor could continue to protect him. Should he ask? Han Ju immediately took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Teibai. Di Teibai quickly connected with his divine sense and did not neglect him. What is it? Can I speak to His Majesty? As I said, His Majesty is busy every day. Unless it's something important, it's best not to disturb him. I have something private to ask. If it's a private matter, I'll help you resolve it. Han Ju cursed silently. Di Teibai was really enthusiastic. I'm here. The Heavenly Emperor's voice suddenly sounded. Han Ju was stunned. Di Teibai was also stunned. The two of them cursed in their hearts. Han Ju, are you a stalker? Di Teibai, is he the son of the Heavenly Emperor? Di Teibai didn't dare to interfere and hurriedly severed his divine sense connection. Han Ju chased Dao comprehension sword out first before contacting the Heavenly Emperor. Your Majesty, do you know about the Nuwa Palace? Han Ju asked carefully. The Heavenly Emperor asked in surprise, why? Han Ju said, the inheritance I obtained is related to reincarnation. I have a certain understanding of fate. I picked up a stone and calculated that it came from above the 33 heavens. The Heavenly Emperor fell silent. Seeing that he didn't receive an immediate reply, Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Crap, was his backing not enough? The Heavenly Emperor said, could that stone be the heaven-mending stone? Han Ju asked curiously, what's the heaven-mending stone? It's fine, cultivate in peace. You're mine. Nuwa Palace will never target you. Nuwa Palace has never fought for fame or fortune. Your Majesty, it's best to be cautious. People change. Yes, I know. Do you have anything else to ask? Then, I won't disturb your Majesty. When you reach the perfected golden immortal realm, you can come to the heavenly court to find me. I'll think of a way to help you reach the Emperor realm. Thank you, your Majesty. Hanju cupped his fists and smiled, feeling disdainful. HMPH. Trying to lure me into the sky. Impossible. Looks like the Heavenly Emperor was also sent by the Heavenly Tao. You want to destroy my Tao heart? The outcome of the Divine General was still vivid in his mind. He looked majestic, but he was just working hard and was too tired all the time. He could repay the Heavenly Court, but there was no need to work like a donkey and risk his life. Hanju stood up and walked out of the cave abode towards the fusang tree. The 8 gourds didn't seem to have changed. Hanju scanned with his divine sense and caught their weak soul fluctuations. Now that they had souls, they were spirits. Not bad, not bad. Hanju said, the 8 gourds have become spirits. Take care of them. Everyone stood up and surrounded him. Hanju looked at the gourds for a while before returning. It was very difficult for the 8 gourds to transform in a short period of time. He still needed to wait for a while. To celebrate this matter, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. At the same time, he checked his emails. Because of your curse, your enemy Heavenly Rage God has lost his Buddhist heart, and his inner demon has transformed him into a demonic Buddha. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by a cultivator from the Sacred Dynasty and was imprisoned in the Lux Suppression Prison. Your good friend Zhou Fan slaughtered a cultivation family. His negative karma has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a cultivator X15033. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has comprehended a mystical power. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun is listening to the Tao in the Jia school. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Unfortunately, the evil Worm King didn't have any interaction with Hanju. Hanju also didn't know how the evil Worm King was doing. It was fine to spend 5 days every 10 years cursing. Hanju thought silently. He was very curious about Zan Qingjun's opportunity. The Jia school was an enemy sect of the Heavenly Court. What would happen if they met her in the future? It was worth mentioning that Zan Qingjun's cultivation had already reached the perfected Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. This breakthrough speed was considered fast. After all, she had obtained an opportunity from the Jia school. After cursing for half a year, Hanju continued cultivating. No matter what, he couldn't mess up his cultivation rhythm. In a Taoist temple, wearing a Taoist robe, Zan Qingjun sat on a mat with several disciples of the Jia school. In front of them was a Taoist nun. The Taoist nun had an indifferent expression as she said, after the lecture ends, all of you should cultivate well when you return. You're not allowed to leave the island. Yes, the disciples replied in unison. Then, they stood up and bowed, preparing to leave. Zan Qingjun, stay. Zan Qingjun sat down again. Her expression was calm as she waited for her master to speak. The Taoist nun said, you have joined the Jia school for a period of time. Do you have a Tao companion? Zan Qingjun replied, I have a Tao companion in the mortal world. His potential is outstanding and he's the #1 in the mortal world. He might have already ascended. Hearing this, the Taoist nun frowned slightly and said regretfully, then forget it. I still wanted to introduce you to a Tao companion. What a pity. Zan Qingjun smiled. A long time ago, the Jia school was defeated in the immeasurable calamity. Many disciples were imprisoned in the heavenly court. Prepare yourself. Before long, the Jia school will launch a surprise attack on the heavenly court, the Taoist nun continued. Zan Qingjun frowned. Can our Jia school defeat the heavenly court? She had been in the Jia school for some time. She felt that although they had some mighty figures, there were few disciples. The Taoist nun smiled and said, you underestimate our Jia school. Even the Heavenly Emperor has to address our sect master respectfully as a senior. The island we're on is only one of the 100,000 islands of the Jia school. Most of the disciples are gathered on the Penglai Immortal Island. Zan Qingjun was enlightened and became even more curious about the Jia school. What kind of force was the Jia school? 30 years later. The 8 gourd spirits had already begun to speak, but they had yet to land and transform. The 7 Earth Immortal Gourd Spirits were named by Hanju as Han 1 to Han 7, while the Chaotic Gourd Spirit was named Han 8. The names were simple and easy to recognize. The disciples were speechless, but they didn't dare to refute. The gourds didn't understand the meaning of their names, so they didn't mind. All these years, the cultivation levels of the 8 gourds had been increasing rapidly. They were absorbing immortal chi, not spirit chi. The weakest Han 8 had also stepped into the Mahayana realm not long ago. Their talent was stronger than Hanju's disciples. Compared to Long Hao and Chu Shiren, they were temporarily unable to compare. On this day, in the midst of cultivating, Hanju suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and muttered, "This aura is." At the same time, a huge crack appeared in the sky in the distant sea. Lightning interweaved and the crack was pitch black, like a netherworld abyss. Chapter 233 Reroll World, Divine Palace's Utionbao. Hanju used the Heavenly Dao token to observe the crack in the sky. From the point of view of the Heavenly Dao, the world was a huge sealed space. Now, this sealed space was torn apart by a mysterious force. As a deity of the mortal world, Hanju instinctively felt a sense of danger. Enemy attack. Hanju was about to take action when he saw the white-robed Buddha flash in front of the crack. The white-robed Buddha was surprised. He raised his hands and tried to use his dharmic powers to repair the crack in the sky. At this moment, a strong wind came from the crack, startling the white-robed Buddha into taking out the Tathagata Buddha staff. A terrifying figure slowly stepped out. He was 1,000 feet tall and wore a black robe with 9 dragons imprinted on it. He also wore a horn-bone crown and held a sinister long sickle. He smiled sinisterly as his gaze landed on the white-robed Buddha. "This world belongs to me." The white-robed Buddha frowned. After staying in the Scarlet Cloud world for so long, he had already preached and obtained countless believers. His providence was already connected to it. How could he allow others to trample on the Scarlet Cloud world? Without another word, the white-robed Buddha raised his staff and struck. Before the black-robed man could react, he was sent back into the crack in the sky. The white-robed Buddha also flew into the crack. Seeing this, Hanju was relieved. This fellow's existence is still necessary. Hanju thought silently and suddenly felt that white-robed Buddha was quite pleasing to the eye. Now that the white-robed Buddha's providence was tied to the Scarlet Cloud world, and Hanju was its guardian deity, the two of them were basically tied together. The white-robed Buddha was still very strong. With him protecting the Scarlet Cloud world, Hanju could continue cultivating. Several days later, the white-robed Buddha had just returned from the crack in the sky. His killing intent had yet to dissipate. He turned around and used his dharmic powers to repair the crack in the sky. After more than 10 days, it was finally repaired. The white-robed Buddha heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a satisfied smile before suddenly realizing that something was wrong. If the Scarlet Cloud world was in trouble, why didn't Hanju take action? After the world returned to normal, Hanju took out the Heavenly Dao token and asked Ditabai why this happened. Ditabai replied, "There are also competitions in the mortal world. The Heavenly Court has rules with the Divine Palace, the Buddhist sect, and the Demon Court. The mortal worlds can compete freely with each other, and the immortal emperors are not allowed to interfere." Hanju frowned. "When did we have such rules? Why didn't we have them before? In the past, the Scarlet Cloud world was too weak. No one cared. In other words, the Heavenly Court doesn't want to interfere. Don't worry. With Divine Lord Wuda around in your faction, anyone below the Immortal Emperor realm will die." Fine. Hanju finally understood that the Heavenly Court was using him as a spear to suppress the experts of the other mortal worlds. No wonder they helped the Scarlet Cloud world increase its providence ranking. This was the plot all along. The Heavenly Emperor had asked the white-robed Buddha to stay behind probably for this matter. Hanju sighed in his head. It seemed that he couldn't even slack off. The Heavenly Court had nurtured him for so long, it was time for him to repay them. Hanju could only accept it and couldn't refuse. It was still fine now. At the very least, with the white-robed Buddha and Divine Lord Wuda around, there was no need for him to take action for the time being. Hanju held the Heavenly Dao token and probed with his divine sense, preparing to change the name of the world. Kai Yunxian was already dead. Now, Hanju still had to shoulder the karma for the Scarlet Cloud world. In that case, it was better to completely turn it into his own world. "What should I call you?" A question mark appeared above Hanju's mind. Why not call it the Earth Immortal World? No, this name was stained with great karma. Hanju thought for a moment and changed the name of the Scarlet Cloud world to the Reroll World. After all, he had started from rerolling providences. I'll change it if I find it unpleasant in the future. It was just like changing his online name. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. Then, he put down the Heavenly Dao token and started cultivating. Next, he had to try his best to break through to the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm. He had to become an immortal emperor as soon as possible. Hanju felt that the immortal emperor was the foundation of the immortal world. Without becoming an immortal emperor, there was no way to play. 40 years later, Hanju had yet to break through. He took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the enemies. In the past few years, 3 other invasions had occurred, but they were all stopped by the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha was also a little tired, so he spread the news that this world was targeted by other worlds and hoped that the geniuses would be well prepared. Instantly, the top cultivators felt a sense of danger. The various holy lands began to recruit disciples to increase reroll world's overall strength. Hanju learned all of this through the heavenly Tao token. He was very satisfied. The white-robed Buddha was truly a qualified tool. Of course, this fellow definitely had his own ambitions, but Hanju did not care. His main mission was to cultivate, not govern the mortal world. After cursing for a few months, Hanju continued cultivating. A few days later, Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly said, "Something happened to Li Yao." Hanju didn't even open his eyes as he asked, "What is it?" She was caught. Hearing this, Hanju sent his divine sense into the 9 heavens galaxy water. Li Yao was locked in a jade bottle. It was dark all around, and she was stepping on the water. She was using her dharmic powers with all her might to rush out, but there were clearly powerful restrictions around her that prevented her from succeeding. Damn it! Li Yao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. She didn't give up and continued to search for a way out. Hanju extended his divine sense and discovered that the person who caught Li Yao was a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. He was hurrying on his way. To Li Yao, who had just reached the Grand Unity True Immortal realm, the Grand Unity Golden Immortal was like an immortal god that couldn't be defeated. "Little girl, stop struggling. Once you're targeted by me, you won't be able to escape." A sinister laugh entered the bottle, causing Li Yao to frown. "Who?" the sinister voice suddenly shouted warily. "Why don't you show yourself?" Hearing this, Li Yao was confused. Who was this damned fellow talking to? Wait, could it be Senior? Li Yao was pleasantly surprised. It was normal for Hanju's divine sense to be captured by the other party. After all, they were at the same realm. Hanju had to say, "Fellow Taoist, give me face and let her live." The sinister voice snorted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Hanju said, "Divine Palace, Yu Tianbao." Yu Tianbao, impossible. Do you think I'm stupid? If you're Yu Tianbao, why would you waste your breath? I'm in the Divine Palace. It's not convenient for me to attack. If I can avoid making enemies, I'll try my best not to. So what if it's the Divine Palace? I have the demon court behind me. You want to save her? Then come personally. Hanju was secretly furious. How arrogant. What, are you afraid? You're only a golden immortal, yet you dare to pretend to be a mighty figure. What a joke. I'm definitely taking this girl. Even the Heavenly Emperor can't snatch her from me. The sinister voice sounded again. Hanju couldn't take it anymore. What a pretentious prick. Hanju couldn't be bothered to reply. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Li Yao, "I'll teach you a mystical power. You can start learning it now." Li Yao didn't understand and felt that it was impressive. She hurriedly meditated and listened to Hanju's voice transmission seriously. Tisk tisk, that's right. Cultivate in peace. The higher your cultivation level, the more useful you are to me. You will have a future if you follow me. As for that person just now, you saw that he doesn't even dare to argue with me. The sinister voice smiled. Li Yao had already entered a meditative state and did not answer him. Hanju didn't answer. Just you wait. When I appear in front of you, don't kneel down and beg for mercy. Chapter 234 Sea-Shaking Elephant Saint, Gourd Spirits Descend. The sea-shaking elephant saint was in a good mood. It was rare for him to encounter a beautiful woman with outstanding potential and no background. He was a great demon saint of the demon court with remarkable abilities. His true form was a savage elephant who had once trampled on an ocean. That was why he was called sea-shaking. He had a fat body and a mouth full of yellow teeth, leopard eyes, and a wide face. He wore a tiger skin robe and python scales black armor. He walked above the clouds with the wind beneath his feet, looking majestic. The sea-shaking elephant saint thought of Hanju's voice and couldn't help but sneer. A nobody dared to ask him to give him face. It had been many years since he had met such a ridiculous person. Tao Comprehension Sword was furious. "Master, that fellow is too arrogant. I'm so angry." This was the first time she heard someone humiliate Hanju like this. Hanju ignored her and focused on teaching the invocation technique. Li Yao's potential was high, and her cultivation level had also increased. It wasn't difficult for her to learn the invocation technique. She was only practicing the summoning method. The truly complicated part was the teleportation technique that Hanju mastered. After he explained it once, Li Yao easily remembered it. She started to consolidate her memories and made hand seals. Hanju retracted his divine sense and looked at Tao Comprehension Sword. "It's fine, he'll regret it soon." Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, were you teaching her a mystical power just now? You can kill that fellow by learning a mystical power now. That's right. Han Ju returned to his bed and meditated. Dao Comprehension Sword was even more curious. What mystical power could make Li Yao rise up in a short period of time and kill that fellow? She waited expectantly. The next day, Li Yao cast it dozens of times before finally succeeding. A huge black vortex appeared behind her. She turned around and was secretly shocked. What mystical power is this? She had been very puzzled before, as this mystical power did not seem powerful. The reason why she cultivated it was that there was no better option available. Inside the Conate cave abode, Han Ju felt the call of the invocation technique and opened his eyes. I'll be back soon. With that said, he was sucked away by a black vortex and vanished. Dao Comprehension Sword was stunned. She subconsciously turned to look at the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Indeed, Han Ju walked out of the black vortex behind Li Yao. He wore the 9-5 Supreme Providence robe, 9-layered heaven trampling boots, Grand Imperial Phoenix Wings crown, and the giant spiritual wrist guard. His aura was oppressive. Coupled with his unparalleled appearance, Li Yao was stunned. She had imagined Han Ju's appearance but didn't expect him to be so handsome. She thought that he was a ruddy old Taoist. Han Ju took out the primordial judgment sword as the sea-shaking elephant saint's voice sounded, how can you appear in my Dharma treasure? His voice was filled with shock. Han Ju's sudden appearance frightened him. Han Ju scanned with his divine sense. The sea-shaking elephant saint was still on his way, and there were no other powerful enemies around. Now was the time. Han Ju waved his sword and slashed. Sword intent erupted and directly shattered the bottle, shaking the sea-shaking elephant saint. He and Li Yao appeared in the air. Li Yao's beautiful eyes widened. Not only was she stunned by Han Ju's appearance, but she was also shocked by his strength. So powerful, the sea-shaking elephant was sent flying by the explosion. He stabilized himself and looked at Han Ju, his anger erupting instantly. How dare you? The sea-shaking elephant saint roared angrily. Its nose turned into an elephant's nose and rapidly expanded. It was like a mountain range, raising a terrifying hurricane. Han Ju flashed in front of Li Yao and raised his sword to execute the first level of the heavenly sword Dao. Sword pierces heaven. The sword chi swept out and directly shattered the elephant trunk, causing a rain of blood to spray into the sky. Almost instantly, the sea-shaking elephant saint's body was sliced into two by the sword chi. He was only at the early stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. How could he block Han Ju's sword chi? Even if he had a perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivation, he would still be insta-killed when facing Han Ju. Wait, the sea-shaking elephant saint shouted in horror. Han Ju waved his sword and used 3 pure world cleansing, causing billions of sword shadows to hang in the sky. The scene was spectacular, causing Li Yao's eyes to widen. Sea-shaking elephant saint was so frightened that he immediately escaped with his essence soul and disappeared into the horizon. Han Ju waved his sword, and billions of sword shadows attacked. Unparalleled might. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the sea-shaking elephant saint and killed him. Han Ju turned to look at Li Yao and said, hurry up and leave, lest his companions come. Li Yao came back to her senses and immediately flew in another direction. She turned around and saw that Han Ju didn't follow her. Instead, he walked back to the black vortex that summoned him. Li Yao immediately understood that he was going back. Why didn't Senior bring me back directly? Li Yao thought doubtfully. Was he testing her? But this made sense. It was truly embarrassing for her to be caught in this situation. Li Yao's face turned slightly red. She stopped looking behind and fled at full speed. On the other side, Han Ju returned to the Conate cave abode. He exhaled. Too close. Fortunately, this fellow did not have the help of a mighty figure. Han Ju was worried that an immortal emperor would attack. There were so many demons in the demon court. There were also many demon saints. It was impossible for every one of them to have an immortal emperor watching them. Immortal emperors were not nannies. They had their own matters to attend to. Master, you're so strong. Dao Comprehension Sword was extremely excited, and her face was flushed. Han Ju said expressionlessly, this is the result of years of hard work. I'll definitely cultivate harder in the future. Dao Comprehension Sword nodded and clenched her fists. Don't spread this news. Understood. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He no longer cared about Li Yao. He had already made a move. If Li Yao was caught again or killed, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He couldn't risk everything for her. Don't disappoint me, Han Ju thought silently. 5 years later, Han Ju didn't receive any new hatred points, and Li Yao didn't encounter any more danger. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Indeed, not every enemy had a mighty figure protecting them. With Li Yao's current progress, she could quickly find the heavenly court. Through Li Yao, Han Ju learned that the immortal world was far larger than he imagined. Most of the places were not controlled by the heavenly court. Despite being called above the 9 heavens, the heavenly court did not control the entire 9 heavens. With Li Yao's current cultivation realm, it wasn't difficult for her to join the heavenly court. She probably needed some time to meet Di Teibai. After all, Han Ju's reputation in the heavenly court was very low. Han Ju stopped thinking about it and continued cultivating. The reroll world had the white-robed Buddha leading the people and the void was guarded by divine Lord Wuda. Han Ju could cultivate in peace. Another 6 years passed. The 8 gourd spirits landed on the ground and directly transformed into 8 youths. Under the protection of the Tao field, they did not transcend the tribulation. Han Ju had been waiting for this day. He immediately came out of seclusion to meet them. The 8 gourd spirits had already put on their clothes. They looked like octuplets. They could already speak in human language, so there was no obstacle in communication. After seeing Han Ju appear, the 8 brothers immediately surrounded him and knelt in front of him excitedly. All these years, through the teachings of the hidden sect disciples, they naturally knew that Han Ju was the one who created them. If not for him, they wouldn't be here today. They might have long been refined into Dharma treasures. Han Ju swept his gaze and discovered that the 8 brothers had all reached the loose immortal realm. Not bad. Chapter 235 Complete Annihilation, The Unfathomable Han Ju. From today onwards, all of you are to stay on the mountain and cultivate. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave the mountain. Do you understand? Han Ju looked down at the 8 kneeling brothers and smiled. His expression was kind, but his tone was very serious. The 8 brothers hurriedly promised not to leave the mountain. They had yet to realize how long this rule would last. They were excited and interested in everything after transforming. Han Ju walked to the fusang tree and meditated. Then, he waved his hand to signal the 8 brothers to come over. The 8 brothers came over obediently, very curious about what he would say. The others understood that he wanted to teach them a cultivation technique. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to teach them the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He was about to reach the end of this technique. His greatest reliance was not the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, nor was he afraid of being surpassed by the 8 brothers. Besides, he could teach them level by level. The other cultivation techniques of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were also not suitable for them. The 8 brothers were unlike the others, who each had an immortal inheritance. Han Ju wasn't worried that the Calabash brothers would betray him. He had already placed the 6 paths insignia on them before they were born. After spending a day imparting the 6 paths of reincarnation technique's cultivation technique to the 8 brothers, Han Ju returned to his cave abode to continue cultivating. He looked forward to the 8 brothers' future. With their potential, they should be able to rise quickly. In the future, if the reroll world was in trouble, they could help. The 8 brothers' talent made others feel threatened, including Long Hao. 40 years later, Han Ju was already close to the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm. One day, he opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemies while checking his emails. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by Jia school cultivators and was severely injured. Your good friend Li Yao has joined the heavenly court. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X140234. Your grand disciple Marong Qi has achieved the providence of the war god. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by an immortal emperor X17. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mighty figure. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun was attacked by a heavenly soldier X3281. Your disciple Su Qi had his bad luck absorbed. His divinity has weakened. Han Ju frowned. What was wrong with Su Qi? His bad luck was actually absorbed by someone. Han Ju was very worried, but he didn't know where Su Qi was. He couldn't save him even if he wanted to. Why didn't this kid use the invocation technique? Could it be that the sacred dynasty had an immortal emperor? Han Ju also noticed that the Jia school and the heavenly court had started fighting. Even Zan Qingjun joined. Han Ju immediately took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Teibai. Soon, Di Teibai's divine sense arrived. Wait for me to find you. I'm busy fighting to the death. With that, he severed his divine sense connection. Han Ju remained silent. So dangerous. Could it be that the Jia school was stronger than the demon court? Han Ju immediately checked the strongest person around the reroll world and didn't find any enemies. Immediately after, he used the heavenly Tao token to observe the world. The white-robed Buddha had already returned to seclusion, but the roots of the Chan school were deeply rooted in the world. Chan school, Jia school, and human school were all orthodox schools of the Tao sect, but their names were different. The Tao techniques of the Chan school had a long history in the mortal world. Many cultivators used their techniques as the foundation to create various cultivation techniques, spells, and mystical powers. In the past few years, the mortal world had welcomed an era of blooming flowers. The cultivation craze had also reached an unprecedented height. It had to be said that the white-robed Buddha was very capable. He had strengthened the reroll world alone. He had to think of a way to subdue him. Han Ju thought silently. Then, he stopped thinking about it. He put away the heavenly Tao token and continued cultivating. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The heavenly emperor sat on the throne expressionlessly. Following his gaze, the sky outside the hall was filled with battling figures. It was extremely chaotic. A figure transformed into a shadow and rushed into the Numinous Palace. It was a man in a golden Taoist robe. 3 swords floated behind him, their sheaths emitting a strong light and his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was handsome and powerful. He stared at the Heavenly Emperor and said, "Heavenly Emperor, are we still going to continue this battle? Release the souls of my disciples and I'll lead the Jia school disciples to retreat." The Heavenly Emperor smiled gently and said, "Xian Chenzi, do you really think that the few of you from the Jia school can shake the Heavenly Court?" Xian Chenzi stroked his beard and said, "Our Jia school doesn't want to disturb the Heavenly Tao. We only want to save our disciples and cultivate in peace." The Heavenly Emperor said, "It's impossible for those Jia school disciples to be released. That was their mistake in the immeasurable calamity. This is the punishment of the Heavenly Tao. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go against the heavens." Xian Chenzi's eyes narrowed. He raised his right hand, and the 3 swords behind him quickly split into dozens of sword shadows that bloomed like flowers. At this moment, 4 pillars of light descended from the top of the Numinous Palace, surrounding him. A terrifying aura enveloped the hall. Xian Chenzi was moved and said in a low voice, "4 extreme emperors. Heavenly Emperor, were you waiting for me on purpose?" The Heavenly Emperor said calmly, "Since the Jia school has planted spies in the Heavenly Court, why can't I arrange spies in the Jia school? 4 extreme emperors, I invite you to kill this person. Seal his soul in the divine pillar of the Numinous Palace to never be released again." The Heavenly Emperor's tone became extremely domineering and unquestionable. The 4 extreme emperors shouted in unison from the pillars of light, "Kill!" Boom! 4 years later, Han Ju was cultivating when he suddenly sensed an aura. He raised an eyebrow. It was Zan Qingjun. Why had she descended into the mortal world? Wait, how could she bypass Divine Lord Wuda? Zan Qingjun was meditating in a forest near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, absorbing the immortal chi from the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain to heal her injuries. Han Ju appeared in front of her. Zan Qingjun opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Grand Unity True Immortal?" This kid, she had cultivated with all her might in the immortal world and obtained all sorts of opportunities. She had barely broken through to the Grand Unity True Immortal realm not long ago, but Han Ju had already. Han Ju noticed her injuries and couldn't help but raise his hand to heal her head using his dharmic powers. Zan Qingjun's eyes widened. Such dharmic powers. Han Ju's dharmic powers were unfathomable. She actually felt that she was facing her master in the Jia school. Zan Qingjun was deeply shocked. As Han Ju treated her, he asked, "Why did you come down?" Zan Qingjun sighed. "I used a special method to escape. I think only the mortal world is safe now. I joined a sect, and it actually wanted to attack the Heavenly Court. I was forced to join, but all of us were wiped out." Complete annihilation. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Was the Heavenly Court that impressive? Why was it so difficult to defeat the Demon Court, then? Could it be that the Jia school was no longer as powerful as it was during the Divine Investiture era? The previous battle showed me the power of immortals. No wonder the Heavenly Court can control the heavenly rules. Zan Qingjun was very depressed. It wasn't easy for her to join a powerful sect. However, before long, it was defeated. Although the Jia school wasn't destroyed, the people they sent were all suppressed, including her master's lineage. Now, she had nowhere to go and had to be careful of the Heavenly Court's pursuit. Han Ju said, "It's fine. I can protect you, but how did you escape from the immortals outside?" He had to ask. This was to prevent enemies from sneaking in the future. Chapter 236 Perfected Reincarnation Golden Immortal Realm, Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty. Chapter 236 Perfected Reincarnation Golden Immortal Realm, Grand Desolate Sacred Dynasty. Facing Hanju's question, Zan Qingjun hesitated for a moment but still told him the truth. It turned out that she also had a heavenly Dao stone that could deceive the heavenly secrets. She had previously obtained a fortuitous encounter in the immortal world and learned a powerful mystical power that allowed her to travel through space. It was similar to the reincarnation mystical power that Hanju had used to jump into the netherworld. Previously, she had relied on this mystical power to accidentally enter the Jia school's territory. "You've joined the heavenly court?" Zan Qingjun asked, interrupting his thoughts. Hanju said, "I'm the guardian deity in charge of this mortal world now. Come with me into the mountain to recuperate." After all, Zan Qingjun was his first Dao companion. She had taken care of Hanju before. Zan Qingjun nodded. She had wanted to enter the mountain earlier, but the Dao field had isolated her divine sense. She thought that the mountain had changed owners, so she didn't dare to enter it rashly. Hanju brought Zan Qingjun back to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and let her recuperate in his cave abode. Xing Hongshuan, Fairy Shizan, and Chang Yue had gone out to train decades ago and had yet to return. However, Hanju couldn't let Zan Qingjun stay in their cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword became vigilant when she saw Zan Qingjun. Another woman, to be brought in by Hanju, their relationship was definitely not simple. Hanju introduced them to each other. Zan Qingjun nodded to Dao Comprehension Sword and meditated in a corner to heal her injuries. The other disciples were very curious about her identity. Zan Qingjun looked calm, but she was shocked. The immortal qi on this mountain was not inferior to the immortal islands of the Jia school. Most importantly, the demons and disciples that Hanju nurtured also grew rapidly. She even caught the aura of immortals. There was more than one. Hanju became mysterious in her eyes. She suddenly realized that she never understood him. She didn't know how talented Hanju was. It had only been 2,000 years, but he had already reached the grand unity true immortal realm. Such talent was considered outstanding in the Jia school. Hanju originally thought that Zan Qingjun would join the hidden sect from now on. However, 3 years later, after Zan Qingjun recovered, she wanted to leave. "I have ample immortal qi here. You can cultivate in peace," Hanju said. Zan Qingjun shook her head and smiled. "I'm not as talented as you. Cultivating alone is not enough. It's very easy to become lazy and complacent." These words represented the intentions of Xing Hongshuan and the others. If they all had Hanju's potential, who would be willing to go out and experience life and death? Hanju was speechless. Even if he invited Zan Qingjun to join the heavenly court, she was unwilling. She said that she had killed many heavenly soldiers and that entering the heavenly court was asking for trouble. In the end, Hanju didn't force her to stay. Before Zan Qingjun left, he taught her the invocation technique, saying that she could only use it at critical moments. It took Zan Qingjun half a month to completely master the invocation technique before she left. Hanju didn't send her off. Zan Qingjun directly jumped out of the realm and didn't bump into Divine Lord Wuda. After Zan Qingjun left, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and contacted Di Teibai. "Haha, why are you looking for me?" Di Teibai asked with a smile. Hanju said, "You seem to be in a good mood." "Of course, not long ago, the Jia school attacked and was wiped out by us. The heavenly court's prestige in the immortal world has increased greatly. How can I not be happy? Congratulations. Can you help me investigate someone? His name is Su Qi, and he's my disciple." Su Qi, that jinx. Di Teibai's tone was strange. Hanju asked in surprise, "What jinx?" Indeed, the heavenly court already knew Su Qi's identity, but they didn't take the initiative to recruit him. This meant that there was a special reason why Su Qi had left the heavenly court to descend into the mortal world. Di Teibai said, "Your disciple Su Qi was originally the jinx of the heavenly court. His bad luck was too strong and always affected other immortals. His Majesty, the heavenly emperor, had no choice but to expel him to the mortal world. He wanted to use the 10,000 reincarnations to wash away his negative karma. Speaking of which, the jinx is also from the Jia school. A long time ago, he was born from the negative karma of the world. Due to the rejection of the heavenly Tao, it was difficult for him to become an immortal emperor. He doesn't have good relationships with people in the Jia school, either. If not for the fact that the Jia school doesn't discriminate, he would probably be expelled by the myriad worlds." Hanju's expression was strange. Was Su Qi so miserable in his previous life? Di Teibai continued, "Below the immortal emperor realm, it's very easy to be harmed by the jinx. As for immortal emperors, they look down on his Providence even more. You don't have to worry about him. No one is willing to inherit the vast negative karma for the sake of killing him. It's even more impossible for ignorant people to kill him. Since you want to find him, I'll let the two clairvoyants check around. Han Ju thanked him hurriedly. No matter what, Su Qi was his disciple and had helped him deal with two great enemies. He couldn't leave him behind. Han Ju asked, in other words, peace has returned to the heavenly court. Yes, we won't encounter any trouble for the time being. The Jia school has been suppressed, and the demon court has been frightened until it's much more obedient. 50 years later, the heavenly court will hold an immortal banquet. Are you coming? I won't go. I didn't attack the Jia school, either. I'll be embarrassed to go. It has nothing to do with the Jia school. It's to celebrate His Highness the Crown Prince becoming a disciple of a sage. Sage? Yes, that's an existence that's as high as the heavenly Tao. They rarely appear throughout the eras. Only when the immeasurable calamity appears will they show up in the myriad worlds. Congratulations to His Highness. I think I should forget it. I won't be used to it even if I go. Hee. After severing the connection with his divine sense, Han Ju continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 30 years passed. Han Ju finally reached the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm. He almost cried in joy. In his excitement, he took out the book of misfortune and blessed all the enemies. Everyone was given an additional day and were cursed for 6 days each. Although hundreds of years of lifespan had been deducted, Han Ju felt that they were worth it. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang devoured the remnant soul of a mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your good friend Mo Fucho. Both of them were severely injured. Your Dao companion Zan Qingjun has obtained the true teachings of the Jia school. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of the grand desolate sacred dynasty has decreased. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by demons X340032. Your good friend Zhang Yi was attacked by an immortal emperor. Your good friend Di Hongye has comprehended the true meaning of time. His cultivation has increased greatly. Everyone's journey was smooth. Han Ju finally knew who the sacred dynasty that captured Su Qi was. Previously, Di Teibai didn't find out, so Han Ju could only give up. He wondered if he could directly curse a whole faction. Han Ju decided to give it a try. In the future, the grand desolate sacred dynasty would also join the curse list. In addition, Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho fought, which surprised him. The two of them were truly deeply connected, having gone through love and hatred. They had walked hand in hand all the way until today and even fought each other. They were truly full of brotherly affection. Han Ju also noticed that Zan Qingjun had returned to the Jia school. From the looks of it, the Jia school was indeed suitable for her. After the battle decades ago, the Jia school shouldn't cause trouble again. It was one of the 3 major schools of the Dao sect. Even if it was desolate, no one dared to suppress it. At this moment, a voice sounded in Han Ju's mind, Master, I'm in trouble. The voice came from the reincarnation avatar guarding the Sword Dao River, Liu Bei. His tone was filled with helplessness. Chapter 237 Perfect Immortal Emperor, Story of Reincarnation. Chapter 237 Perfect Immortal Emperor, Story of Reincarnation. Han Ju could communicate with the reincarnation avatar. After all, this avatar was created by him. He could even sense what the reincarnation avatar was thinking, but the latter couldn't sense his thoughts. The reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei, began to talk about the troubles during this period. A prodigy of the Sword Dao discovered Liu Bei and felt that he had an impressive identity, so he tried to strike up a conversation with him. In the beginning, Liu Bei could still tolerate it, but as time passed, he could not. Therefore, he had scolded the genius of the Sword Dao, but in the end, he had offended the guy. The other party had threatened to make him regret it. Liu Bei had inherited Han Ju's cautious personality. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it, so he contacted his main body. Han Ju was speechless. Wasn't this basically himself? However, he wasn't so arrogant and dared not to say such harsh words. Han Ju thought, call me when he appears next time. Alright, Liu Bei still sounded nervous. He was afraid that the other party had a powerful background. Han Ju began to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and sought the method to become an immortal emperor. When he reached the perfected reincarnation golden immortal realm, a new cultivation technique appeared in his mind. It was extremely vast and unfathomable. It involved many paths, such as providence, heaven and earth, heavenly Tao, 5 elements, yin and yang, fate, and so on. Immortal emperors didn't cultivate only one Tao. Zhang Yi had become an immortal emperor of the Sword Dao, but he had said that the Sword Dao was his weakest Dao. Cultivation was so difficult, it was unlike fantasy stories. Geniuses could always temper their bodies endlessly. Even if they didn't understand other aspects, they could still forcefully reach the strongest realm. Cultivation meant cultivating the Tao in the heart. The legendary 12 ancestral magi had powerful bodies and no essence soul. They had inherited the orthodox lineage of Pangu. Several months later, Hanju finally finished reviewing the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Now, he couldn't reach the immortal emperor realm just by meditating. Hanju opened his eyes. Providence. There were 3 paths to reach the emperor realm. The first was Providence, using great providence to obtain the recognition of the heavenly Tao and stepping into the emperor realm. Such immortal emperors were the weakest. The second was the great Tao. By relying on the great Tao, he could use his comprehension of the great Tao to transform his soul. The third was to combine the great Tao and providence. Such immortal emperors were the strongest. They had both powerful strength and great providence to protect them. Hanju himself had the great Tao of life and death, but his providence might not be strong enough. Since he wanted to become an immortal emperor, he had to be the strongest kind. Detected that you are facing the choice of attaining the emperor realm. You have the following choices. 1. Providence Immortal Emperor. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Great Tao Immortal Emperor. You can obtain 2 great Tao fragments and a supreme treasure. 3. Perfect Immortal Emperor. You can obtain 3 great Tao fragments, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a mystical power inheritance. This choice couldn't be made immediately. It would only be completed automatically after reaching it. Hanju fell silent. How could he obtain great providence? One was to kill the enemy and seize their providence. This was why the geniuses would trample on each other. Second, with the reroll world as the foundation, as the heavenly Tao got stronger, his providence would rise accordingly. This was also the reason why the white-robed Buddha worked so hard. Hanju felt that he still had to rely on the reroll world. Although he was a deity of the mortal world, Hanju's providence was not tied to the reroll world. Instead, the white-robed Buddha had already fused with the providence of the world. Hanju immediately took out the heavenly Tao token and contacted Ditabai. On second thought, something was wrong. Ditabai wasn't an immortal emperor. If he knew, wouldn't he have long become one? Hanju chased Tao comprehension sword out of the cave abode and asked, "Is the heavenly emperor here?" After a while, the heavenly emperor's voice sounded, "What is it?" Hanju asked with a strange expression, "You've been staring at me all the time. HMPH, if you didn't call my name, would I have paid attention to you?" The heavenly emperor snorted. He was the heavenly emperor, the leader of the heavenly court. How could he have the time to stare at him? Hanju couldn't help but tense up. The heavenly emperor could sense it just by calling out to him. Fortunately, he didn't speak ill of him behind his back. "I want to ask how to fuse with the providence of the mortal world and strengthen it," Hanju asked. The heavenly emperor's voice sounded, "Oh, you're about to achieve the immortal emperor realm." Hanju hesitated for a moment and then nodded slowly. In front of the heavenly emperor, he felt like he had been seen through. "The karma between you and the Scarlet Cloud reroll world, is too little. You have to enter the mortal world." "Enter the mortal world?" Hanju said in surprise. "You mean to travel the world and interact with people?" The heavenly emperor teased, "Didn't you obtain the reincarnation inheritance? Why don't you reincarnate as your trial?" Reincarnation? Hanju fell silent. Reincarnation doesn't mean death. You can hide your body in the depths of your soul. When your mortal body dies of old age, you can regain consciousness. Even if someone wants to kill your mortal body, you will sense it, the heavenly emperor explained. Hanju felt that it was feasible. It would only take a few decades in the mortal world. It was equivalent to entering seclusion. No wonder so many powerful people reincarnated. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty." Hanju thanked him. The heavenly emperor didn't reply and the communication ended. Hanju began to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. After he reached his limits, he would reincarnate and train. Beside a large river, Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan sat on the grass. Facing the river, they were both thinking about something. Zhou Fan came back to his senses and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Mo Fucho said leisurely, "Go. Fang Liang is Brother Han's grand disciple. We've seen him in the mortal world before. Since we heard that he's in trouble, how can we ignore it?" Zhou Fan snorted. "This kid's providence is too strong. It's said that he just killed dozens of heaven immortals not long ago. We might not be his match even if we cooperate." Mo Fucho smiled and said, "We're not bad, either." With that, he stood up and said, "Since you've decided, let's go." Zhou Fan nodded. The two of them flew in the same direction and vanished at the end of the river in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Heavenly Court, in a stone pavilion. Really? Mirong Chi slapped the table and stood up angrily. In front of him sat Di Teibai. Di Teibai said helplessly, that kid Fang Liang is being controlled by a family under the Divine Palace. It's said that he's delirious and has gone mad. If you want to save him, you'll have to face several Grand Unity Mystic Immortals. With your current strength, I'm afraid. Mirong Chi frowned and said, the Heavenly Court can't do anything. Fang Liang is also a Heavenly General. The Divine Palace is on good terms with the Heavenly Court now. We can't save him for the time being. Let's wait a little longer. That family won't take Fang Liang's life for the time being. They're still counting on him to make a comeback. Does my Grand Master know about this? No. Do you want me to tell him? No need. I'll save my junior brother. Don't trouble Grand Master. Mirong Chi turned around and left. Di Teibai hurriedly called out to him, you don't have the strength of your previous life now. Mirong Chi waved his hand and said, even if I don't, killing mystic immortals is nothing difficult. Looking in the direction he had vanished, Di Teibai frowned. Could it be that this fellow has already recovered his cultivation from his previous life? Impossible. He died in his previous life. Could it be that he had a huge fortuitous encounter in the Heaven Punishment Divine region? Di Teibai couldn't understand. He also yearned to reach the Immortal Emperor realm. However, due to his limited potential, he had been stuck at the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal realm for a long time. So many years had passed. Chapter 238 Comprehending the Great Tao, Beaten to Death. Chapter 238 Comprehending the Great Tao, Beaten to Death. 10 years later, Han Ju raised his Sword Tao mystical powers to the limit. In the simulation trial, other than the Heavenly Emperor, everyone else was instantly killed. Han Ju's cultivation had already reached the limit and could no longer be strengthened. Therefore, he decided to start comprehending the great Tao of life and death next. As for reincarnation and fusing the Providence, Han Ju was still conflicted. What if the enemies took the opportunity to mess with him during his reincarnation? If it was him, after knowing that his invincible enemy had reincarnated, he would definitely think of a way to completely kill him and prevent future trouble. Han Ju placed the reincarnation plan last on the list. If he could avoid reincarnation, he would never do it. Half a year later, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that comprehending the great Tao of life and death could allow his cultivation level to continue growing stronger. That was quite impressive. Was this the great Tao? Han Ju was extremely excited and continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. The great Tao of life and death controlled life and death. The 6 paths of reincarnation were created with the great Tao of life and death as the foundation. If there was no life and death, how could there be reincarnation? During the comprehension process, Han Ju's essence soul entered the great Tao of life and death. He witnessed the cycle of life and death of countless people. There were all kinds of forms in life. At first, his emotions would fluctuate. But after watching too much, his heart became numb. Numbness wasn't the ultimate success. He had to transcend numbness, understand life and death, believe in life and death, control life and death, and not be controlled by life and death. In the Conate Cave abode, Tao Comprehension Sword blinked at him. There were 2 visible auras around Han Ju. One was black and the other was white. His hair alternated between them. It was extremely strange. Although Tao Comprehension Sword was filled with doubts, she didn't dare to disturb Han Ju. Half a year later, Di Teibai came to visit. Han Ju was in a state of Tao Comprehension and didn't hear his voice. Tao Comprehension Sword had no choice but to go out to welcome him. Di Teibai stood at the edge of the cliff. Beside him was a woman in white. It was Li Yao. The others had already seen Di Teibai. Thus, they were curious about the white-robed woman beside him. What a beautiful woman! She was prettier than Tu Ling, Xing Hongxuan, and Chang Yue. Only Tao Comprehension Sword could compare. This woman in white was Li Yao. Her expression was indifferent, making everyone think of Han Ju. Her temperament was too similar to his. Especially that wary gaze. Li Yao looked indifferent, but she was actually extremely nervous. Ever since she was saved by Han Ju, she had an indescribable feeling towards him. After living for so long, she only knew how to cultivate and had never fallen in love. However, Han Ju's appearance that day was really stunning, causing her to remember it clearly. She had been to so many worlds, even the immortal world and the heavenly court, but she had never met a man more handsome than Han Ju. He was good-looking and powerful. He even saved her. Even if her heart was made of stone, it still melted. However, after arriving at the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, she subconsciously became vigilant. What if the one on this mountain was not the Hanju she knew? What if he had ill intentions? Seeing Tao Comprehension Sword walk out of the Conate Cave abode, she became even more nervous. Could it be that Hanju liked? Tao Comprehension Sword's eyes lit up when she saw Li Yao. She immediately walked over and carefully sized her up. Li Yao was frightened and subconsciously retreated. If she took another step back, she would fall off the cliff. Of course, with her cultivation level, that was impossible. Tao Comprehension Sword looked at Di Tabai and said, Master is comprehending the Tao. He can't come out for the time being. This woman claims to know Hanju. He asked her to come, right? Di Tabai asked. Originally, Li Yao's immortal position was not enough to attract his attention, but when she mentioned Hanju, he had to be serious. Li Yao was very mysterious and was ambiguous about the past. If Di Tabai had not guessed that she had ascended from the mortal world, he would have directly captured her. Yes, it's true. I thank Great Immortal on Master's behalf. Di Tabai smiled and nodded before disappearing. Tao Comprehension Sword looked at Li Yao and smiled. I've watched you with Master before. I've seen all your experiences over the years. You're really impressive. She began to talk non-stop, causing Li Yao to frown. She wasn't proud. Instead, she felt insecure. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being spied on. If it was Hanju, he would probably want to kill the other party. Tao Comprehension Sword could tell that she wasn't in a good mood, so she arranged for her to sit in front of the fusang tree and let her cultivate first. The Black Hell Chicken asked curiously, what's her relationship with Master? Hanju spent most of his time cultivating, but he would occasionally go out. Tao Comprehension Sword snorted, what does it have to do with you? Are you at the loose immortal realm yet? The Black Hell Chicken glared at her, not daring to reply. Although the others were curious, they did not approach. Li Yao's expression was too cold, as if she did not want anyone to approach her. The disciples of the hidden sect were all geniuses, so they were naturally not too humble. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. Hanju woke up in realization. The great Tao of life and death really fascinated him. It was like a dream. He only felt that several days had passed. Hanju's cultivation level had increased greatly, surpassing decades of bitter cultivation. He was very satisfied with this. He took out the Book of Misfortune and did his usual missions. Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly said, Li Yao is here. Hanju raised his eyebrows. He scanned with his divine sense and discovered that Li Yao was cultivating outside. Okay, let her continue cultivating, Hanju replied. Li Yao's cultivation level had already reached the early stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. Back then, when he first saw her, she was still immortal. Tao Comprehension Sword asked in surprise, you don't want to see her? What she wants is a place for cultivation. It's fine as long as I don't disturb her. I don't need her to do anything for the time being, Hanju replied. He hoped that Li Yao would treat this place as her home. This way, when the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain encountered danger, it would also increase his combat strength. However, this woman's personality was too similar to his. If he encountered a problem, his first thought was to run. Li Yao was most likely the same. Hanju continued cursing and checked his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a cultivator X20943. Your good friend Ji Shanshan received guidance from a mighty figure and learned a mystical power. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons X142800. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your grand disciple Fang Liang and was severely injured. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by your grand disciple Fang Liang and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a righteous cultivator and was killed. His soul fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Your good friend Divine General was cursed. Hanju suddenly frowned. Not to mention why Fang Liang attacked Zhou Fan and Merong Qi, why was Yang Tiandong dead? Hanju immediately captured Yang Tiandong's soul and discovered that he was already in the netherworld. He immediately sent his essence soul into the netherworld to find him. At this moment, Yang Tiandong was already lining up in front of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. He was in a daze, similar to the ghosts in front and behind. Hanju sucked Yang Tiandong towards him. What happened? Hanju asked in a low voice. The moment Yang Tiandong saw him, he immediately lowered his head in shame and gritted his teeth. Master, I've let you down. He suddenly knelt. Hanju frowned and asked, what is it? Yang Tiandong replied with a trembling voice, I took the initiative to spar with someone and was beaten to death. I'm embarrassed. You. Chapter 239 Comprehending the Physique, Ancestral Recovery Array. Chapter 239 Comprehending the Physique, Ancestral Recovery Array. After hearing Yang Tiandong's words, Han Ju took a deep breath. He was angry, but he felt even more speechless. Yang Tiandong didn't cry out in injustice or anger, which meant that he was in the wrong. Han Ju asked, "Why did you want to spar with someone?" Yang Tiandong said awkwardly, "My subordinate said that he's the strongest among the demons. I didn't believe. Why kill when sparring? He said that he doesn't spar and only kills enemies. I said that we should just fight like enemies." Han Ju was convinced. In that case, it wasn't the other party's fault. It was Yang Tiandong who had provoked him. Yang Tiandong wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. He didn't dare to look at his master. Han Ju said, "Then, go reincarnate and cultivate well in your next life." With that, he disappeared. He couldn't be bothered to comfort Yang Tiandong. However, before leaving, he still sent a message to Meng Po, hoping that Yang Tiandong would be given a good background in his next life. No matter what, he was his first disciple. Yang Tiandong returned to the queue in a daze. He sadly discovered that he couldn't return to his original position. He had to start from the end. Yang Tiandong looked up. Countless ghosts were queuing up, looking so lonely. He suddenly regretted it. If he had stayed on the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. In the next life, he might very well become immortal, and his master would lead the other disciples to continue their cultivation path. The more Yang Tiandong thought about it, the more his heart ached. He could only blame himself. He couldn't hate anyone. After returning to the Conate cave abode, Han Ju began to deduce the mortal demon who had killed Yang Tiandong. As he was about to become an immortal emperor, he had a certain understanding of karma. If he followed Yang Tiandong's deduction, it was very easy for him to deduce that demon. It was a demon at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. It hid in the mountains and forests to cultivate. There was no second demon within 100 miles. It seemed very solitary. It was probably a cultivator like Han Ju, but he got pestered by Yang Tiandong. Han Ju didn't seek revenge, Yang Tiandong deserved it. It was just nice to let Yang Tiandong reincarnate and re-roll his potential. The Conate Providence of a descendant of a mortal world demon saint was really insufficient. He had already fallen behind. If the potential in the next life was bad too, he would continue to reincarnate. Han Ju stopped thinking and continued to comprehend the great Tao of life and death. Under the fusang tree, everyone was cultivating diligently and rarely chatted. Han Ju didn't spread the news of Yang Tiandong's death. As his comprehension of the great Tao of life and death deepened, he discovered that his stellar primordial body was beginning to exert some effect. In the depths of his soul, a sea of stars appeared. Countless stars shone brightly. Han Ju connected the great Tao of life and death to these stars. The great Tao of life and death was stimulated and became stronger. Han Ju realized that his consciousness had arrived in a vast universe. The dazzling stars made him absent-minded. He suddenly realized that he did not understand the stellar primordial body at all. He had been cultivating and had neglected his research on the physique. Han Ju decided to focus on the stellar primordial body next. He had a bold thought. If he created a universe and the universe developed into the scale of the current myriad worlds, all the providence would gather on him. The providence of the immortal world and the myriad worlds gathered together. Wasn't that the heavenly Tao? Han Ju was tempted. He suddenly recalled the legend of Pengu splitting the heavens. Could it be that after Pengu split the heavens, he did not sacrifice himself but transformed into the heavenly Tao and became an existence that even the immortals could not imagine? Han Ju suppressed his excitement. This plan would take too long. The immortal world had existed for countless years. The amount of time needed might even exceed the concept of time itself. In a huge prison, Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho were meditating. Not only the two of them, but others had been defeated by Fang Liang and were imprisoned here. Dozens of cultivators were patrolling the dark prison entrance. The other prison also had many cultivators inside, all of them healing their injuries. Mo Fucho opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "Strange, don't you think that everything is very strange?" Zhou Fan opened his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" "The Gu family left so many of us alive. Aren't they afraid of danger? We might be of use to them." "That's true." Mo Fucho frowned. How could the Gu family use them? So many people. Mo Fucho had a bad feeling. A person beside him sighed. Leaving so many people who came from various factions alive, it must be for the sacrifice. Don't you know that the Gu family has an ancestor? He almost stepped into the immortal emperor realm. Fang Liang is so powerful because of the ancestors' enlightenment. The others followed suit. Yes, it's very likely that they want to revive their ancestor. In that case, Fang Liang is just a pawn. Nonsense. Otherwise, would he end up in an unconscious state? Don't think that he's domineering. He's actually better off dead. It's said that the head of the Jiyu family wanted to marry his daughter to Fang Liang, but he rejected. That's why Fang Liang ended up like this. Isn't Fang Liang a heavenly general of the heavenly court? Why isn't anyone from the heavenly court here? The heavenly court is on good terms with the divine palace. Why would they offend the divine palace for an ordinary heavenly general? Sigh, all living beings are ants before the chess players. Zhou Fan and Mo Fucho looked at each other. Zhou Fan said in a low voice, "Do you think Han Ju will come?" Mo Fucho rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Han is still in the mortal world. How can he come?" Zhou Fan felt that it made sense. If he comes, the Jiyu family will definitely be wiped out. Zhou Fan teased. At this point, he no longer doubted Han Ju's strength. He could only imagine it. Zhou Fan understood Han Ju. Although this fellow was cautious and didn't like to provoke trouble, whoever dared to provoke him would definitely suffer. Mo Fucho smiled and said, "Perhaps." He had a feeling that the Jiyu family was in trouble. 3 years later, Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho, and the other prisoners were injected with a special poison, causing their dharmic powers to collapse and for them to no longer be able to circulate their energy. After that, they were escorted out of the dungeon. An hour later, they were sent to a huge building at the top of a mountain. This was the place where Fang Liang had been enlightened. Everyone was nervous. The Jiyu family's master sat in the pavilion with Fang Liang behind him. Fang Liang was expressionless. He wore a Taoist robe covered in various runes and patterns. He looked very strange. The Jiyu family master waved his hand. The Jiyu family cultivators around the altar took a step forward and started casting their spells. Zhou Fan frowned. It's about to begin. Mo Fucho didn't reply. Instead, he circulated his energy with all his might. However, no matter what, he couldn't produce any dharmic powers. The other prisoners fell into a panic. Many even started cursing the Jiyu family. A woman appeared beside the Jiyu family's master. Her name was Jiyu Xin. She turned to look at Fang Liang and asked, "Father, can you really save Fang Liang by doing this?" Of course. The reason why he's in a daze is that he can't withstand the ancestors' cultivation. By returning the cultivation, he will be able to recover, the Jiyu family head replied as he stared at the array formation on the altar below. The ancestral recovery array had been activated. Chapter 240 Terrifying Ancestor. Chapter 240 Terrifying Ancestor. The Jiyu family head stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He came to the railing and looked down at the ancestral recovery array. The 99 Jiyu family cultivators used their dharmic powers to activate the array formation. A huge purple barrier covered the altar. Rolling thunder clouds condensed above the purple barrier and quickly expanded, spreading to all directions. Boom! Deafening thunder rumbled. The Jiyu family head's eyes burned with passion. "Ancestor, your descendant is about to revive you. Soon," he roared in his heart, extremely excited. He raised his hand and waved. Fang Liang immediately flew past him and into the air, walking towards the top of the ancestral recovery array. Countless bolts of lightning interwove on Fang Liang's body, but he did not frown. A terrifying pressure filled the world. The Jiyu family really wants to revive their ancestor. Zhou Fan widened his eyes. He had been resurrected several times, but he had relied on himself. Had the Jiyu family gone mad? Mo Fucho gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, what poison is this? It can't be dispelled at all. At this rate, before Fang Liang died, they would be sacrificed first. The others were also extremely terrified. Some people wanted to forcefully rush out of the ancestral recovery array, but they were jolted back. Swish! A sonic boom tore through the air. A long halberd descended from the sky and directly broke through the ancestral recovery array. The tip of the halberd stabbed into the altar, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Everyone turned to look. This long halberd was silver-white in color. The blade of the halberd was like a crescent moon, shining brightly. A silver dragon seemed to be wrapped between the halberd blade and spear shaft, looking mighty and domineering. "Who dares to hurt my junior brother?" A domineering shout resounded through the world, causing everyone to look up. Wearing silver armor, Marongchi stepped on a Qilin and attacked. Divine light flashed behind him and pierced through the thundercloud. The Jiyu family head frowned and thought to himself, "Heavenly General. What does the heavenly court mean by this?" He immediately waved his hand, gesturing for the Jiyu family cultivators to attack. In an instant, hundreds of GU family cultivators soared into the sky and attacked Marongchi. Marongchi raised his hand and waved, causing the silver dragon halberd to quickly fly back into his hand. He looked at Fang Liang and discovered that his junior brother was like a walking corpse. He was immediately furious and his eyes turned red. Inside the Conate cave abode, Han Ju was cultivating. All these years, he had been studying the stellar primordial body. The dharmic powers in his body had been increasing. He discovered that every star in his body could contain dharmic powers, and the quantity was not small. If the billions of stars filled with dharmic powers were activated in battle, it would be an explosive force that could destroy the world. Just thinking about it made Han Ju excited. In addition, he felt that the stellar primordial body might contain even stronger secrets. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared behind Han Ju. He felt the summoning of the invocation technique. What happened? Han Ju frowned. Who was using the invocation technique? Han Ju hesitated for a moment but still stood up and said, "I'll be back soon." He turned around and stepped into the black vortex. At the same time, dust filled the GU family's mountain. On the altar, Fang Liang collapsed in the ruins. Marongchi and GU Shin knelt beside him. Many prisoners and corpses were lying around. A black vortex floated above Fang Liang's head. Marongchi looked at it, feeling uneasy. Was the mystical power taught by Grandmaster useful? Why didn't I pay the price for using it? Back then, when Han Ju taught him the invocation technique, he had mentioned a terrifying price. Marongchi thought that he would have to sell his soul. Unexpectedly, nothing happened. Most importantly, he didn't reverse the situation. Marongchi looked up. A fierce battle in the sky shook the world. The GU family's ancestor had already been revived. Although he had only regained his soul, his aura was still very powerful. The person fighting him was a tiger-headed greater demon. This great demon wore thorny armor and had a demonic aura. He held a bone truncheon in his hand and attacked with all his might. With his great powers, he managed to restrain the GU family's ancestor. However, it was only a distraction. The GU family ancestor's aura became stronger and stronger as time passed. At this rate, the demon would definitely lose. Damn it, even a late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal can't suppress him. Is this fellow about to step into the Immortal Emperor realm? Marongchi gritted his teeth. This greater demon was his subordinate back then, the Demon Bone Tiger. It was one of the 72 generals under him. He didn't expect that it was no match for the newly resurrected GU family ancestor. If I had the cultivation level of my previous life. Marongchi thought indignantly. He couldn't help but look at the black vortex. At this moment, he saw a figure walk out of the black vortex. Marongchi's eyes widened. Grandmaster. Why is Grandmaster here? It wasn't that Marongchi didn't think that this was a summoning technique, but he didn't expect Han Ju to come. He knew Han Ju's personality best. The Heavenly Court invited Han Ju, but he didn't go. But to save them. Han Ju walked out of the black vortex and saw Fang Liang lying on the ground. He couldn't help but frown and ask in a low voice, "Who did this?" Seeing Han Ju appear, Zhou Fan and Mo Fucha widened their eyes in shock. Why was he here? Many thoughts flashed through Marongchi's mind. Then, he pointed at the GU family's ancestor and said, "It's him. He stole junior brother's cultivation. The tiger demon fighting him is my subordinate." Han Ju looked at the GU family's ancestor. Perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. No wonder he could force his two precious grand disciples to such a state. Han Ju raised his right hand and directly used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Without another word, he used his full power. Fighting the Demon Bone Tiger, the GU family's ancestor subconsciously turned his head and saw Han Ju's sword chi. The sword chi was extremely fast, faster than lightning. It was difficult to follow with the naked eye. It directly drowned the GU family's ancestor and pierced through the thundercloud. It was like shooting through the sky. The Demon Bone Tiger was almost frightened to death. When Han Ju's sword chi swept past him, he felt the aura of death. Emperor Realm Mystical Power. Was it an immortal emperor? The Demon Bone Tiger turned around and saw Marongchi kneeling down to Han Ju. This was only a difference in perspective. Marongchi had exhausted all his dharmic powers and was kneeling beside Fang Liang to take care of him. Han Ju floated above Fang Liang and looked down from the sky as if Marongchi was kneeling to him. What a handsome man. Could this be like what Big Brother had said? After Han Ju felt the aura of the GU family's ancestor completely disappear, he turned around and walked back to the black vortex, saying, "Bring your junior brother back. Be careful when you go out in the future." Han Ju quickly disappeared into the black vortex. The world fell silent. Everyone who was still alive was stunned. Too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Before they could figure out what was going on, the Gu family's ancestor was gone. Ancestor! A shrill cry sounded. The Gu family head knelt on the ruins of the pavilion in pain. He held his head with both hands and almost went mad. He's gone just like that. Zhou Fan muttered to himself in disbelief. He knew that Han Ju was very strong. But unexpectedly, this was too ridiculous. The Gu family's ancestor was so powerful that he could destroy the world. He was stronger than any mighty figure he had ever seen. But Han Ju killed him with a single finger. Murong Qi suddenly shouted, "Little Seven, what are you waiting for? Kill them. Leave no one from the Gu family alive. All of them must die." The demon bone tiger came back to its senses and revealed a sinister smile.